We know that, Zoot.
This is bad. I know. Do you want it? I want you to take my coin. Oh, now your horse so bad. Yep. Why'd you do that? That shit was good. Sorry?
Riser, what's it like to beat Magnus Carlsen's body double? Did he just take your queen? Oh, yeah, you did.
I'm gonna win the fun. What fun as well. This is the last one. This is the
Dude, how's little Pump doing? Dude, how is little Pump doing?
Which is a standard sandwich, just the greatest song ever made.
Is it?
Yeah. Gucci Gang is the most I mean, who else has done a song with Kanye West in it? Kanye West in it. They just made it to Dustin. Yeah.
Dude, do your thing where you go, I just won.
Would you say that most people in their 20s are living a lower quality of life compared to 20 years ago? To people in their 20s, 20 years ago?
Subjective question, baby.
I'm talking about
I would say it's probably higher.
higher.
Yeah.
Don't people live a lower quality of life compared to 20 years ago?
I mean, it's subjective, but in a lot of ways.
Inflation ocean fire, someone can afford a house, there's less children, less people able to financially support them.
That's true. Excellent points. Perhaps not. So what are you going to do, son?
Higher paying jobs are going to people with higher education, while people with higher education are living below average because of high levels of interest debt.
Yeah, you're making good points, Big Dog. I think you may be right.
You know what the answer is? Right for one something.
Word, Doug.
Do you think that technology will either go smarter or dumber? I tweeted this the other day. That I said in 500 years, they're either going to see us as stupid for technology taking over our lives, or blame us for their stupidity for letting technology take over their lives.
Luddite. Calling all attacks. Riser ready.
I think technology we're done with it. Depends on the person. There's people who use technology to study something smarter, and there's people who just browsing it. Learning. Depends what you do with the technology. But maybe find out that you have. I found out I have a flaw in my short-term memory, so you know what I've been doing? Practicing how to think.
You had asked the question, do I think that people in their 20s are living a better quality of life now or 20 years ago? I think it also depends on where you're talking because, like, China has had, that's like 1 billion people, like an amazing increase in quality of life in the last 20 years. Same with India and same with Africa. And that's like half of the world right there in just population. So I think it depends on who you're looking at. But if you're looking in the Western world, perhaps your uh, comments ring true that it's more difficult to get ahead.
My dad that's really good. What did you?
Take his bishop. Take his bishop. No, not with that. Yeah, I'm watching the game. Great move, Zoot. No, terrible move. He's gonna get you with his bishop. Why the fuck would you do that? Zoot, that was absolute dog shit, son.
Just fucked up. That's why I'm not on good.
Goodbye. Take care. Sweet dreams to both of you. Come back tomorrow, please. So 3 days until stand up. Are you ready? You're gonna record it, right? Do you want him to? I just want to hear what he says.
return to those days as soon as possible. With that, I want to thank you very much for your indulgence. I intended to end much earlier, but I will be very happy to address some questions at this point.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1166.
I thank you so much for joining us again. This material is very difficult, very challenging, and controversial for many, but it is obviously the issue of the day for Jews and anyone who cares about Israel in our times. My goal, unlike last week, is to stay within the 1 hour parameter that we set for this discussion. There is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. I encourage you to please click that and type in your questions, and we'll try to address at least some of them after the presentation is done. But I will try to stay within the allotted hour. And over the course of this hour, I'd like to very quickly recap where we are geopolitically after October 7th, and then I'm going to focus in deeply on the status of anti-Jewish hatred in the U.S. since October 7th, which I think actually represents a scene in the history of this hateful ideology. And I'll propose a thesis to you that we can discuss in the final question and answer session. So let me begin by first off a small disclaimer, because we intend to put this on the web after we finish this live webinar. And so according to the community guidelines of many platforms that would host a video like this, it's important to note that this is a video which is going to be discussing hatred from the outside, certainly not a video that is promoting hatred. This is intended for educational purposes only. There are some disturbing images that I will share with you. There are many more that I've chosen not to share, but I want to give you a proper warning. Okay, so let's continue. Before October 7th, there was certainly not stability in the Middle East, but there was a certain level, perhaps, of complacency in some circles, largely because it seemed that Israel had managed to contain the threat of Hamas in Gaza and terrorism in general, with vigilance, but also with tremendous technology. Here's a photograph of the remarkable Iron Dome on the left, launching projectiles to take down the rockets that are launched from Gaza on the right. And it's an amazing, remarkable piece of technology that has been compared to a bullet knocking a bullet out of the air. It's phenomenal. But, you know, it seems that many of us in Israel and around the world felt like Israel had found strategies that were effective in containing the antipathy that was expressed at it around the region. Just to quickly look at the political nature of the region, this is a very simple recap for people who may not be as familiar with the geography and the political geography in particular. Here's a map of Israel. In the shaded area, you have the region which is commonly known in English as the West Bank, also the region known as Judea and Samaria to many Israelis. And the political disposition of this region, which is on the other side of the 1967 border after the Six-Day War, is that since the Oslo Accords, this region was to be ruled jointly by Israel and the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian Autonomy. It has not been a successful relationship. They have not been able to manage the territory properly. Effectively, it is under Israeli control. And you have a large population, well over 1 million people, who are not Israeli citizens living in this region. Theoretically, they are legally subject to the Palestinian Authority. So it is not technically apartheid because it's as if it's a separate state within the boundaries of Israel. But in terms of the lived experience, it's definitely a very distinct separation between the way Israelis enjoy freedom of movement and so on, and Palestinians were subjects of this Palestinian Authority, which has relatively minimal authority. Then on the east, you have the west, you have the Gaza Strip, which after the peace treaty with Egypt did not want to take it back and insisted that Israel keep it. And this region is actually technically sovereign. In 2005, Israel disengaged with the territory. That's the kind of accepted term for the withdrawal of all Israeli citizens from the Gaza Strip in 2005, and essentially it was left to its own devices. They had an election, and they elected Hamas as the dominant party. This is the only election that has been held in Gaza. And then a year later, Gaza, the Hamas movement in Gaza evicted their rivals, the Fatah Party, which is associated with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So you really have three political entities of varying degrees of authority and power in the region. You have Israel proper, the state. You have the Palestinian Authority that only rules the West Bank because Gaza has been taken over by Hamas, and of course that is a war zone today. It is incorrect to say that Gaza City, at least until the October 7th, was occupied. But it is true to say that as attacks from Gaza continued throughout the entire period, Israel imposed a greater and greater blockade, much more stringent blockade on the territory, controlling all of its borders to prevent the access of material to be used for rockets in particular, as we see the results. What happened on October 7th? Very quick review. One of the methods that Israel used to contain the violence from Gaza is to build a massive fence with a big underground concrete barrier surrounded by observation towers and a lot of high-tech kind of monitoring. Hamas was able to arm this with essentially low-tech devices like bulldozers and so on, and using drones to explode the observation posts and things like that, and invaded Israel's territory and created a degree of violence that the term pogrom doesn't even come close to describing the horrific murders and cruel things like beheadings and killing children and sexual violence was rife, and there are the kidnapped Israelis, some 250 of them originally. There's over 130 of them. Many of them are alive, but their bodies are still kept in Gaza as hostages, as leverage for Hamas in their ideal negotiations for exchange. That basically brings us up to where we are today. In terms of the history of anti-Semitism, I mentioned last week, I believe, that we had a very, very brief honeymoon period where there was kind of world sympathy for the state of Israel, that it suffered this horrific attack on October 7th, but it didn't last terribly long. Days after that attack, we begin to see the first statements that emerged from some of the elite institutions of higher education in this country, including this statement, which was signed by over 30 student groups in Harvard, that begin the statement with the phrase, "We, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence." And referring to the conditions of siege, essentially, that Gaza was under while Israel was controlling its borders, they refer to Gaza as an open-air prison, and therefore there's an implication that October 7th violence was somehow justified as some kind of retaliation, or as we shall see, a resistance. These are euphemisms for broad and unacceptable violence altogether. And the euphemism becomes the order of the day. Here's another one that I found especially difficult from the Columbia School of Social Work that refers to October 7th as a Palestinian counter-offensive. And as you can see, Richie Torres has some very choice words for this. How ironic coming out of the School of Social Work after all. But there's no question that anti-Semitism in the United States explodes after October 7th. Here is a chart from the Anti-Defamation League that records the number of anti-Semitic incidents that are reported over the last 3 years. And these are all, of course, concentrated in the period after October 7th, which is one of those, I think, in many ways, psychologically very bizarre things that, when the Jews are attacked, it's as if that provides impetus for others to attack them as well. But at any rate, you can see the chart here clearly indicates the explosion of violence. But it's somewhat misleading to look at this period here. A very talented young doctoral candidate at the Université Laval in Canada sent me this really interesting chart. His name is José Manuel Rodriguez Caballero. And this is based on reported incidents of anti-Semitic attacks in Canada. And as you can see, the dots indicate the actual number, and then that gray line and that black line indicate the projected progression. It seems that since 2002, anti-Semitism seemed to be on the wane, but then all of a sudden you have these outliers in 2021, 2022, and of course 2023. They're shown in the pink and the goldenrod circles there. And he has a lot to say about the influence of COVID on the surge of anti-Semitism. Obviously, there's much more, but it wasn't just October 7th that was contributing to the surge. It's as if there was a preparation, this is part of his thesis, that COVID allowed for the expression of far more virulent forms of anti-Semitism. So this should all be fairly obvious to all of us, especially those of us who are following the news carefully, and those of us who live in neighborhoods where we experience this kind of attacks on Jews, unfortunately physically, but also, verbally and in other ways, microaggressions. So, one of the most bizarre phenomena of this period was the strange need of many people, especially young people, to somehow deface or erase posters associated with those Jews who were killed. Some arguing that they were propaganda used to justify the Israeli attack on Gaza, which in a sense is certainly true. The attack on Gaza, one of the main goals is to get the kidnapped people out of there, to remove hostages from Gaza. Another goal, I think very reasonable, is to destroy Hamas's ability to ever launch an attack like this again. But the posters seem to strike a nerve among many people who see them, regardless of one's political orientation and feelings about states in the Middle East. We should be able to understand how horrific it is for a child to be torn from his parents and taken into captivity, which we have in this situation. And nevertheless, the phenomenon of the terror these things down. Why did that happen? I hope to come back towards the end of this lecture. Let's look at the actual statistics. So this is from a Harvard Harris. It's a very well-respected, comes out monthly, where they ask a significant number of Americans what they think about a wide variety of issues. Now, it tends to be predominantly political, measuring Americans' political attitudes, who's in the next election and so on. But since, so many other issues in politics, we're very fortunate that they ask questions about the conflict in Gaza as well. And as you can see here, in November 2023, the month after the October 7th attack, Israel has a remarkably high favorability rating. It's the third most favorable institution viewed by American citizens. Remarkable that only the U.S. military and the police are regarded with greater respect and admiration. And Israel is regarded with greater value than, let's say, the U.S. Supreme Court, Department of Justice, news organizations like CNN, Fox News, and so on, confidence in Israel that we see in the bronze of the American public, which is quite distinct from what we're seeing happening in the artificial environment of the higher education institutions. However, when we zoom in on the age demographic, we see some very frightening things. Have a look at the map on the right here, or the chart on the right. This is a question that I'll show you how it evolves over time. A simple question, in general, in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? And as you can see, overwhelming number of Americans in November sided with Israel, 84%. It's true that 16% sided with Hamas, which I find very troubling, but nevertheless, it's a small number, less than 1 in 5. However, look at the chart below, and you see that when you break these answers down by age group, you see that people over 65, they seem to be very intelligent, and they understand the situation. 95% of them sympathize with Israel in November 2023. This is before the wide-scale Israel attack on Gaza to destroy Hamas and to release the hostages. But with every decade younger, that support for Israel fades until you get to this crucial age, 18 to 24. These are basically college-age students, and only half of them, 52%, support Israel over Hamas. That means that shortly after October 7th, if you ask the typical American between the ages of 18 and 24, it was a 50-50 split whether they would support Israel or support Hamas in the current conflict. That's a remarkable number to see that there's been such a split, a bifurcation on this issue. When you ask them also, do you think it's true that Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 Israeli citizens by shooting them, raping and beheading people, including whole families, kids and babies, or is that a false story? It's very well documented. We have actually the GoPro videos from the pogroms themselves, and you can see that 83% of Americans say absolutely that's true. We believe those horrible things happen. But when you look at the younger generation, 32% of them say no, we don't think it's true. There's a lot to say about why this is. I personally think it's probably because we don't have the same kind of news dissemination that we used to have 10, 20, 30 years ago. Where I remember when I was a kid, and my father would turn on the news at 11 o'clock, and it would be CBC, and you would have like an announcer who would say the news, and it was like, that was the truth. This is what actually happened. We had tremendous confidence in our newscasters. But nowadays, younger people tend to consume much of their information about the world from social media sources, which have not only the challenges of not relying on journalistic ethics, which that's sometimes a questionable thing too, but also social media tends to feed back to the viewer the kinds of information that will resonate with them most, keep them on that platform and keep them clicking on the ads. So it's not an extremely reliable source of objective information, and that may be coloring it. But that's back in November. We see that over the course of the last few months, a tremendous number of protest movements in favor of Hamas and more generally Palestine. This particular slogan was especially problematic. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There are a couple other versions of it, as you can see. And for many Jews and Israelis especially, we see this as essentially a call for the destruction. Many of the apologists for this statement believe that, no, you have to interpret it differently, referring to freedom in a much more general sense, not necessarily free from Jews, Judenrein, but freedom for everyone to express themselves and so on. And this is a little bit like, how do you translate the term jihad or holy war? Is that like an internal struggle, or is that like a physical war? So that's the kind of thing that was circulating when this began to be very popular. A remarkable scholar, Ron Hassner at the University of California, actually went out there and conducted a survey of students, and it turned out that actually most students were confused about geography. When it said the river, they could not identify Jordan. They asked perhaps it's the Euphrates or the Nile. And when it came into the sea. They were guessing not only the Mediterranean, but also the Atlantic and even the Caribbean Sea. And once the geography was explained to them and how this idea from the River Sea meant erasing the state of Israel, actually many of them changed their feelings about that particular chant and revised them accordingly. And they are supported by those who are protesting are supported by a network, a very disparate network. I also, Yero, he sent me several links to organizations that will allow you to download free posters that you can use at your next protest. And there's all kinds of organizational materials, Resistance 101, that are providing, coaching for young people to participate in this kind of venture. And there's a certain element to this that seems grassroots and legitimate, but there are also some very troubling elements that suggest that it may have some outside sources of funding and organization. Just have a look at this, for example. This comes from the Wall Street Journal, did a visualization of the number of protests after the killing of George Floyd. And as you can see, there's an eruption of them in the summer of 2020, shortly after the video of his killing was circulating. And then with time, the amplitude of the number of those protests slowly decreases. And especially as you get to the winter time, they drop off to zero. And that's, that looks like a human pattern of people who are spontaneously outraged and express that outrage. And then slowly, life goes back to normal. But when you look at the protests that we have been enduring lately, the amplitude, look at that screen on the bottom there, the amplitude is very different. It's not a big surge at the beginning in October, November. It's pretty constant with spikes pretty much every weekend and sustaining itself throughout. I don't know a lot about how social movements are organized and how they perpetuate themselves, but this particular chart strikes me as highly artificial, as if there are regular infusions of cash, organization, material, who knows. We shall see what happens now that the semester has ended and summers begin and summer jobs and things like that. The few encampments that are up there may change dramatically for reasons, totally unrelated to this, but we'll see how that develops. At any rate, if we come to the most recent Harvard-Harris poll, the April poll that was released just about a week ago, on the left, you see the question we've been tracking: do you support Israel more or Hamas? And you can see that the younger generation seems to have been picking up their studies a little bit, and the support for Hamas has dropped from 48% to 43%. That is somewhat encouraging. And I think it's also important to note that, the news is suffused with the stories of protest because, that it sells newspapers and sells advertising. But the broad swath of Americans are still solidly behind Israel. This particular chart, which asks Americans back in April, do you think that Israel should invade Rafah to find the last hostages there and to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who are hiding in the tunnels? 72% of Americans and 57% of our youngest generation say absolutely. They should go in there, finish what they need to do. There's a very strong minority, 28% of all Americans, 43% of the youngest age group, who disagree. But nevertheless, that's still a very solid majority, basically behind Israel. So while we're seeing that there's a lot of cause for alarm, to be sure, we should understand that the general mood of America, when you're outside of the elite university campuses, is still definitely very pro-Israel. But we are still troubled by the numbers, especially on the youth. And I'm going to focus on them a little bit more. At this point, what I'd like to do is to go back a little bit in history and look at the history of anti-Semitism as ideology, as a kind of dark theology, and try to understand how it has evolved over time. Scholars have identified four really basic periods where anti-Semitism adapts to the changing cultural, political, religious, social values of the societies in which it lives. And we can really see, four big chapters in this history. I would like to tender for your consideration that we are now, unfortunately, on the cusp of a fifth possibility, or fifth variant. But let's go through the four historical versions to begin with. On the left, you see a photograph of Jean-Paul Sartre, a very important French existentialist philosopher. After World War II, he wrote this book, which is a very small, thin book, and I found it very, very moving. Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question, which is really, it's a misnomer. It's not the Jewish question. It's the anti-Semitic question. What do we do about all this anti-Semitism? But he writes in here, si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait, which translates as, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And Sartre proposes a model of understanding anti-Semitism where the anti-Semite needs the Jew to explain the anti-Semite's lack of success in life. Kind of like a jealousy model, where when an anti-Semite feels discomfited by rapid change in society, by uncertainty of the economy or uncertainty of personal status and things like that, and casts about for a victim, for someone to blame, the Jews are conveniently there. Now, in another form, we could discuss the merits of this particular thesis, but it's certainly a self-propagating kind of philosophy, because if that is true, then you can look back and say in time and say, wow, look, the Greeks hated Jews, and the Romans hated the Jews, and the Germans and the French and so on. This is nothing new. It's always been happening. So the more anti-Semitism exists, the more it is easy to propagate into a future environment. Even in environments where there are hardly any Jews, like in Japan, where you actually have translations of notorious anti-Semitic forgeries, like the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. So let's dive into this a little bit. We should begin, first of all, with our terminology. The word anti-Semitism, especially spelled with a hyphen, was invented by this man, Wilhelm Marr, who was himself an anti-Semite. And he wanted to find a more polite alternative to the popular terms Judenhass and Judenfeinde, which is German for Jew hatred. Those are very crude, vulgar terms. And so he said, wait a second, I'm not a Jew hater. It's just that the Jews are involved in this world conspiracy, which we'll call Semitism. He borrowed that term from linguistic theory that was developing in the late 19th century. And I'm anti-Semitism. I'm against this fictitious, conspiracy of Jews to destroy the world. This is where he came up with it, a book called The Way to the Victory of Germanness Over Jewishness. And because he argued that Semitism was a thing, which it is not, that's why it is spelled in English with a hyphen. Ironically, in German, it's not spelled with a hyphen, but that's the way English grammar works. Your anti-Semitism, which supposes that Semitism is a thing. Most scholars today have adopted the spelling without the hyphen because anti-Semitism is a thing of itself. It's not opposition to Semitism. It is a kind of hatred that is just expressed with this bizarre kind of theory. So that's the term we used, and that's the term that was invented in the 1880s, and it has gained widespread circulation. It may be time to actually retire this term because it is no longer sufficient to describe what is the status quo today. So let's look at the three earliest chapters and then a little bit more time on the modern chapter that is associated with Marr going forward. Classical xenophobia. The term xenophobia means fear of the stranger. Xenos is like stranger or guest in Greek. Actually, there's an Aramaic term, achsania. When we say posum b'chvod achsania, to open up first with praise of the host. So host guests, Guests are often strangers. That's where the relationships and sorry for its tangent. At any rate, when you look at the classical Greek and Roman authors, who often had lots of negative things to say about Jews, most of those things are clearly rooted in basic cultural misunderstandings. Like, for example, the Romans would look at the Jews and say, how lazy are these people? They take a day off 1 in every 7. How is that possible that you can go through your life not working 1 day in 7? So they called the Jews slothful. They called the Jews, ironically, atheistic because they refused to bow down to idols, which was the civic religion of the day. So they are not worshiping any gods. Well, they must be atheistic, which is hilarious, really, because it's the opposite. They worship a one invisible God, which was very hard for the Romans to grasp. So there are all kinds of things like this where the Romans and Greeks felt like we don't get those Jews. They're so weird. And so for their antipathy to them is basically rooted in very easily explained misunderstanding. This, for example, is the Arch of Titus, the famous arch that commemorates the Roman victory over Judea in the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, the revolt that resulted in destruction of the temple. And as you can see underneath it, there is this remarkable bas-relief that shows the Jews carting off as slaves the various spoils from the temple, the menorah, and so on. So you can't really call this anti-Semitic, like we'll see later, because this is essentially normal war propaganda. The ancients, the medievals, and the moderns all celebrate military victories. They often, portray their defeated enemies in a negative light, and that's just, normal human interrelations, whether we like it or not. So classical xenophobia is not kind of like a bizarre psychological pathology, as we shall see later. When you move to the second period of Christian anti-Judaism, this is a period that is especially associated specifically with the birth of Christianity because of its unique relationship to its mother religion. Since Christianity is born from Judaism, the earliest Christians were all Jews, the apostles, and so on, and they're trying to articulate their identity in opposition to or as distinction from their mother religion. And so the kind of arguments that you see in this kind of anti-Jewish dialectic are fundamentally religious in nature. So, for example, you see it illustrated in a lot of Gothic art. The classic example of ecclesia et synagoga, a woman representing the church, always on the left side of the image, and a woman representing the synagogue, the Jews, on the right. These kinds of large, monumental pieces are often on the sides of cathedrals, like this one in Strasbourg, are very useful to explain the complicated relationship between Christianity and Judaism to illiterate peasants who make their way to the cathedral for education. And as you can see on the left, the church ecclesia is represented with a crown, upright staff, holding a chalice. The bodice is done up properly, and so on. And she's a respectable figure, and so on. And she is looking kind of daggers at her sister, the synagogue, who is disgraced. She's lost her crown. Her staff is broken, indicating the loss of temporal power. She is holding in her left hand, her weaker hand, the tablets representing the law, the Torah, and she's holding them, with the ends of her fingers as if they're falling out of her grasp. She's actually, her posture is one of decline. She's falling away from the rock, and she is finally blindfolded, as if she's unable to see the truth. So the whole message is that Christianity takes over from Judaism, that Judaism is the rejected sibling and Christianity is the new favorite sibling. And this is how, you could explain the theology. This is obviously something which Jews would disagree with. They do not agree with this particular description of how Christianity should be understood vis-a-vis Judaism. But nevertheless, this is a theological dispute basically between a priest and a rabbi. It's not really violent to the degree that we shall see in the next stage. But sometimes there are elements that cross over. For example, this image from a stained glass window in Verben, Germany, 15th century. And you can see on the left the ecclesia with the upright staff, the chalice riding a tetramorph, a mythical beast that harkens back to the book of Yechezkel. And a hand descends from heaven and crowns her, indicating divine favor. On the right, however, you see the synagogue. She is riding on a sterile animal, a mule, and she's holding on to a ram's horn from a decapitated from a ram, which indicates, a dissatisfaction with the Jews, reliance on the carnal sacrifices of the temple. Her staff is broken. She's blindfolded. Her crown is knocked off her head. And in case you didn't get the overall message, there is another hand extending from the clouds above and inserting a sword into the top of her skull, and very, very strong and really unambiguous signal of disapproval. So this is very different from the classical xenophobic period. This is a conflict that it was rooted in a religious difference and religious dispute. So it's a new evolution, really, of anti-Jewish feeling. When we get to the medieval period, and now I want to warn those of you who may have sensitivities, you have young people perhaps watching with you, this might not be the best section. You might want to skip over it or cover the computer. The medieval period, particularly 15th century and onward, which coincides with a lot more means of disseminating ideas through printing, for example. That's when you begin to see anti-Semitism go way off the rails, and it becomes deeply pathological. The idea, for example, of the blood libel, which begins first in 1144 with the charge of ritual murder, and then surges after the 13th century and just spreads like wildfire. This strange, bizarre idea that Jews must capture a Christian child, torture it, drain it of blood, drain him or her of blood, well, it's always him, and then use that blood for matzah and all kinds of things like this. Total craziness, completely divorced from the truth. And it's such a bizarre argument that the popes frequently denounced it, saying, it's not true. Don't believe people who tell you these things. But there's often a huge gap between what happens at the highest levels of church and what happens in the laity. And this idea of blood libel becomes incredibly popular and persists right up to the 20th century. It has tenuous connections to religion, in that the child victim is supposed to be some kind of reenactment of the original passion, but those religious elements really seem to just serve the narrative, which is much more bloodthirsty. And so many other examples of this, especially in association with the devil, in this very commonly circulated image of the Jew, the Judensau, the Jewish pig. On the top, you see a victim of the blood libel, and in the main picture there, you see a devil associated with the Jews. It's also a period when Jews are accused of witchcraft and sorcery and involvement with the devil, and they're doing horrific things with the pig. Very popular image, widely circulated, particularly in Germany. So this kind of like bizarre, nasty hatred, quite different from the earlier period, which was much more kind of sedate and religious in terms of, dispute over how to interpret, for example, the book of Isaiah. This is like really bloodthirsty. It's really violent, and it's brilliant, and it's a totally new level. All of these elements, however, do have some vestiges in contemporary anti-Jewish antipathy, such as, for example, this scandalous image that was printed in 2020, which commemorates the death of young Simon of Trent, which we saw actually 2 images ago, in a hyper-realistic, modern style. And clearly the images of these gleeful Jews torturing this child, one of the most offensive depictions of anti-Semitism in the 20th century, the 21st century, even though it harkens to a 15th century. So that's the first 3 periods of the ideological shifts of anti-Semitism. And as you can see, I hope, anti-Semitism, it's like a virus that when it finds a new host, it simply finds ways to infect that host most. efficiently, and it has an unusual degree of adaptability to a wide variety of cultural, historical circumstances. So this takes us up basically to the 19th century, and that's when we get the period of what we call modern anti-Semitism. This is a term that's correctly called anti-Semitism per se, because this is when the term is invented. It circulates around the combination of a couple of years. One of the most important books was this essay on the inequality of the human races. And this idea of racism is really fleshed out in the 19th century. It's a huge step down from basic color bias, which is much older. The notion, kind of going from Charles Darwin's theories and applying it to humanity, that there's different races, Africans and Europeans, or blacks and Arabs, if you will, and they all have different strengths and skill weaknesses, and they struggle with each other to capitalize on scarce resources. The Jews in this system, which is deeply anti-Semitic, are a parasite race who are perceived as being a kind of a germ, a bacillus that infects healthy civilizations and then is able to kind of eat them on the inside and then move on to another host. This is, you will note, completely devoid of any religious moorings, because the 19th century is when religion is in steep decline, and anti-Semites simply can't get any traction with the old religious ideas of anti-Christian Judaism and so on, or the blood libel and so on. And so they have this new sort of quasi-scientific idea of what the Jews mean. You see a lot of images like this. This is actually an election poster from Austria, 1920, shows a obviously Jewish kind of worm snake thing strangling the Austrian eagle. The text says German Christians, actually there's the text that's missing on top. It says vote Christian Socialists, the name of the party, German Christians, and save Austria, right? Save it from the Jew who's choking it from within. And here's a remarkable book cover from Arthur Dinter. Translation of the title is The Sin Against the Blood, a novel of the times. And you can see the muscular, healthy Aryan who, if it weren't for the fact that he had this massive, overweight, fleshy Jewish vulture weighing him down, he would be able to get up and be strong and do whatever he needed to. But it is the Jewish presence that is the sin against the blood that is weakening German society. So notice, no religious elements here, no, Christian Jewish dialogue or apologies, polemics, race, and one more element, the idea of a conspiracy theory. That the Jews, who are racially distinct, they're often portrayed in this kind of caricature, are engaged in a massive worldwide conspiracy, popularized in particular by the notorious Protocols of the Elder of Zion. I showed you the Japanese translation earlier. This is a forgery that was invented by a notorious anti-Semite named Sergei Nilus in the turn of the 20th century. And it posits that Jews are somehow locked into this massive system that has all kinds of things, like he wrote about secret subway tunnels that linked major cities so Jews could move around secretly and so on. On the right, you see a typical example. This is Mexico, 1930. It translates the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. And the wealthy capitalist Jew, you can see the monopoly man in here as well. He's gleefully squeezing the globe, taking all the blood out of it with his claw-like hands. And this is essentially the message of modern anti-Semitism that we have up to the present day. The Nazis were especially notorious at developing this witch's brew of racism and conspiracy theory. Here's a terrifying children's book, propaganda for preschoolers. It's called The Poison Mushroom, Toadstool. And the whole message behind this book for children is that, hey, Jews look just like regular people. Just like mushrooms and toadstools, mushrooms being edible and delicious and toadstools being poisonous, they look the same too. You need an expert to explain to you who is a toadstool and poisonous. In other words, who is a Jew and poisonous, even though they look like regular people. Racism and conspiracy theories. All kinds of examples of this highlighting the racial differences supposed between Jews and non-Jews, Jews and Aryans, and so on. And they're all linked, as you can see in this kind of imagery that shows the Jewish compact, the Jewish conspiracy with all these Jewish names and the obviously heavy, fleshy, Semitic look of this individual and how they're all connected to one another. So that's how the Nazis took this modern anti-Semitism to its logical root. We have, unfortunately, holdouts into the 21st century. This is a photograph famous from the Charlottesville extreme right march in 2017, where the chant was, "Jew will not replace us," right? The whole idea of the sin against the blood. The Jews are infiltrating society, taking away the rightful places of Aryans and so on. Jean-Paul Sartre and the jealousy theory. There's some interesting kind of spins on this with COVID in particular, that COVID is somehow a Jewish plot to kill off large numbers of Aryans and so on. I mean, these things they would be funny if they did not have adherents. But unfortunately, there are people who believe these things. Now I'd like to bring us to the final remarks. I'd like to suggest that we're now possibly on the cusp of a fifth kind of Jew hatred that represents a qualitative difference from previous types of anti-Semitism. I find it deeply concerning. So let me share it with you. I've seen a few different ways to kind of term this. There's actually several essays written in the recent issue of the Jewish Review of Books on this. It's called anti-Israelism. It's a kind of anti-Semitism that is focused specifically on the land of Israel, the state of Israel, as the justification for more typical anti-Semitic attitudes. There are three basic fundamentals, but before I go to it, I'm going to show you one image. Again, this is a very, very troubling image that actually came out well before October 7th, but it captures a lot of the kind of tone of anti-Islamism. Once again, for those of you who are sensitive, please skip away. This image, which portrays an Israeli soldier stabbing a child in the heart, clearly evocative of the blood libel, Simon of Trent that we saw earlier, but it's divorced from obvious religious connotations and is subsumed with political connotations. Now, this kind of image, perhaps a person might subconsciously see it and not blame all Jews, but certainly blames Israel in particular, and it's hard not to see how the blood libel elements would seep out into the broader sense and call it truly anti-Semitic in the larger sense, rather than a very profane and vulgar political caricature. I would say that this anti-Israelism, this possible fifth type of anti-Semitism, has three basic fundamentals. And I think as we see more of this and study it more, we may find others. But the first one is the basic idea that Israel is an illegitimate state. They like to refer to it, for example, as the Zionist entity, as if they don't want to even say the word Israel. And it may be illegitimate for a whole host of different reasons. I mean, one of the principal things about anti-Semitism is that it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to kind of loosely hang together ideologically, enough for you to believe even a piece of it, get a toehold in it. So Israel is considered illegitimate because it is, a settler colonialist state. When not only is that laughable, because it's actually, if you really want to call it a colonial state, it's actually the most successful example of anti-colonialism. It is the reversal of colonialism with the return of indigenous people and taking away their country from the ultimate colonial power of the 19th century, the British Empire. If you on simply on one base, another country, there's no point in going knocking all these different arguments down as they're silly in many ways. Israel, for example, the land was purchased. In the 19th century, the land was legally acquired. And following that, there were defense wars. And we have, the realities of what happens after wars, negotiations, and peace treaties. So I don't really spend our time talking about why these ideas are ridiculous, but I just try to imagine what are people thinking when they're engaged. So the first idea that's very important is that the belief that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state. Secondly, because it is illegitimate, these anti-Israelists argue that erasing the historical anomaly of the state of Israel is justified often by any means, including attacks on non-Israeli Zionists, which means the vast majority of the Jews of the world who identify as Zionists, who consider Israel their historical homeland. And there's a tremendous amount of euphemism that circulates around this, referring to attacks on Israel or Zionists as resistance. The use of somewhat vague foreign terms like intifada, where anyone who lived through the second is exactly what that really means. So this is the second fundamental, the idea that if we accept the premise that Israel is somehow an illegitimate state, and I would love to see anyone show me a legitimate state by those kinds of measures, then erasing that state is somehow justified. And furthermore, and often in the very childish thinking of people who have never had to experience war, they will, blithely say things like that Israel should be wiped off the map. And they clearly have no idea what that actually means on a human scale. And third, and this is what I find especially troubling, the participation of Jews in these movements, these anti-Israelite movements, anti-Israel movements, lends legitimacy to the movement itself. It's a kind of tokenism, but nevertheless, it seems to be very prominent. Like, it's amazing to me how much we see various Jewish individuals and sometimes organizations at the forefront of these. And what exactly does that mean? I want to point you to one incident that I saw last week that I found deeply saddening and troubling. This is a presser held at the Capitol. You can see several members of Congress in the background there, clearly pleased with the speaker, who is a young 19-year-old student at George Washington University. First name is Miriam. And she speaks, you can actually go to the forward website and listen to the speech. She speaks about how, as a young person, she had no access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. Make of that what you will. There are neighborhoods where you will find anti-Zionist synagogues, but there are very few that are truly anti-Zionist. There are many that are non-Zionist, maybe, but at any rate, because of that, she felt deprived because she had never had a bat mitzvah. She was never able to enjoy whatever it meant to be a bat mitzvah. But at the encampment at George Washington University, where she was demonstrating, not only did they have Shabbat services, but they actually had a rabbi come with a Torah scroll, and there in Shahada Square, which is what they renamed that quad, she had her bat mitzvah. So now she discovered her Jewish identity and her Jewish roots in the center of this essentially pro-Hamas rally. Why do I say pro-Hamas? Well, it doesn't take much scratching to find Hamas in this. For example, she referred to where she had her bat mitzvah as Shahada Square. This was what the protesters renamed the quad. Shahada means martyr square, like a shahid, someone who, for example, dies in the course of a suicide bombing. And the Shahada is also one of the 5 pillars of Islam. It is a sentence that proclaims Muhammad's preeminence as a prophet, and it's actually the core of the conversion to Islam ritual. So much so that we see it in many contexts. This is actually the Shahada written, and you may see the green background as familiar because this is actually the Hamas flag. So it doesn't take too many levels of separation until you get to that point. And what does it mean that a young person would find her Jewish identity specifically in this kind of moment? So I'm very proud of myself. I have actually kept myself on time, so I'm going to conclude, but I'd like to take myself just a little bit outside of my comfort zone, if you don't mind. I normally prefer to speak only about things that are firmly in the past. I'm a historian, and it's not my comfort zone to address current events. Nevertheless, I was asked by Rabbi Kurbel to speak last night at the Queens Jewish Center, and he specifically wanted me to address, okay, what does history teach us about the moment we're in right now? History is stubbornly silent on what we're supposed to do. History just sits there. Historians, on the other hand, may have something, and I try to eschew that particular practice, but I feel that since Rabbi Kurbel asked me, I would at least make an attempt at how I personally view the current moment, and hopefully you'll continue as well. So what you see on the screen here is a text when I was researching things for Passover, and you'll see in the Hebrew a very, very well-known passage from the Haggadah read at the Passover table, and it reads, in every generation they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. However, under Russian censorship law, no Jewish text is approval, and so in Vilnius in 1859, the censor insisted on adding things. You can see there's circle in white there and red. He put rising up against in the past tense. He used to rise up against, but now we live in the paradise of Tsarist Russia. That kind of thing doesn't happen anymore. No more anti-Semitism. It's like gorgeous here. And then he changed the divine rescue from the present tense, meaning God is still here always and protecting us. He put it in the past tense because back then we were persecuted, no longer under the Tsar. Therefore, we no longer need current protection from God. That was the censor's attempt to make this, acceptable for 1859. But if we look at another text from this period that I find especially important for this context, and this is also, by the way, printed 1853 as it happens in Russia, and this managed to get past the censor. It's, of course, a passage, if you're reading the Hebrew, from the Inasana Tokef prayer, which we read on the holidays, a very solemn and moving prayer that offers the solution of repentance, and then above the word teshuvah is written in small letters, psalm, prayer, tefillah, voice, and tzedakah, diminishes the severity of the degrees. And if this is kind of like the prescription, so looking back in history, I see three really important ways that we can seize upon this moment and find our way through this perhaps new evolution or devolution of anti-Semitism. First of all, in terms of teshuvah, one of the most awful periods in our history is undoubtedly the destruction of the Second Temple, which is characterized by incredible divisions between Jewish groups. The fighting between Jews in the year 69, before Titus even breached the walls of Jerusalem, was horrific and far worse than what they had ever endured before. Zealots attacking zealots, innocent people, blood flowing in the streets, burning each other's grain stores. And obviously that ended in horrific destruction and terrible tragedy for Jewish people. But at the very same time, you have this phenomenon. This is the Theodotus inscription. It is one of the oldest pieces of synagogue furniture or appurtenances that have survived. It comes from the 1st century, probably the 1st century BCE, and it is a plaque. Every synagogue has to have a plaque. The earliest thing that happened in the synagogue basically is a plaque. And it's just how Theodotus, paid for the synagogue, paid for the plumbing, things like that, and everyone could enjoy it. And this Theodotus inscription speaks to the idea that Jews are strongest when they come together and they look at their first principles. I was especially moved in this context, this Cuba moment, by something that was forwarded to me. This is Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who's a Reform rabbi, who had the incredible courage to speak just a while ago to his congregation. The sermons are taped and posted. And he asked this difficult question: why are so many of the young Jewish protesters, graduates and alumni of Reform synagogues, youth groups and camps, what did we do wrong? Can you imagine getting up and saying to your congregation, what did we do wrong? And most importantly, what should we be doing now to instill in our youngsters the core Jewish value of Ahavat Yisrael, which he defines here as love, concern, and responsibility for fellow Jews. Now, I'm not including this particular clip here to knock Rabbi Hirsch, God forbid, or his movement, or anything like that, but I'm saying that he took a heroic stand to speak to his congregation about, hey, we're seeing this, we're seeing this happening. What did we do wrong? And every single, in my humble opinion, should be engaging in self-searching as well. That's Cuba. That's going back and looking at first principles. And I will say that I have had many interactions with Jewish people who are involved in protests. And you know, the blood of Isaiah and Amos flows through their veins. And I believe they are misguided, but they are pursuing much of these protests in good faith, believing that they're actually supporting what is right and just in Israel. They do not see themselves as self-hating Jews, and in my humble opinion, I certainly don't think we should treat them as self-hating Jews. We should do our best to draw them close with love. Anyways, I'm stepping outside of historian. Let's look at the second thing, tefillah. Right? So tefillah also happens in synagogue. This is a synagogue from Israel from the 5th century in Hamat area. And even though it was, 3rd, 4th century, I believe, even though it was hundreds of years after the destruction of the temple, the mosaic still has references to the various appurtenances in the synagogue itself. And what's fascinating about the time that this was built, a period of phenomenal crisis for world Jewry, and especially in Israel. The Jews had fought and lost 3 major wars with the Romans. They tried once more in 352, a smaller rebellion, horribly crushed. It was clear that the Romans had no patience left for the institution of the Nasi, the patriarch, and in fact it would only be a few decades before they ended that. And it's at that time, when things looked most bleak, the Jews got together and recorded the Jerusalem, the core text that went on, especially in its Babylonian variant, to become what some would call the Constitution of Judaism. Phenomenal creativity, massive scholarly effort, and it happened at an extremely dark time. Because at this time when they said, you know what, we can't rely on the current status quo to be able to calculate the months, it's now time that we put down a fixed mathematical calendar that we have to this day. So when Jews come together in Cuba, and they come together in prayer in their synagogues, they find incredible reserves of strength and creativity to solve problems that survive the Jewish people throughout the centuries. Finally, the last one, tzedakah, mammon, that should be fairly obvious, but I think that it makes me think about my own Ashkenazi roots. The Ashkenazim, you know, even though they're incredibly powerful today and a huge influence on the course of world history over the last 500 years or so, when you go back to the roots of Ashkenazi Jewry in the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, tiny little outposts living in northern Germany, and they basically had to figure out how to solve major problems on their own. They did not have the ability to rely on much larger Jewish population centers, and so they developed many major institutions like the Kehillah as an internal support system that was supported by mandatory taxes on every Jew. It was considered the responsibility of every Jew for every other Jew in each settlement, and they acted on it and perpetrated the Jewish people, allowed them to survive through very challenging times. So with these 3 ideas, Cuba, tefillah, tzedakah, In my humble opinion, for what it's worth, coming from a historian, not a rabbi, I think this provides you with some avenues of thought. And with that, I want to thank Ms. Lichtenstein and Patrick Winnis for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all once again. I'll conclude, and we have some time, I think, for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention and your successes in 1211. Once the Mongols returned home Ms. Lichtenstein, I'm not sure if you're able to get on. We had some technical problems. So I have a few questions in the Q&A. Let's have a look. And for those of you who want to split at this point, please do. But I'll look at the Q&A until I can. So, anonymous attendee writes, what is the actual ethno-religious background of people currently referring to themselves as Palestinians? Well, if we break that term down, ethno-religious, the religious term, obviously, the Palestinians are basically Sunni Muslims. There are quite a few Christians as well, but they appear overwhelmingly to those groups. It's ironic that Hamas, which is Sunni, gets most of its financial support from Iran, which is Shiite, but that's basically their religious background. So the ethnic background, it's clear that most of them are of Arabian stock, which is closely related to Jews. We are distant cousins to one another, which is, of course, validated by the biblical text as well. Isaac and Ishmael were half brothers through their father Abraham. But it's very messy and difficult to try and tease out the genetic differences between them, the DNA type differences. That's helpful. Mr. Rodnitsky writes that my lecture, Dr. Asen, your lectures brought me close to Jerusalem during the Austrian lockdown. I'm a former student of Michael Siegel. That's nice. Please send my regards. Not a question, though. Let's see if we can get another question. Robert Satanic, why don't the students go to jail after the break-in? It's a question. I am not a lawyer. I am a school administrator, and I suppose if God forbid I have to deal with those questions, maybe I deal with them differently, but it's a good question. It's not really something I'm interested in. Oh, look at that. Matt Sachs is online. Nice to see you, Matt. Great to have you here, Dr. Matthew Sachs. Bay Shapiro, what is the definition of Semitism? So, Semitism as an idea, it's kind of a made-up idea. We use this word to describe a made-up thing. The made-up thing is this world Jewish conspiracy. That's what Semitism is supposed to be. And it's not accurate because Arabs are also Semites. They're not included in the world conspiracy. And there is no world conspiracy to begin with, so it's kind of like a silly term we're using, and we haven't used for the last 140 years, but maybe it's time to retire it because it is just too far away from utility. So what anonymous attendee asked again, what word should be used instead? I don't know, Jew hatred, going back to the original term Yud Nahas, hard to disagree with that, regardless of its vulgarity, but it is a vulgar idea. And if we want to speak with some precision, then the anti-Israelism maybe is better. Now, we should note, of course, that the opposite of anti-Israelism is not pro-Israelism, because you can have people who are pro-Israel, and still criticize the Israeli government. That's entirely within the realm of normal human political discourse, as of course many Israelis exercise that right to this day. So it's a complicated and difficult thing to use. Mr. Cook asks, how closely is the 1946 Gales program follow typical medieval blood libel? I'd rather not answer that question because I'm not holding in the Gales pogrom, perhaps in another video. Diaz, why does Israel seemingly befriend nations that promote anti-Semitism such as Saudi Arabia? Politics, there's a lot of strange politics that it's not at all uncommon for many nations to see politics make strange bedfellows. So that's the bottom line. Are riots on U.S. campuses led by Arab students and instigators similar to European student riots? Should the FBI investigate these leaders by tracing the funding for these student riots? This is quite fascinating. You know, what has been coming lately, and I really would like to see the research on this. Roughly half, sometimes 2/3 of the people who are arrested are not students, faculty, or staff at the universities where there are protests. And in some cases, they have identified professional lifelong agitators who have organized protests in other cities for other causes. So there's definitely a certain element of professionalism going on, including a lot of the sharing of the materials I referred to earlier. Nobody asked me other than you and Anna Fraternity what the FBI should do, but personally I think that would be a good use of their time to figure out where's the money coming, who are these people, how do they feed themselves. Bob Olesh asked me to comment on the thought that then when there is less anti-Semitism, there is more assimilation, and less Jewish. When there is anti-Semitism, Jewish people stick together in more of these threatening environments. So that comment is, I think, when you look historically at the Jewish communities, you see that the phenomena that Jews tend to, or you see as often accompanying flourishing Jewish communities, is when there is a small amount of anti-Semitism. Not enough for anyone to get hurt, God forbid. Not enough to really hold people back. But kind of like a low-level degree of anti-Semitism that's basically social in nature. It's not violent, God forbid. That kind of like constant outside irritation is to be correlated with strong Jewish communities. When there is very little anti-Semitism, then Jews take care of it themselves, and they tend to become more centrifugal and drift away from their center and so on. So it's a very valid observation. Mr. Schreiber asks, how worried am I for my physical safety? Usually I'm okay. Usually I'm not too worried about this. I walk around downtown Manhattan just like I am. Sometimes people notice that I'm Jewish. And I'm more worried about people who seem to be like mentally ill than I am about people who are this country is still, I think, fairly stable. So I'm not, but we have seen horrible, and it was actually before this entire crisis, attacks on obviously religious Jews in Crown Heights and Polo Park, places like that. Oh boy, okay. I'm gonna, let's see. Another anonymous attendee, I don't know if it's the same one, but he or she is Asian, and he or she is also deeply disturbed by all these civilian deaths in Gaza. And I think I am also deeply disturbed by civilian deaths in Gaza. God forbid I would never want to argue the opposite. I do not, however, have the temerity to tell the Israeli government what they should do. I sit at home and in the library reading books. I'm not a soldier, I'm not a military expert. I just wish they would find a way to get the hostages back and to go into the war and find a way to rid Hamas of its power to attack Israel in the future. I think those are two worthy goals. Are they doing it in the best way possible? This is a debate that Israelis are engaged in very deeply. It's quite divided in Israeli society now as to exactly what degree of force should be used, how it should be applied, and so on. So I don't have a really good answer other than to reaffirm what I think is the value of your question. And I do agree that I think the world holds Israel to a higher standard, but I think Israel also holds itself to a higher standard too. Okay, let's see. Thank you for things. That's great.
After crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his
I should probably wrap up now because most of these are
the strategic mastermind of the campaign.
Thank you so much for staying with me so long in this presentation. I hope that we'll have more opportunities to discuss this in the future. And let's hope that we can good news.
Since Jebbe and Joch's army was intended as a diversionary force, Jebbe advised retreat, but the headstrong Jochi disobeyed his father's instructions not to engage in a pitched
list of
like their previous
awards and accomplishments.
But the Mongols managed to inflict heavy
I'll just mention that he's a YouTube Silver Creator Award, which clearly shows that he is a person who has a remarkable ability to take history, which is such an important discipline of studies. According to Moshe Loman says in the Torah, you're supposed to study history, but to be able to take history in a very serious way and be able to convey its messages and its lessons in a way that is interesting and engaging, even on social media, is really a testament to the skill and to the talents of our speaker. This current project is a 3-volume survey of coming from foreign publishers. We want to thank our sponsors this morning, Linda and Stephen Rothschild, who sponsored this lecture, and Stephen's mother, Edith Rothschild, Esther Bass, Chaco, Cohen, before I want to take any more of his time.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate the very kind introduction. I really enjoy, in a strange way, coming here. I know the only time I come here is on Tisha B'Av, but your attention and your intelligence and your wise questions are always going to move this back. I think you'll have to find a spot, probably closer. Who may be online. With Tisha B'Av, we've all sitting on the ground or on chairs if necessary. We're fasting, and I feel personally very much more invested in history today than I think I have over the 35 odd years that I've been studying history at the tertiary level. Just a few minutes ago, the rabbi introduced a kina on a mimeograph sheet of paper, a Xerox sheet of paper, that belongs in our keynotes but has not yet been published. I was overwhelmed with emotion because this is a moment when we're not, like in previous years when I speak on Tisha B'Av, we'd always pick some sad moment in Jewish history, and there were plenty to choose from, but we had like a variety of them. And from the safe position of our wealthy American homes, our comfort, our air conditioning, we're able to just choose something, a pogrom, maybe the Holocaust, and we could talk about something. And it was like hard, and it was painful, but it was distant. It happened to Yemen. It happened to another generation. Now we're living at a time where something's happened to our generation. I'm sure many of you are 1, 2, 3 degrees removed from someone who was killed on October 7th. I myself have a colleague whose son, my colleague Professor Dekofen, his son is currently one of the Khattushim in Israel. I never met his son, but I met him many times, and it feels terrifying that we are now engaged in a historical venture which is actually in our own times and as yet unresolved. So let me begin by pointing you to this coin, which you may have seen. There are many, many examples of this. This is the famous Judea Kapta coin. It's one of about 2 dozen that were issued by the Romans after destroying Jerusalem in the 70s, and kind of like a propaganda disc. We should recall that coinage currency is extremely important for the ancient world and also to a large degree for the modern world in terms of disseminating information. This is an era before billboards, before certainly television, social media, and so if you had a coin that said something and it circulated and it was of value, obviously intrinsically of value, it was extremely important. And so the Roman Empire under Vespasian and then under his son Titus, who was actually the one who destroyed the temple, they made a tremendous cause of just demonstrating their destruction of Jerusalem in the coins and in the Arch of Titus in Rome and in a public triumph, which is kind of like a massive procession ending in an execution, things like that. And as you can see on the images, it's very common. Again, there are about 24 of these, some variations. There's usually Vespasian or Titus, who we'll speak about shortly, on one side, and on the obverse, the phrase Judea capta. Judea is taken captive with a balsam tree, balsam palm, one of the most famous exports of the region at the time. And there's this looming Roman soldier, sometimes portrayed many, many times the size of this forlorn Jewish woman who represents Judea. And as you can see, she's got her head in her hand, she's, as it were, saying Tachanun. Sometimes she's shown with her hands bound behind her back, and it's all a demonstration of the might and power of Rome, meant to say, as it were, that the Jewish people are finished forever. We have totally, brought them to their knees, and they will never again rise up. And this is kind of like famous last words, which have been uttered by many, many tyrants and tormentors over our past. But what I find especially meaningful about looking at this coin today is a statement that I felt was important enough that I actually wrote it down at the bottom here, that, when I reflect on what we've gone through since October 7th, it's very clear to me that historically we are the most resilient people in human history. I am hard-pressed to find any comparable people, certainly similar duration to the Jewish people, but who have endured tremendous persecution on a cyclical basis over the years. And this oscillation between virtual destruction and then resurrection is something which is deeply characteristic of our people. But that resilience, which we have demonstrated historically, is not something that's passed down genetically. We all, in each generation, have to learn the skills that our parents and our grandparents, especially those who survived the Shoah, have to somehow learn those lessons for ourselves. We have to imbibe them in our breath and in our water, and we especially have to find a way to communicate that to our children. As we shall see in today's presentation, our children, in my humble opinion, especially here in America, are most at risk, far more than anyone sitting in this room. So let's go to the material itself. My task for today is really to explore a pasuk that the Rabbi just mentioned a few minutes ago. Remember the days of old, consider the years of ages past. Ask your parents who will inform you, your elders who will tell you. The next pasuk is not nearly as illuminating as I would want. I would hope that the next pasuk would actually say what we're supposed to know, but it doesn't actually reveal it in anything but an obscure fashion. But what's relevant about this particular pasuk is that it relates to our existence as a deeply historical people, that it is embedded in our faith and in our Weltanschauung, that we have to learn history in order somehow to gain meaning from it and pass it on to the next generation. A task which is singularly difficult. We have a few models from 19th century and 20th century thinkers. Many of you are familiar. Santayama's famous, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. At Touro University, we say this about the required history courses, by the way, that if you fail, you will have to take it again. That's the only joke I have in this entire class. William Faulkner, famous American novelist, wrote a fascinating passage in his Requiem for Anam. The past is never dead. It isn't even past. Meaning the elements that we tend to relegate to things that are no longer occurring are in fact occurring in our own day today, if only we would see them. And then finally, perhaps most sophisticated, Mark Twain, great lover of the Jewish people, wrote, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes." meaning we don't necessarily have one-to-one correlations between the events of distant history and our contemporary history, but we often find that there are elements that we can look at and understand gain some perspective on our own times. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to specifically look at the Roman-Jewish War, the first great revolt that erupted in the year 66 and ended with the fall of Masada in the year 73 or 74. And I would like to reflect on that in the light of what we have experienced since October 7th. I do not intend to give you one-to-one correlations. This happened in the year 68, therefore we should do this in Israel today. This particular cause was neglected, therefore we have to pay more attention to it today. I don't think I have the skill to do that. In fact, one of the challenges is that I spent most of my time studying history, and prophecy was a department down the hall from where I did graduate studies. It's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable talking about things which are definitely over and theoretically no longer changing. The future is a big blank to me. Nevertheless, I do feel that there is value learned from the Pasuk, value in exploring the past and using that as a starting point for our reflections for our current day. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is, what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps one of the strongest correlations between the distant past of the first Great Revolt. By the way, there were several Roman-Jewish wars, at least 3 of them, depending on how you want to count. The Great Revolt is the one that we commemorate today on Tisha B'Av. But we have tremendously unreliable narrators telling us about what exactly happened. We begin with Josephus, who is arguably the most important Jewish historian of all time. He was a tremendous raconteur. He was able to recreate, perhaps create, whole speeches of important personages in his great history of the Jewish war. But he is a deeply complex and difficult character. His background is he was born in the year 37 to an aristocratic Jewish family. He was something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various sects that were active in Jerusalem in his era, including the Essenes, which may or may not be identified with the strange Qumran community of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader, at least he tells us so, of the population in Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome on official delegations. He was very impressed with Rome as a society and a country, and in fact, he was shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found the revolt had broken out, and that he was right away impressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces in the Galil region in the north, which he commanded ably. Of course, we know this because he does so himself. But then, in a dramatic moment, as we shall discuss a little bit later, in the year 67, he was cornered by Vespasian's troops, and he elected to join in a suicide pact with the last fighters that he was with, hiding in some kind of underground cave. They agreed, very much like Masada, they agreed that they would draw straws, and the people who had the last straws would each person would kill the people with the last straws would then kill themselves. And then he ended up with one of the last straws, and then he talked to his friend and says, maybe we should rethink this, and they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming Titus, the son of Vespasian, the first emperor, and then later emperor himself, and he was aide de camp and traveled with him, with the Romans, and acting as a kind of cultural broker, helped the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting, occasionally to be some kind of ambassador to the Jews who regarded him as a traitor who had gone over to the Roman side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He even took his name, Titus Flavius Josephus. He's named after his sponsor, and he had a long career in Rome as a professorian and kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish culture for the rest of the world. That's a very bad analogy, but he was like a celebrity. He was able to interpret Judaism, which Romans were quite fascinated with, for the Romans. He wrote not only a massive history of the First Roman War, which we are dealing with very heavily today, but he also wrote a 20-volume history of the Jews from Horatius until the Roman era, called Jewish Antiquities, and a number of other works, including his own autobiography, which he wrote actually several times. So he is a very problematic narrator because on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous inside look at what happened in the war, particularly in the period when he was with the rebels. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was written for the sponsorship of the Romans. His lifestyle was paid for by the Romans. His fame was based on his association with the Romans, and they were always, as it were, looking over his shoulder. And so, although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been useful for a Jewish audience, he later switched to Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, and it was something which was designed for general publication. And so, we don't know really what he thought. We know that he wanted to portray the Jewish rebels as being brave and heroic, but on the other hand, savage and requiring discipline from the Romans. He wanted to portray the Romans as being, patient and tolerant, but ultimately at the end of their rope. And so they were nobly deciding to discipline the Jews. It's very difficult to read in Josephus to try to understand what actually happened during the war, but nevertheless, he is virtually our only source for the war. He is a problematic source, but we will rely on him heavily. We have a few other writers. For example, the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio. Tacitus comes to us with a remarkably anti-Jewish perspective, and Cassius Dio lived some time later, and so is himself very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offer the same level of detail or perspective as Josephus does, so we're left with this problematic narrative. We also have the church historian Eusebius, also very useful because he's deeply invested in things that happen in Judea, but of course, as a Christian historian trying to portray a Christological narrative in the history which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of a divine plan, it's also problematic for us. But we have to try and navigate through these difficult narrators to try to understand what exactly happened historically. Now, if I can take us to our own times, and that's what I'd like to do over the course of this lecture, is basically alternate between looking at the ancient world and looking at our own times. We're faced with the same difficulties. We have, I forgot one more very important source, I'm sorry. The Talmud. We have some amazing, fantastic, rich descriptions of the destruction of the temple, of the war in general. The Gemara in Gittin, of course, is one of the sanctioned texts that are allowed to be studied on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular source as a place where we go for historical information is that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a classroom might. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our Jewish values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from a more academic presentation. So, for example, in the Gemara in Gittin, really zones in on one specific cause for the revolt, which is, of course, sinas chinam, a baseless hatred. And that's very true. There's no question. We point to real historical sources that identify, episodes that demonstrate phenomenal lack of regard for one's fellow that would contribute to the conflict. However, there's so many factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss because the element that's relevant for them and for our future is really sinas chinam. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical reality of the period. But if we move to our time, such better narrators today, like for example, the highly regarded Washington Post, just recently, and of course I'm sure many of you are aware of tens of examples of this kind of egregious behavior. They have a headline here on the front page on the print edition, which thank God nobody reads print anymore. Everyone reads the what happens on the Israel hits parts in Lebanon, and a photograph of grieving people at a gravesite. Of course, the photograph mismatched for the headline. Photograph is of the Hezbollah attack on the community in the north where 12 children playing soccer were killed. These are Israeli citizens who were killed in a strike, but the juxtaposition of the headline misleading and certainly can exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later they will be caught out and they will issue an apology, which will appear on page 792 and some other text. But the damage is already done. And we can point to many, many examples. These kinds of argue their mishaps of the editor, but there's far worse examples, of course, in less reputable papers. Another one, the New York Times, of course. Here you recall the explosion at the Al-Asli hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Jews, the Israelis had conducted an airstrike at a hospital, and then it turns out it was actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone awry. So you can see here, within the course of a few hours, the New York Times switches from immediately accepting the Hamas-sponsored account, Israeli strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say, and then backing off, maybe it's not correct, at least 500 dead in strike on Gaza hospital, Palestinians say, until finally, the most horror, at least 500 dead in blasts at Gaza hospital, Palestinians say. So these are the narrators that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable pro-Israeli sources, like I read the Times of Israel quite a bit, for example, and I read, Bernie News on WhatsApp approximately once every 5 minutes. I'm checking to see if there are any updates. But of course, they have their own slant as well. They will say things the way they want to. So we lack a clear, objective narrator of these events to negotiate our own assessment of what is actually happening. Okay, so, and of course we have one other major element that I can't skip over, and that is the fact that even if we have these acceptable narrators, there are certain elements which I have to say I find as a human being very difficult to understand. The mentality of Hamas in many ways completely escapes me. And I'll just give you a few examples of this. I'm sure you've seen many of these things. These come from Memory, which is a wonderful site. What basically they do, it stands for Middle East Media Research Institute. And basically what Memory does is they comb the Arabic language web for broadcasts. They used to do only, text. Now they do videos as well, very well, and they apply, subtitles to them, so you can see what is the Arab world saying about what's going on in Israel. And quite often it reveals a perspective on the conflict which I simply cannot understand. Fundamentally, we've all seen these kinds of things. This is like a children's, like a sixth grader or a 6-year-old school play. You can see parents here with their cell phones, watching their kids reenact the capture of an Israeli outpost. This is pre-October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds here dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happens at any of the schools I sent my kids to. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get a hold on it. Also, examples like this. This is after October 7th. They interviewed one woman who lost several of her children, and she said, and this is just screenshots, you go to Memory and watch the entire video. By Allah, if all of my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah, it will make me happy. And I I can understand that, God forbid, if a person loses a son or a daughter in combat, then you can feel that if your daughter or son did something valuable, their death was not in vain. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying it will make them happy. You can come to terms with it, you can accept it perhaps, but to say it makes you happy is beyond me. And here's one from just yesterday. This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait. And he goes on and says, if you are a nation of 100 million people and 10,000 people die, it's meaningless. And he pushes further on this. And he says, really, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get a handle on it because philosophically beyond human assent. He goes on, by the way, to say, and this is just a bizarre point, why is every single person is so precious for the Israelis, meaning Jews? Why do we care so much about every single person? He offers this crazy answer. It's because we spend so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has it completely backwards. We may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's care about individuals. We're not trying to win some kind of geopolitical point. There is a war because they shot children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction. That was the first bubble. We have a few more bubbles left. If it becomes overwhelming, don't be offended if any of you decide you want to walk out. That's okay. Tishbab is a really long and hard day. But let's now go to the war itself. So here's what the geopolitical environment looked like at the time of the Great Revolt in the year 66. This lighter shaded area is almost all of the Roman Empire. I couldn't squeeze all of it onto this page. It goes up about halfway through the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. I mentioned the balsam pine, for example, but also as a point, which is kind of like an ancient flyover country where the great riches of Egypt and the connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign to them. They worshipped an invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independent by the time we get to the revolt. Many people seem to think, based on a very sketchy idea of ancient history, that Israel was independent and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. In fact, the Romans were there from the year 63 before the Common Era. So in other words, the Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before the Jews rebelled and ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. So Jews had more or less come to terms with Roman rule because they had been ruled before that by the Egyptians, by the Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. It was definitely not ideal, and Jews harkened back to the golden age of the Maccabean revolt when they had independence for a short period of time. But basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own infighting. The last great queen of the Jewish people was a woman named Zion, and under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around that time. Zion had, tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce was bigger, even the avocados were larger because Zion was such a tremendous queen. However, upon her sons fought over who was going to be king, who was going to be Kohen Gadol, they ended up in a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached the Romans and said, would you please be on our side? The Romans said, fine, we'll be happy to help you out. They came in year 63 under General Pompey. They decided to keep Israel for themselves and incorporate it into their empire. This is a scene that's from a 15th century of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about the Romans were deeply curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping. He simply could not believe idol in the sanctuary, and so he seeped himself in there and also did some defile it. But basically, after that, they left the Jews alone. The Jews had to live under Roman rule with the kind of disabilities of being a subject nation, but it was something that the Jews were used to and could tolerate. So let's look at why did they rebel 120 years after the Roman Spring. So there's several things, several factors. One factor that led to the revolt was a tremendous history of Roman misrule. If you recall the map with Israel way out here in the boonies, basically Israel was the kind of place where the Roman Judea was the technical term, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would keep things safe, keep things quiet, and they would enrich themselves through various taxes and various types of strong-arm tactics. It was not, the Romans did go to Israel with a sense of elevating the society and bringing them up to a higher level of civilization and so on, improving their economy. And basically, it was a place where Roman governors could go and take advantage of the local population. And so we have a series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and rapacious, but that's held that day because for a good 40 years, we had a very strong Jewish king. By the way, during this entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans would appoint a king as a kind of a client king, a puppet king, and the king would have to pay tribute to the Romans, but nevertheless, we had our own leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was Herod, who was definitely a maniac who murdered several of his own children, murdered his wife and brothers-in-law and so on, and was paranoid and tyrannical. But at the same time, he, as it were, kept all the trains running on time as well. He was a very savvy manipulator of public opinion. He poured a lot of money into public works, building many cities and harbors, both in Israel and around the region as well, to garner regional fame. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because he was such a bad guy as an individual. He's the one who renovated the temple. And when you worship at the Kotel, we're worshiping at stones that Herod's bricklayers placed there. It's his renovations which have stayed the course of time. So when he died in 4 BCE in a paroxysm of fratricide, killing off his children and his wives and so on, then Israel lost its strongest client king. And went through a period of chaos where we had very, very weak kings. You may be familiar from the Gemara. You'll hear Agrippas. There are actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was actually pretty good and very pro-Jewish in many ways, but he didn't last very long. He died in 44. His successor, Agrippas II, his son, was actually just a Roman toady who worked with the Romans throughout the entire period of the war and essentially was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was the king of Judea. So after Herod died in 4 BC, you have especially bad Roman governors who are once again more authoritative than the king himself, imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public order. So there was a tremendous amount, with this heavy taxation, there was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among Jews in the north in particular, where Jews have become highwaymen, listim, as the term is used in the Talmud, and finally their lack of cultural sensitivity, in particular because the Romans simply could not get the idea of Judaism. Judaism at that time was especially to any kind of image of an animal or a person like that. So they had to mint coins separately, that the ones circulating in Judea did not have faces on them. They might have rulabs or things like that. And the Roman procurators would have no problem putting up eagle insignia and things like that to try and demonstrate Roman authority, and this was deeply offensive to the Jewish population as a whole. The last of the procurators was a man named Gessius Florus, who was especially known for his ineptitude and really, exacerbated tensions within the population. Secondly, another cause of revolt is very ineffective leadership from traditional Jewish aristocracy and consequent growth of sectarianism. But I mentioned the King Agrippus II, who was our king, Jewish king at the time, but essentially, completely dependent on the Romans for his position. At times, he attempted to quell the growing rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, but finding that he was going to meet with opposition, he simply fled to the north and abandoned Jerusalem to its fate. His sister Berenice was actually a far more involved figure. She famously, she used to be a Nazir, a fascinating kind of thing. She used to take on for herself a vow of Zirut, where she would not cut her hair and not drink wine for 30 days. And famously, in one of these outbreaks of violence in Jerusalem, approached Gessius Florus barefoot and still coming out of her Nazirut with her hair shorn, begging Gessius Florus, the Proctor, the Roman, to try to be more reliant on the Jewish people to besides her particular, and even she has problematic aspects. Later, she fell in love with none other than Titus, the destroyer of the temple, and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to send her away. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice, but time for another story. At any rate, the leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish scene, and it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who all agreed that Rome had to be thrown off, but they disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well, because don't forget that Israel always has been a multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently, we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially at cities like Ashkelon and Kizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, what's the English word for Samaritans. Thank you very much. I don't know why that slipped my mind. I guess it must be because I'm fasting. The Samaritans, who were, how exactly we put them on the Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflict with them as well. And in fact, the spark that lit the entire congregation was essentially a real estate dispute in Caesarea between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and it has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades until finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentioned. There are several figures, sometimes named, sometimes simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now, Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach, and I'm gathering people together and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's almost the time of Mashiach definitely contributed to the conflagration that would have run in 66. Let me take you now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know passing around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza is here, of course, this tiny strip that juts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the strip because it is shaped sort of like that. And it's spaced between 1948 and 1960, so that it belonged to, located over here. This, by the way, is the Israel in the 1940 ceasefire line, right after the independence was 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in a remarkable six-day war, Israel decides to launch a strike because Egypt and Syria are going to attack it. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Rothschild, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian tanks from Israel. Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first day. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes over the Golan Heights, which has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over into Syria. They take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area. And they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, with its huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. But major things happened in 1978 with the Camp David Accords, when Anwar Sadat, shown here, the president of Egypt, and Jimmy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a remarkable peace treaty. And it is not an especially warm peace between Egypt and Israel, but it nevertheless has held with minor skirmishes since then. In return for this peace treaty, they look very happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat would be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public stadium shortly afterwards because he dared to make peace with their neighbor, with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood is, of course, one of the forerunners of Hamas ideologically. And so what that means is, shortly afterwards, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. There were several Jewish outposts that had been constructed here, and it was very difficult for the Israelis to actually remove Israelis from this region and repatriate them to Israel. But nevertheless, even though it was a massive territorial concession, it nevertheless did result in a fairly stable peace for the last 40 years. Then, so Israel now, oh, by the way, one important point, Egypt refused to take back the Gaza Strip. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians. At this time, they were using the name Palestinians themselves. We do not incorporate them into our. They had a terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulty with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only barely pushed off. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic unbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggled with two basic values. It's constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously, designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America, and that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote to simply no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one-state versus two-state problem. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy. Sometimes those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up. Here you can see from the satellite image, the regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them are very successful ventures like the Gush Katif, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb. There's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It's an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to preserve it. And so it was in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza completely in 2009. And so it was a very traumatic, much more traumatic than the out of the northern. But the thinking was, maybe, first Sharon said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians. At some point, they're going to demand the United Nations upon us. What are we supposed to do? We don't want to be jailers. And so that's an aspect. And another aspect was maybe if they finally have their own region with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves and they will develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph of the American president in the middle, and Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat, former terrorist who later became the head of the Palestinian Authority, on the right. For his efforts, much like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1995. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not an overwhelming result, as you can see from this heat map. This is the West Bank here, and you can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they won in Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza City and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war and they drove out Fatah entirely. So the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by Hamas. And their response to Israel was not the peace-loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up a society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which was characterized primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps the Jews were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological superiority and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us to the present day, looking at the eve. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, arguments, any discussions? Yes, please.
We reconcile the previous capture. We look at the different perspectives. We reconcile that with the similar story, which was actually written much later.
Yeah, Yochanan ben Zakkai. Right. So, for those of you familiar with the background of this, the sophisticated, Josephus is able to garner the support of his captor. He's not killed immediately because he says, wait, you don't want, first of all, I'm a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus was the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person and says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So they put him in chains. And Kachava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperorship. And at that point, Titus, said, Josephus, you were really a prophet, you were correct, and he unchains him, and then, that's the beginning of his grand career. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kinds of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai three things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne and the sages. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says we need to have a place where the sages can retreat. And there was a third thing which I forgot which he gave him. Sorry, what was the last one? What was it that he wanted about Rabbi Shimon Gamliel? I forget what it was. That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing about 250 years later. So many scholars will simply say that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it for Jewish purposes. But we also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made up the story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that doesn't know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere in the book. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and promote himself. He was actually, not that, people's marriages can fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus and they ran away from him. He was definitely, nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I can at least give you a major argument. Yes, Vespasian did not, that was Titus, really. Yeah, so Vespasian was not at Jerusalem, it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Correct. There's a great 2-volume set that's called Ben Josephus de Chazal, that goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage in Chazal, and lots of discussions about this. Okay, yes, please.
What is the difference between what we call the 1948 alms offering and what the Muslims call Nakba?
Well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically, if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions, because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think, if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People who are very extremely anti-Israel, and people who are extremely, pro-Israel without critical thought. Somewhere in the middle is Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderates of the new historians, who in my humble opinion, I think probably the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to note that one of the things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done right now on the Jewish Nakba. Because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost the same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1952 from various Arabic countries in the Middle East, Africa, and so on. And some aspect of the whole story that to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay, it doesn't offend me, but we're not going out for lunch, so. So let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem under. How did the war break out? We remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The summer rains, or the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins, in our case, in the summer of 66. Gessius Florus, who I mentioned earlier, was one of the Roman procurators, was extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Caesarea. Jews approached him with a bribe to say, please, you've got to support our position. He said, I certainly will. He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts when some local Greeks set up some avodah zarah in front of the shul. They sacrificed some birds in front of the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become metame, would have to. It was just basically an insult. It's like spraying a swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out in Caesarea between Jewish toughs, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks, and Gessius Florus does not intervene at all. The Jews, the older Jews, are forced to take the Sefer Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Gessius Florus sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what irks Gessius Florus in particular is that
while he was there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount, for 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from there was considered deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, and this is what really got him mad, some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Gestius Florus, he needs to build some walls, and this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down, this is the king, and he's brought to him and says, hey, this is not right, you can't insult my colleague, Procutor, but things are spinning rapidly out of control. And ultimately, what Gestius Florus does, he says, I need to call in some bigger troops because I can't handle this violence here. And he calls out to Antioch for the assistance of Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Coele, which is like what would be today Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch to quell things because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem. And he brings with him the 12th region, the Fulminata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops. That's including the legion itself and lots of the ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galilee region as he makes his way down from Antioch, which is in Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following here the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem. It's difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has a small but reliable water source. He doesn't want to get involved in it, and of course, it is October. And there is no point in starting a major siege in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough, he's maintained his show of force, it is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Beit Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support, wagons and so on, he regards him to stretch it way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels, under one Shimon Bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon Bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down onto the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12th Legion is completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon Bar Giora actually captured their eagle standard, which was considered the symbol of Roman might. The fact that these Jewish rebels were able to do so was considered a huge humiliation. Gestius Gallus himself survived and fled first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch until later he disappears from the story. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels in the fall of 66 have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons from all the things they captured from the Romans, including lots of striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that maybe they can actually, send off the Roman might, which, if you recall the map before, which is ridiculous. It's kind of like, Westchester County thinking they can hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's not going to happen unless there was a moment of euphoria where perhaps they would be leading towards spiritual independence. In Jerusalem, and I put this in a different culture to kind of, alternate between what the Romans did and the Jews are doing, the rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they'd ever have. They still have a lot of the aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes who are associated in particular with Saducean. They still have some of the early rabbis involved with the revolution. This is before the Yochanan ben Zakkai's escape, for example. And he did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that we've won. That's it. Rome will never be back, which is a pipe dream. And others who say, no, we've got to prepare. They are definitely coming back. We have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication with each other's groups. The spring of 67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Justius Gallus's horrible defeat, says, okay, we've got to send someone else out there. Now, Justius Gallus was actually an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. He never had to command. And, Nero said, I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Justius Gallus, he was a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero because Nero is a strange individual. I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural tour, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from that perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the Galileo region, methodically going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall were commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take him at face value, he was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yokapata, where would ultimately be his downfall, in order to convince the Romans besieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water when they did not, he ordered that people do laundry and then hang the wet laundry over the city walls, the water dripping, and they would say, oh, have a good water source there. The siege is going to be much harder than possible. But it is at this point when Vespasian basically is overwhelming. He has something like 60,000 troops with him. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who are only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, Josephus is deeply in a fight with one John of Giscala, when Vespasian decimates all these cities, Josephus surrenders, and John of Giscala makes his way down to Jerusalem, where he would be one of the major rebels active at this time. One other point that I didn't want to really raise, because I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about this period is that in the first century, we had no clear leader that we all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there's a lot of similarities to our day today, especially with Israeli politics so fractured, and those elections every 6 to 8 months, because we can't simply decide what do we want as a people. That's an unfortunate parallel that's hard to avoid. Okay. Then in the summer of 60, again, there's going to be a break because you have to take off, no fighting during the winter. In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears of the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now there's a period of interregnum where there are several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stopped the attacks
because he's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they could get their act together. And instead, they do the opposite. They engage in incredible infighting in Jerusalem itself. There's one, Elazar, who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Giscala takes over the courtyard. Shimon Bar Giora comes in. The Idumeans come in. And there's horrible street-to-street fighting among Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans even approach. At its worst point, the rebels competing with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for withstanding the siege that they knew was coming. But in their paroxysm of factional fighting, the Jews simply could not unify and agree on a common course of action, and each individual rebel controlling sections of the city, literally fighting with the other for control of the population. At this point, Josephus describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels when people were living in tremendous privation from starvation, and other groups, because they had stolen the goods, were living, essentially nightlife with tremendous distractions, and it's one of the most painful sections to read, how the Jews wasted their time for a year and a half preparing to siege. It is at this point when the Jewish Christians who were in the city fled to Pella, which is just in Jordan, and were able to ride out much of the early fighting. In the spring of 70, after the dynastic issues in Rome are resolved, Titus, Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side, they lay siege to Jerusalem, and that this begins around Pesach time, and then by late fall, eventually the city falls, and the temple is destroyed on Tisha B'Av, or thereabouts, and that's basically the end of the war. But there are a few rebels holdouts, like at a couple of fortresses. The most significant ones would be Masada, which falls into the year 73 or 74. So that's basically the course of the war. There are three main stages of the fighting, and if you have to assess the Jewish response. Based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with tremendous ingenuity and bravery, and with chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills could not be matched by the tremendous infighting that they engaged in that completely undermined any of their attempts to resolve the situation peacefully. At our time, October 7th, this is one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that are unfortunately readily available. This is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. Here's the Gaza Strip. You can see there's tremendous congestion, as Rabbi pointed out earlier. And this is on October 7th, the fires burning in the Gaza envelope, the kibbutzim, as they were attacked on that whole day. It was a Simchas Torah, and don't need to go over this and what happened because we're all still living it. The IDF were punishing bombing campaign, and there was one brief pause from the 24th of November to 1st of December where 155 hostages would be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza, or there's still over 100 in Gaza, of whom 60 are still alive. Looking at it from a broader perspective, we should recall, however, this is not like a one-front war. This is a war where Israel has been attacked roundly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but Hezbollah, of course, all of us, I mean, I haven't checked my news since we began talking, but everyone's worried about what's going to be happening in the north. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets at Israel. Have any of you experienced that same kind of split reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Times of Israel or Burning News or something, and I'll see, okay, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I'll look at the regular news and there's nothing. There's crickets. It's not important when bombs are falling on Israel. And of course, we had the dramatic lone drone attack from Yemen that succeeded in killing an Israeli in Tel Aviv, and then the counterattack by Israel on their port. And of course, what we're all worried about today is what will Iran do? Iran has been saber-rattling since Haniya was assassinated. And I also have a small personal reflection here. We're all involved in this so much. My son, one of my sons was in Israel at the time. We wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects with world history because Iran shoots bombs at Israel, and yet that's the time we're living in. That's maybe not such a coherent thought. I'm not sure how to process it myself, but I feel like we're wrapped up in history today much more than we ever have. Okay, let me pause now that we finished the question. See if there are any questions. Yes, please.
The Caucasus Mountains, was descending into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans.
Absolutely. The Talmud is absolutely referring to this when we talk about Sinas Chinam, the tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what the Talmud is about. And I think that's why the Talmud's analysis is so perceptive, really. That's ultimately the message, the takeaway message. Not Cestus Gallus and not Vespasian, but the Sinas Chinam. Thank you for pointing it out. Yes, sir.
Comments on the role of distancing themselves from all of this information warfare and we know about
Yeah.
How are they involved?
So, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself says he's one of the Perusians. And we can't always trust Josephus. He calls himself, by the way, the term is Pharisee, which is probably the same as Perusian, although some scholars would disagree. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily as valuable as what the Talmud has to say about it. What we can say, for example, if we look at the Yochanan ben Zakkai episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Right? The Biryonim who tried to stop him from going out of the city, where one of them was his nephew. So this is very much like family politics. That individual families were divided on many different lines on this, and you can have, especially younger people who are attracted to the hot-headed rebels of various stripes. The Pharisees, as best as we can tell, tend to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a principled level, but on a more pragmatic level, that their approach was we have to deal with Rome. We are not strong enough to push off Rome, and any kind of open rebellion is going to result in disaster. So my best assessment of the Perusian is that they're still part of the people. They still have great connections with people. They're not alienated from them like the Sadducees were, for example. And in the case of the Yochanan ben Zakkai, they definitely have connections with the rebel groups. But they want to cool the jets of the hotheads who want to fight against Rome. And that's why the Perusian strategy, as articulated by Yochanan ben Zakkai, is Ten li yavne b'chachameha. Give us a place, we're going to leave, and we're going to establish ourselves there and focus on Torah, because we can't win this war. That's my assessment. Yes, question.
To formally proclaim holiday as his successor, as great was stipulating.
Yeah, good argument. So the question was, this may have been, as at least my assessment of the at this time. But 60 years later, you get to the third Roman Jewish War, led by Bar Kokhba in the 19th, in about the year 135, and that had a lot of support from the solution later. Like Rabbi Akiva, of course, famously argued that Bar Kokhba was going to be Mashiach. This was going to be it. So, the solution, if there's such peaceniks, how come they could support Bar Kokhba later? I would only argue that it was certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Yosef Bar Gaga, for example, in Yerushalmi says to Akiva, Akiva, glass will blow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. So there definitely were lots of Tanaim who were not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have the Jews of Rabbi Akiva who died, according to the Gemara, of a plague, but according to Rabbi Chai Gaon, of a persecution. There's not an extreme argument to say that those 24,000 followers of Rabbi died in that revolt, that they were supporting Bar Kokhba. So, what's the difference between them? I don't know. It's a good argument. Good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as letters of his were discovered in the Qumran region, he was a pro. I mean, he was pro-Torah Shabbat. He was very kind of like aggressive and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold 7 Roman legions. Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it was really a pitched battle that was more threatening to the Romans than the first Roman Jewish revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination that he was Mashiach. But it's a good question. There's a lot longer discussion than the time. So I saw a question in the back. Your question? No? Okay, yes, please.
The Greeks are these Jews who accepted Greek culture on themselves, or how they relate to the Greeks from the times of Athens?
So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on, who adopted Greek culture. There are certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which is a Greek stronghold, and to the south, Ashkelon also, and they were populated more by like Greek tilted culture, where Greek was the lingua franca, and they had like athletic games, and they had idols in the streets and things like that. Not tolerated at all in Jerusalem, but they're more like Greek oriented, as opposed to being ethnically Jewish. And there could be some Jews involved in those as well. I don't know offhand.
The Greeks, that's what the Maccabees were, those the same Greeks?
So those Greeks weren't even Greek; they were Syrians. So that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations called themselves Greek, even though ethnically they wouldn't identify. Just like America is like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people. Oh, maybe that's not a good example. I'm getting off topic, but let's go back to the material. Okay, so here we go in the diaspora. So, if we go in the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population of Jews specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt, and they suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jewry, which is where you had the masses of Talmudic Jews, this is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, and a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet, but they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about was like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down is because what happens here, because again, Rome ends here, right? There's no Roman Empire, this is the Parthian Empire over here. Rome was worried, what happens if all those Jews over here use their imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome? It never happened. But it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources on it. The only real ally that Israel had, foreign ally at the time, was tiny Adiabene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilni Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And this is the 40s, not the 1940s. And she sent, she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for people of Jerusalem. She's actually buried in Jerusalem, covered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem. And the Adiabene sent troops down to help the Jews fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. And I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are. This is really a multi-front war. Besides the fronts that I described where violence is occurring with weapons and so on, we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away across the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from the Harvard-Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month. It's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing American politics. It's got about 60 pages come out, PowerPoint slides, 60 pages on how politics in America are evolving, and the first 40 or so are all about the presidential race. That's just what it's for. However, since this war came out in October, they added, very usefully for our purposes, some questions on foreign policy, how Biden was handling the war between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions with some slight variations every month. And so we've been able to get a really good sense of what do Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. This is a new question. How closely are you paying attention to the Israel-Hamas war? And this remarkable number, 59% of Americans say, yeah, we're following it closely. 40% somewhat, and 19% saying, obsessive compulsive like me. That's a really significant number. It's very slightly 64% last month and so on, but that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided among all the age groups. So it means that across the board, if you talk to any American today over the age of 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following the war closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It's not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see these terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. They're 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it down by age, and this has been constant as well since October, the younger you are as an American, more likely it is to support Hamas. If you look at this crucial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children, or young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying number. 1 in
2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right in this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct, 65 plus 93% correct, but this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and their values are going to be spread up along this slide as well. Right now, this is the millennials. They're not in power. They're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here is Israel trying to avoid casualties. 54% of millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about civilian casualties. These are really scary numbers, and this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in colleges today. And I can tell you that at Torah University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget. But I hear for kids on regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, which is not one of Torah University's strongest majors. Therefore, he's gone to a college that has a strong biology program. He describes to me horrendous things, like people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing the most vile, horrific, anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. And, encampments and boycotts. And I myself, I was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the second floor, which has windows all around it, in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all of the window shades? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout obscenities around the building. I've never experienced anything like that before, that you could have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because it was a Jewish speaker in the Hillel house. And by the way, the Hillel at UBC is like extremely, a liberal vis-a-vis the conflict as well. And nevertheless, it doesn't help. So these numbers are terrifying. This is a real front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older. We have our circles of friends. Maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying kind of thing. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor a conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it, that the hostages are at the center of this, and if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire and let the hostages sit where they are. That's incredible. But this is... Oh no, the other way. Sorry, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 46. It's still a scary number. 46%. So this is really a front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that I haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. This is an ad that appeared in the Jewish Standard this past week. And it's a Krav Maga class. And look at this here. Learn essential skills for college life. Now, as a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life, I'm thinking, okay, math literacy, I'm thinking English composition skills. But no, it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. It was pretty dramatic. They had it on the air of Tisha B'Av, but it shows how serious it is. Anti-Semitic love, it's not a joke either. I don't have to prove this to you, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked
there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people saying, no, we shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But Adarabba, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks, this is just until the end of 2023, skyrocket after October. As I'm sure many of you have experienced directly. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in the next slide, is this bizarre as a Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I doubt that it has statistical depth. The as a Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now. It basically points to the fact that there are many, many Jews who, looking at this conflict, begin the statement of their opinion with the phrase, as a Jew. And you know the next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn the actions of the state of Israel in Gaza and so on, whatever it is that they're going to say. But they feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority to opine on this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. This is Jacob Farnblue is a journalist who works for the Forward right now, and he covered this. It was actually a video, which you can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed, you'll find it. But it's this young sophomore, I think, at George Washington University in Miriam, and she's at this presser at the Capitol House, with the kafiyas and things like that. And she describes her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation of faith. It's also associated with suicide bombers, and it is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they've named their quad after the Hamas flag, as it were. The protesters. Yeah, the protesters. Anyways, this Jewish girl, Miriam, talks about how she's so grateful for the protest and the encampment at her college, because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life. Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. But, she says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which was like virtually impossible to imagine. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought a Sefer Torah and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her bat mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies her protest over Gaza with her Jewish identity. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of her neshama really coming out there, because it's no, I don't mean it facetiously, but she identifies with the suffering of humans. She identifies with the social goals of the prophets. The blood of the Nevi'im run through her veins. Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her, and they're all saying tzedek, tirdof, and all those things. Absolutely, there's no question. But the thing is, it's so cruel, it's so mixed up, it's so confused, and so divorced from what actual Jewish values are, that we cannot feel but sadness. It's an excellent question. The question is, what do I attribute it to? There's a rabbi in, I think he's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who's spoken publicly about this. Very, very powerful. And he takes an archaic approach. And he says basically, in some of the more liberal identifications of Judaism, we have sacrificed too much of Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. we have really doubled down on teaching our kids that, we have to respect all humanity and we have to yeah, and it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own specificities. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children. And I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of his denomination. I think we all take a piece of this. But we've not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of being Jewish. What is in Judaism per se that you don't share with the rest of the world. It's kind of like, if you will, a Shmini and Sarah's moment as opposed to a Sukkot moment. Okay, but I will return to this in 1 second because it's not all bad. Okay, I'm in my concluding bubble now. Thank you for your patience and endurance. I'm surprised so many of you have lasted this long. Here's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. This is a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish printing. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by the censor, who was usually a Jewish guy who was employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particular zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, it's going to offend the Tsar, so I think we should make some small changes. So the printed version, as appeared in 1859, this is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. And God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only once in our history that people have tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up and try to destroy us. And the Holy One rescues us from their hands. The censor said it's not going to fly, so therefore he made this small change, add this word hayu, and changed the mem to a hey, so that instead it reads, in every generation they used to rise up against us. No longer. We live in the Tsarist golden age where we're so happy to live under Russian rule, so no one's going to hurt us anymore. We used to rise up against the destroyers. The Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this about America. I felt like all that stuff I study, like here it is. Look at my keynotes, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover. It's like solid because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a conveniently located spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been accused of that notion. We've all kind of like had a wake-up moment for 7 that what happened in previous generations is very much lost today. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I was doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but step out on a limb and go past my historian boundaries and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just personal reflections. They are not found in any rabbinic authority or anything like that. But I think that if we go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian printed Nafsa. The advice we have is Tshuva Tefillah Tzedakah Virnus. We have a threefold plan that we have relied upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate the situation. So if we look at 3 things in our context, I'm going to point out these 3 things. First of all, Tshuva. This is an amazing story that I just read about a couple days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Anna Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levy, which I think would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, and she also married a Jewish guy, and she married him. They bonded over their shared Jewish tradition, and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. But the thing is, she was successful. She wrote a great book, and she was very religiously oriented. But after October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very influential congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza, and she was offended by the text and disturbed by them. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on, and it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7th wake-up moment, and she said, "I can't stay here anymore." And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. Maybe not, it's probably not an opening here for her yet, but nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that even though we have seen with the as a Jew phenomenon, we've seen that there is a centrifugal force, that when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who will be pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there is pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centripetal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Nachman, who's a culinary individual, she's a foodie. She says, right after October 7th, there's all kinds of people piling on their Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they can be so far away when we are under attack, and it draws us together as well. I think we should welcome that, and we should encourage. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's an opening for conversation. And I think that's also a small tikkun for the tremendous disunity that we demonstrated in the first Roman War. Secondly, tefillah. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I referred to my keynotes as being a hardcover. We add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last, and we will be creating them. This is our generation. The keynote that previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this keynote by Rabbi and not be moved? Who cannot see the images of Fir Bibas, of the Hatufim, and be moved? So our tefillah has to be for energy, as we put it forward. Final, tzedakah. So I began this lecture with a coin. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more explanation. In 1958, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Judea Kapta poem. You recognize it from the first one we began with, right? Judea Kapta, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent woman representing Judea, and it says here, Dalsa Yehuda, not Dalsa, the exile of Yehuda, the exile of Judea. But coins obviously have two sides, and this is the obverse. This is Israel Liberata, Israel Liberated. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, a chalutz, in one of those kibbutz hats, planting a tree with confidence in the future. And this is, I think, what really represents us. And let us hope that next time that we meet for Tisha B'Av, we'll be in Yerushalayim in Kodesh. Thank you very much. There's some dispute over what exactly it stands for.
Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Jew and Borokun, were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Jebe and Subedin were ranked
Thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview leading up to the events of October 7th.
While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties.
A very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete this within 20 minutes, so that we will have plenty of time for Divrei Yiskorus and Israel. So, Bertusha Arash Yeshiva, now, Shus Rabbi. This is a coin that I find very emblematic of not only the situation that we experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Gullus, exile. This is one of the 24 Judea-Capta coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea-Capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which is one of Israel's greatest exports of the time. And there on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins that circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to be defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century. Some examples from Germany touched that after World War I, a local currency was instituted to replace the highly devalued currency, and they frequently included anti-Semitic messages, including this one here from Sternberg, that actually shows Jews being burned through a post-desecration trial. And I think when we're on what these issues mean, I think the first is that nobody can school us on what it means to be resilient. There's no people on this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There's no people that can be compared to Jews in that regard. But at the same time, we all have learned those lessons. We do not automatically absorb the lessons of resilience. Our parents, perhaps we look to them, but the challenges are all, and the responses have to be tailor-made and titrated to the individual situation. So let's begin first with a quick overview of why we had October 7th in the first place, and then look at the year after that. So, of course, here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice lines after the War of Independence ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green part in the middle. And then on the right, you have after the remarkable Six-Day War that Rabbi Krupka so eloquently alluded to. Gaza was, of course, that little strip that is on the bottom left. We're all familiar with the map now. Now, in terms of the ownership of Gaza, between 1948 and 1967, it was part of Egypt. But then after Israel conquered those large territories, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accords, in which Anwar Sadat on the left, the president of Egypt, and Billy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a historic peace treaty with Egypt, which, although it is a tenuous peace treaty, it nevertheless is holding. Then the Sinai Peninsula was entirely given back. For his efforts at creating peace with the Jewish state, Anwar Sadat was assassinated by members of his own bodyguard, the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually an ideological forefather of the Hamas movement. But Egypt did receive the entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire triangular portion at the bottom there, which was conquered by Israel in the Six-Day War, but Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of Egypt itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the blue sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth. And huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age of 18, and it proved to be extremely difficult to hold on to this territory militarily, economically, and socially. So under Ariel Sharon's leadership, with a very, very close vote, and it was polling in Israel was highly divided, they decided to simply disengage from Gaza. That is the term they used. In other words, they simply said, okay, we are going to remove any controls over Gaza. In 2005, it was very, very difficult, I think, for the Israeli government to do. But essentially, that was the moment that they had to create a new future for itself. The thinking was that perhaps they would elect to pursue prosperity and, if not peace, at least not hostilities with Israel. That turned out not to be the case. So after 2005, it was given over to the Palestinian, which was something, an entity that was created as a result of the Oslo Accords, once brokered by an American president, and this time with Yasser organization on the right, and Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. And like Saddam for him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, sadly, by Israelis. Gaza did to that territory since 2006 is that they had elections fairly on, and in those other two major parties, which is the PLO's party, sort of mainstream party, Yasser Arafat's party, which tended to do better in the West Bank shown here, or Gaza and Shomron, but in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas had a very strong presence in the north part of the Strip, and then shortly after winning the elections in January 2006, they immediately had a coup and drove out all of the Fatah representatives. So after that, and only election was completed by Hamas. The principal relationship that Hamas had with Israel from then was basically in two forms. One, work permits. About 30,000 work permits were issued every day for Gazans to enter into Israel and to work in various jobs. Even on October 6th,
And the other way was, of course, with rockets, because the hostilities absolutely never ceased from Gaza since 2006. Israel fought several smaller wars with Gaza, but the state essentially developed a kind of modus tolerandi with the Gazans, part of which was related to over-reliance on technology, which was performed absolutely amazingly well. This is a photograph, of course, of the Iron Dome on the left, responding to rocket attacks from Gaza. But obviously, the Gazans were able to get around that with a low-tech solution on October 7th. And that was essentially a massive incursion into the state. I'm not going to go into the details. We're all deeply familiar with what happened on that terrible day. But perhaps some 3,000 Palestinians, roughly half of them complete civilians, not formally attached to any of the various factions, stormed into Israel and created absolute havoc. Even using the word pogrom is too limited to describe the atrocities that occurred on that terrible day. We're all familiar with this, and there's no real reason to review it any further. What we have experienced, however, is clearly directed primarily by Iran. Iran has a very controlling role in this, and it's quite nefarious. Iran is the primary funder of Hamas, which is especially ironic because Hamas is a Sunni movement and Iran is, of course, Shia, but the hatred of Israel is far more significant to all parties. They also fund Hezbollah, and Israel is, of course, at war now with Hezbollah in the north. In Lebanon, also having factions in Syria and in Iraq. And they're also funding the Houthis from faraway Yemen for even launching, unfortunately, once even successfully, a deadly attack on Israel. The Houthis, by the way, is a bizarre kind of movement. This is their official government slogan. It reads, "God is great, death to America, death to Israel, a curse on the Jews, victory to Islam." So I think that pretty much sums up their central philosophy and how hate is really at the core of this entire movement. But perhaps more frightening for us here in the diaspora is that Iran is behind quite a bit of the international movement against Israel. This is a map, of course, that shows all of the various pro-Palestine protests that occurred at many universities in North America and Europe. One of the dogs that does not bark, by the way, is the fact that there's comparatively little protest against Israel in many Arab states, and that's for another discussion. But many of these protests and other activities conducted by anti-Israel agents are clearly the work of official Samidun, is considered by many European countries a terrorist organization because of its deep ties to Iran, and they are clearly at the center of funding of many of these endeavors. There's a lot to say about other reasons why people would want to get involved, but we can't avoid the central role of Iran. Also significantly, and this is especially frightening for me, this is a slide from the September issue of the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very well-respected poll conducted every month. It's a political poll designed primarily to measure the attitude of Americans towards upcoming elections and so on. But since October, they have been monitoring what people think about the war in the Middle East as a way of gauging its reaction on potential votes in 2024. And what I find frightening, look on the circle on the left, conflict to support more Israel or more Hamas, and this number is pretty constant. 79% of Americans support Israel, which is to some degree, but when you look at it in a different way, that means that 1 in 5 Americans actually supports a terrorist organization over a democratic ally of the country. It's still a very frightening number. That number has pretty much held true for the past year. But if you look at the chart below, which may be a little bit difficult to see, this breaks them by ages. And people over, let's say, 45, overwhelmingly in favor of Israel. 84%, 90%, 93%. But when you get younger than 35, the number drops precipitously.
And this is the frightening thing. Americans between age 18 and 24, 41% of them support Hamas over Israel. When you think about that in the context, young people in college campuses today, people in high schools today, of the people they talk to, so Hamas over Israel. It's a very, very frightening environment. The implications of this for the future, of course, remain to be seen, although note that this, thank God, has been slowly dropping over the past year. It was about 49% in October of 2023. It's now 41%. So perhaps younger people are beginning to get a little bit more educated about it, but it's still something for great concern. So let's take a minute to think Jews have historically responded to these things in the past. Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1959, where there was very heavy Russian censorship by the Tsar. And the censor was obviously unhappy with the classic phrase in the Haggadah that says, in every generation, they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. Classic passage from the Haggadah. He felt that it's not appropriate for Russian Jews to read that even in our generation, the enlightened 1859 year of 1859, that there will be people who would want to harm us, not here in the paradise of Russian Tsar's empire. So therefore, he added in the little white circles, they used to get up, no longer, but back in the distant past, we used to have this problem. And the Haggadah Baruch was not Matzilenu, the present tense, Pitzilanu. Back then, when we were, beleaguered, and we didn't have rights, then they used to help us out. But obviously, we look at this now, and it's funny because it's almost 200 years later, and obviously we still experience the same thing. And we have long had three basic strategies for how to deal with these things. I'm just going to sketch them out very briefly to remain within my time. They are, of course, the traditional tshuva, tefillah, and tzedakah. And this is my rough story from around the same period. See on the top, there's a couple of suggestions. Teshuvah relates to song, to fasting. Tefillah, prayer, relates to cold voice. And tzedakah, charity, relates obviously to money. So if we take a minute and look at each of these three, you think about the great destruction after the first Roman-Jewish war that I began this presentation with. How did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to Beis Medrash. They came back to center. And they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get the Yavne, the Chachamecha, and that's what we have to do. This is always the root meaning for us of Tshuva is come back, get back to our center. And we've done that remarkably well over the past year. The statistics are just out the roof in terms of synagogue attendance, people attending shiurim, people joining, online classes, all kinds of things. And not just, the learned elites who are already learning at very, very high levels, like here at FCM. If you look at JSU, which is the Jewish student union that serves Jewish kids in public, their numbers are also up the roof. Last year, they served 15,500 students. This year, they served 18,500 students. And here's something that actually burns me. They even set up a 7 a.m. Silas Yesharim Shir, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. This is coming out of public school. It's the same thing that kids will come out of bed early to bring Torah before they go to school. This is really the first strategy of Tshuva. And when we feel overwhelmed with the tremendous amount of our program that we feel socially, I think in particular of Yitzhak Cardozo, who was a completely assimilated Jew in the 17th century, who had reached the heights of his career as a medical doctor and as a poet. And then once he was required to watch the public burning of some crypto Jews in Madrid, and it turned right around. And he said, I can't do this. And he left his fame and his wealth, and he went to live in the ghetto of Venice. And he wrote a tremendous book there, Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellent qualities of the Jews. And there are many Jews who will turn their lives around as a result of October 7th. We just have to wait to see how that develops. When we look at tefillah, You know, in the ancient Israel, we see so many examples of Jewish resilience. This is an aerial view of the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that was constructed in the 3rd century. And this is 200 years after the destruction of the temple. And you can see that in their synagogue floor, they've got a mosaic that harkens back to all the elements of the temple. They are returning to that center. They want to get back to the idea of tefillah as it was practiced then. And we see that so many things, the piyutim that we read so many of over Rosh Hashanah, we will read on Yom Kippur, they were also composed in the Byzantine era because the emperor had forbade Jews from studying Mishnah, and so they decided they would try to incorporate various teachings into the piyutim. These were created as a result of the pressure from the environment. And in fact, even the Talmud Yerushalmi was composed after a failed revolt in 352, and the result was that the Romans were cracking down even harder on the Jews, and as a result, they said, we have to start putting these things down on paper, and the basis of what we study every day really comes out of that moment of crisis. And one of the things that I especially appreciate is that we're not calling this the Simchas Torah massacre. It happened on Simchas Torah, but we're calling it October 7th. We are separating it out. It happened on October 7th. We will mark it, but we have, as Jews, a perennial cheerfulness and optimism. That is perhaps built into our DNA. That even though we are experiencing tragedy now and we're memorializing our dead, we nevertheless have a deep-seated confidence that we will dance again. And finally, in tzedakah, this area of Jewish activities have been absolutely phenomenal. Projects like Boots for Israel, when all of a sudden Jews in America realized, here actually in the tri-state area, realized that the IDF doesn't even have enough boots for all the soldiers that rush in to volunteer. Between October and January, they collected 10,000 pairs of boots, $850,000 worth of boots, and shipped them all off to Israel. Soldiers suggested they might like tzitzis, maybe for the first time in their lives. And so seminaries and yeshivas all dived in and all began tying tzitzis on combat greens so that the soldiers could wear them. I'm sure many of you may have seen the Instagram clips of soldiers receiving their first pair of tzitzis and literally dancing around their barracks wearing them because they felt like they really had true armor on. And organizations like SimPoints that used innovation to say, we should be collecting people's unused airline points to provide opportunities for Jews to fly and experience impas as well as other, life-saving surgeries and things like that. These are all elements of tzedakah, or tzedakah shabuf and tzedakah shabamamon in many, but nevertheless, this is a nuance of tzedakah. So I'd like to close out with just another thought about October 7th, but not 7th, 2020, but an early October 7th. One of the curses of the profession of being a historian is that sometimes dates get seared in memory. And when October 7th, 2023, I heard October 7th, 1944, was the great uprising in how most degraded, most lowly Jews rose up and actually destroyed two of the crematoria. One of those rebels was the man shown here, Zalman Brodowski. He was a member of the so-called Sonder Commando. These were people who were given the awful task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers and transferring the bodies to the crematoria for disposal. And he did this day in and day out, including to members of his own family and his own community. And every single night, he would come back to his barracks and he would recite Kaddish for all the people that he had to burn that day in and day out. He was also something of a poet, and he decided to write down everything that he had seen in Auschwitz during those terrible years. And he literally, before the uprising on October 7th, he buried them in the ashes of the burned Jews, because he said, surely archaeologists will come and they will dig up this place to find the truth of what happened here, and they will find my writings. And in fact, Takava, they were found.
I'd like to read you one passage from an incident that happened in March. The Nazis had brought together a group of Czech Jewish women, and they wanted to launch a demonstration of the efficacy of Zyklon B, the poison that was used to gas them to death. And they had all of these young women gathered in a single room, and they all stood there, the Nazis in their uniforms, looking at these women in their last moments before their lives. And Radowski records, in the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. Spontaneously, a song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They can't understand. They cannot ask, how is it possible that they're in the bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in song. And the women began to sing. The melody does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Hatikva. And this is something that the Nazis didn't understand. Hamas evidently does not understand as well. We are fundamentally a people of hope. We are a people of Tikva. We believe in the ultimate messianic redemption of the world. We believe there is a plan, and we are following that plan. And so while the Nazis are following the same path of Vespasian with the Judea Capta, I want to conclude with just one more medallion. In 1959, on the anniversary, the 10th anniversary of the establishment of Israel, the government elected to have competition to find a design for a coin that would commemorate 10 years of statehood. And someone came up with this design to mimic the Judea Capta coin. And does a very good job. You can see there's like the Roman soldier there, and the balsam pine, and the despondent woman as if she is saying, Tachanon. But that's the obverse. On the front side, it says, Israel liberata, Israel redeemed. And in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a young Jewish woman playing with her infant child. And in the place of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree. And that's fundamentally at the heart of our response, fundamentally how we will move forward past October 7th. We will remember that we are a people with a future, and it's up to us to follow that trajectory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis and Tolui were joined by Chagatai and Ogedei in the siege of Samarkand. Genghis employed a favorite tactic of placing prisoners.
Video was intended as a brief open letter to Jewish participants in anti-Israel protests. Perhaps you saw the video I composed a few months ago after October 7th. I certainly received a lot of feedback, positive and negative, and I received a lot of messages from many of you who were struggling with some of the issues that we discussed briefly in that video. Now, I'd like to revisit some of those issues with you right now. Specific text of the riots in Amsterdam, which have been most called a pogrom. I don't use that word very lightly. Basically, let's take a minute to talk about what happened, what we know so far. I'd like to place that within some historical significance, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about the contemporary significance and really what I think this means for you and what I would encourage you to think about. Specifically, last night after a soccer game, and 2 days before the anniversary of Kristallnacht, a major pogrom that occurred right on the eve of the Holocaust, there was a massive attack on Jewish and Israeli soccer fans after an Israeli team played in Amsterdam. European soccer fans are not known for their reticence to engage in profanity and chants against teams they don't like, and occasionally engage in violence. So in a certain way, this is within the culture of European soccer or football, perhaps not a very nice aspect of that culture, but it's one that they've been challenged to control for many, many years. But this specific incident of violence was clearly qualitatively and quantitatively quite different. Basically, after the game ended, gangs of thugs arranged to ambush Jewish and Israeli soccer supporters as they came out of, trams and at certain corners and at certain main streets and things like that. There is some evidence that there was some premeditation, some planning, and perhaps involving people riding around on scooters and identifying Jews who had been photographed at the stadium, perhaps involving taxi drivers. We'll see as the investigation goes out exactly how this came to pass. But in the end, roughly 10 Jews and Israelis were hospitalized. About 60 people were. Israel even took the extreme measure of sending rescue planes to Amsterdam to bring back the soccer fans that had gone there to watch a game. There's no question that the intended victims of these attacks were Jews and Israelis. The visuals are horrible, with crowds of people, sometimes armed with bats and even knives, attacking all groups of Jews and Israelis. Jews and Israelis being run over by cars. And I think one of the most gripping videos in some ways was when a young man was cornered and he did not know how to speak Dutch or English. And so they challenged him because they thought he was Jewish or Israeli. But when he was able to produce his passport and identify himself as a Ukrainian, they left him alone. So this is directed at Jews and Israelis. And you follow the news and go into their social media feeds, and you will see a lot of discussion about that. Now, why is this historically significant? On one level, it's not, because this type of violence against Jews is something which has a long and hoary past. It goes way back into the ancient, where there have been these kinds of mob attacks, hence the use of the word pogrom, which was developed at the turn of the 20th century. Amsterdam is a little unusual because, as historically speaking, Amsterdam is generally a very tolerant society, known for its liberalism, known for its kindness to a Jewish minority. Amsterdam developed as a very, very important center of Jewish scholarship in the 17th century in particular. And a lot of this has to do with the cultural origin of the Netherlands, because it's expressed in the word gedogen, which basically means kind of like bothering anyone, just let them, they're going to do a kind of a tolerant, mind your own business attitude, required social cohesion, literally, keep the canals and dikes working so that Netherlands could literally be above sea level. There are some remarkable moments of tremendous friendship with the Jews, such as, for example, the dock worker strike of February 1941, when, in the only example of this from the entire Holocaust, you have an entire industry rising up and protesting specifically the Nazi treatment of Jews. It turned out to be unsuccessful, as the Nazis, acted with tremendous repression and shut it down within days, but nevertheless, it was symbolically very important. There have, of course, been very dark moments in the history of Amsterdam's treatment of its Jews, most significantly during the Holocaust, as was captured by Amsterdam's most famous Jewish resident, young Anne Frank, who lived in hiding with her family from the Nazis for several years until they were finally betrayed, and she was sent to her death at age 15 at Bergen-Belsen. So, on the one level, this is not historically significant because pogroms have happened for a very, very long time in Europe, in the Americas, and so on. But on another level, it is surprising perhaps to see Amsterdam, especially with its long tradition of tolerance. Now, let's take it though to the contemporary period and why I think it's so significant that I want to talk to you about it. except for the fact that it occurs 2024, it's not especially surprising. There may be some unusual aspects to this violence that we don't know about yet. It would not surprise me, for example, that as the investigation continues, they may find that there was some nefarious involvement of state actors, like even Iran, which has a very long history of sponsoring anti-Jewish and anti-Israel terror throughout the world. Hezbollah in particular has been involved in that. But why I see this as so important is because this incident is a very clear indication that we have formally moved into a new period of Jew hatred. You may have watched some of my other videos in which I walk through the history of Jew hatred as an ideology. It moves from xenophobia in the classic Greco-Roman period, then into Christian anti-Judaism during the period of the separation of Christianity from the mother religion of Judaism. Then it goes into medieval Jew hatred, where you have the development of pathological ideas like the blood libel and so on. And then in the 19th century, you have this shift to anti-Semitism, which held sway for a little over 100 years, in which Jews were primarily criticized as being involved in some kind of global conspiracy based on a racial concept of Judaism. And that's basically where we were for really until October 7th. But now we are in distinctly a new period. It has been percolating for prior to October 7th, but now is anti-Israelism. That Jews are attacked on the grounds that they are associated with Israel. Now, recognize that violence against Jews is never sort of marketed as, hey, let's just go hurt Jews. That would be something that very few people of goodwill could get behind. There has to be another reason for it. The Jews killed Christ, or the Jews killed Christian children for their blood, crazy things like that. The Jews are communists, the Jews are capitalists. All the justifications that are used now, the main excuse for Jewish violence is, and this is something that shifted significantly. I have to be just coming from France, picked up this great book by Delphine Tordillier, who's a very important liberal Jewish thinker in France. In this very brief book, which I really hope will find an English translator soon because it is very powerful. The title of the book is hard to capture well in English. Basically, it says, what's bothering you? Why aren't you okay? Conversations after the 7th of October. And she captures really in very pithy prose been feeling since October 7th, how things have changed for Jews. It's written in a series of conversations with her deceased grandparents as she reaches back in history, trying to understand the contemporary time, conversations with many other people, again, fictionalized to try and express this sort of malaise. And in one of the most fascinating discussions, which I think is of special relevance to you, she talks with some anti-racists. We would call them maybe Antifa today, I don't know. But she talks with people who are otherwise, very liberal and tolerant and wanting to, quash any kind of racial prejudice. And she asks them essentially, what's motivating you to be anti-Semitic, to be anti-Jewish? And the imaginary response is, you say, oh no, say the good souls. It's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism. We have nothing against Jewish children. We only have an animus towards Israeli children. And the response is, oh, well, of course, that's different. They are certainly to blame. They're certainly culpable, the Israeli children. Do you hear how this sounds? When we contemplate what's going on in Israel, it is very difficult. It is complicated. There's a tremendous amount of suffering in Gaza, no question. And at the root of it is the kidnapping of people like the Bibas brothers, who were aged 9 months and 4 years old when they were kidnapped. Now it's 399 days into this war, and they are still being held hostage. So what does this have to do with you, and why am I talking to you about this? I want to express that I have phenomenal respect and regard and admiration for you. You are motivated by the same spirit that motivated the prophets Isaiah and Amos, that you want to see justice done. And in fact, you are the inheritors of that prophetic tradition on a genetic level, not only on an intellectual and spiritual level. But I want you to understand that the Jewish opposition to the abuse of authority is intrinsic to the Jewish heritage, and it is vigorously exercised in modern Israeli democracy. And there is a place, a very hallowed place, for your objections to Israeli policies, whatever they be, and in your honor, you may proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with many other Jews and many other Israelis, both Arab and Jewish, because this of the Israeli democracy, it is certainly not uniform. But please, I would hope that you would take some time to think about where you are standing right now. Who are the people who are on your left and on your right? Are they the people who chant, globalize the Intifada? Because Amsterdam is an example of the globalization of the Intifada. Are they people who say resistance by any means? Because attacking soccer fans is a resistance by any means. Amsterdam and the violence that occurred there is the next logical step to those kinds of slogans and statements. And I'm speaking to you as a fellow Jew. Please reconsider where you are registering your protest. I'm not asking you to shut down your protest. I'm not asking you to reconsider your positions. You can do that all on your own. But please think about who are your fellow travelers. Thank you very much for watching. And allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts. Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm right now in Jerusalem, and I'm standing on the balcony of my hotel. Oh, and you can see the new city behind me. It's so amazing. This country that is, as Herzl put it, old and new at the same time. You can see there's a construction site going on right behind me. And this is just, it's such a resilient society, steeped in an ancient tradition, at the same time rejoicing in a modern future. I'm delighted to be here in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, speaking to many yeshivot about the tremendous value of studying at our institution, mostly Americans who are returning back to America after their yeshiva studies here. And, you know, what a privilege. I'm seeing so much in society after a brutalizing year of horrific conflict, which is still ongoing. Everywhere you go, you see all kinds of posters and signs demanding the return of the hostages. On the buses, you see the slogan, B'yachad Ninatzeach, together we will win. And this is society determined to bring back all of the hostages and to return to a level of with their neighbors, especially given the tumult that's happened in the last few days. But I want to say that I'm so grateful to the many supporters that we've had around the world. I want to especially call out Larry Brent, who is at the Kingsway United Methodist Church in Springfield, Missouri, and his grandson Ian, who have been supporters for decades of Israel and of the study of Jewish history. And, you know, we're really grateful that we are not completely alone in these very difficult struggles. But as you can see from the cityscape of the New Jerusalem behind me, this is a country that has a long and storied future ahead of us. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing visit to the state of Israel. I was there in my capacity as Dean of Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, speaking at largely English-speaking yeshivot to students, mainly from America, but also from Canada, the UK, and other places who are interested in returning to the United States and taking a degree here at our college. And while I was there, I had the phenomenal, wonderful experience of seeing my sons who now live in the land of Israel. And while we were traveling on one particular way, and I was commenting on the incredible prevalence of the yellow ribbon, sometimes in monumental form, example here, where we have all over the state of Israel these yellow ribbons. And when I was speaking with my sons in the car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow ribbon. So I thought I'd take a minute to talk to all of you about it, in case there are those of you who were born, let's say, after 1970, who may not be familiar with the famous song associated with it, and the unusual Jewish element of that backstory. So looking at the state of Israel, this yellow ribbon symbolizes a national solidarity with the Chatufim, the kidnapped ones, the 100-odd people who still remain trapped in Gaza by Hamas after their on October 7th. People, many of whom are children. There are children under the age of 5 who were kidnapped, who are still not returned. So as a symbol of solidarity, you see the yellow ribbon everywhere. I myself picked up some of these yellow ribbon lapels, and the color yellow is especially important. Quite often you'll see it as the empty seats that are placed in installations all over Israel to remember the people who are not at the table. Really very, very moving and powerful kind of demonstration. So what is the story behind that color yellow, and specifically the yellow ribbon? So it is a very old tradition. It's been back to European colonists in pre-revolution America, and it seems to revolve around certain themes. One of the most important is the idea of women wearing yellow ribbons as a reminder of their loved ones who are away, often taking off into a military context. The military has adopted it as well. And it was popularized in 1917 in particular by a song composed by George Norton. Here you can see the sheet music. Around her neck she wears a yellow ribbon for her lover who is fur away. And there are many different variations on the theme. In 1949, a film was made of this. She wore a yellow ribbon starring John Wayne. Really quite a fascinating kind of example of this notion expanding into popular culture, but again, very specifically with this military context. In 1973, the group Tony, Orlando, and Dawn came out with a song called Tie a Yellow Ribbon Round the Old Oak Tree. Once again, I apologize for people who are my age, because this is such a massive cultural icon that everyone who was, older than, let's say, 40 probably remembers this song very well. It became the top song of 1973. It sold 3 million records in just 3 weeks and really cemented the idea of the yellow ribbon symbolism within the American mindset, at least. The storyline for that song, I'm going to look at the lyrics shortly, appeared first in a 1961 Reader's Digest story, and later in a 1971 New York Post article, again with certain elements overlapping one over the other. It was, however, the lyrics of 2 Jewish songwriters from New Jersey, Irwin Levine, born 1938, and L. Brown, who was born in 98, that really captured a particular version of this story, and something that I think everyone my age has basically memorized. Let's have a look at the lyrics, and you'll get a sense of why this song was so popular. So he writes, "I'm coming home, I've done my time. Now I've got to know what is and isn't mine. If you receive my letter telling you I'd soon be free," it's hard for me to stop from actually singing, but you don't want me to sing, "then you'll know just what to do if you still want me. he's speaking, as it were, to his girlfriend, wife, we don't know for sure, saying that, listen, I'm coming back home from prison, and I don't know what our relationship is going to be like. I don't know if you're still hoping for me. I don't know if you've cut me out of your life, but I want you to leave a symbol for me. Then the chorus famously goes, tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree, It's been 3 long years. Do you still want me? If I don't see a ribbon round the old oak tree, I'll stay on the bus. Forget about us. Put the blame on me. If I don't see a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree, right? That's the whole setting for it. Then, beautifully, the lyrics go, he speaks now to the bus driver, and he says, bus driver, please look for me, because I couldn't bear to see what I might see. I'm really still in prison, and my love, she holds the key. A simple yellow ribbon's what I need to set me free. Wow. So basically, he can't bear it. He's waited so long. He hasn't heard from his wife, apparently, or his girlfriend. And he's saying, I don't know what I'm going to see when we get up to the old oak tree. So he asks the bus driver to please tell him what he sees. Is there a sign that he's welcome after coming back from prison? And then the last verse goes, now the whole damn bus is cheering, and I can't believe I see 100 yellow ribbons round the old oak tree. And he finally is emerging from his prison, which is not a physical prison anymore, but still very much a mental and emotional prison. And he sees that his wife is still with him. His wife is still supporting him. His wife still wants him home. The song has occasionally been criticized as overly sentimental and even kind of schmaltzy. I don't think that's a fair criticism. What I think, in the context of the permanence of this symbol of the yellow ribbon, it speaks to a very, very deep need of those of us who are yearning for the return of the Chatufim, to express how much we care about them, how deeply we are still connected to them, and that this current conflict cannot end until all of them are safe at home. I hope that this brief discussion of the Jewish backstory of the yellow ribbon to a global sense of how urgent it is that those captives be returned immediately. Thank you very much for watching.
Oelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Oelun's fears proved just
So Jewish history. I'd like to review of Gaza in Jewish history. Just get a very basic sense of the long stretch of interaction between the people of Gaza and the Jews in various periods from antiquity to the present. First of all, where exactly is Gaza? You can see it here. I'm sure you've seen it on newscasts and on the internet. It's a little strip of land just on the Mediterranean coast in Israel's southwest. It's about 28 miles long, or kilometers, and it's only about 3 to 4.5 miles wide, 5 to 7 kilometers. It has a history. It goes all the way back to the Bronze Age, where it was primarily Egyptian base and an administrative center in the land of Canaan. That is well before the Jews appeared on the scene, the Israelites appeared on the scene. It was, under Joshua, as described in the Bible, assigned to the tribe of Judah, although it really remained under the control of the Canaanites, and then later under specifically the Philistines in the 12th century before the Common Era. The Philistines, in Hebrew the Pelishtim, are of course the etymological origins of the Palestinians today. That term Philistine in English, or Pelishtim in Hebrew, was later adopted by the Romans in their attempt to erase Jewish memory from the region, and they named the entire land Palestina. That's where the Arabs get the word Philistine from the Roman borrowing of this 12th century people living there. Of course, we have lots and lots of biblical stories about the conflict between the Pelishtim and the Jews. If you have a look, for example, in the book of Samuel, it's constantly going back and and forth. I think one of the most dramatic elements of Gaza specifically is the scene in which the judge Samson is taken captive and brought back to the Temple of Dagon in Gaza, what would be, I guess, Gaza City today. And he is publicly humiliated. They didn't have social media back then, but they blinded him and they strapped him to the pillars of this temple. And he had this great prayer to God that he should have strength one more time. And he pulled down the pillars of the temple and destroyed all the people in it. Useful required reading for Hamas right now. The region, although it was basically independent from areas under Israelite control, it was briefly conquered by King David, King Hezekiah, King Alexander Yanai in the Maccabean period, the Hashmonaim, and even under King Herod. But the Talmud considers it as not technically part of the borders of the land of Israel. It's always been somewhat separate and recognized for its distinctiveness. That doesn't mean, however, that Jews did not live in Gaza. In fact, we have a very, very long history of Jews being in Gaza. We have some great archaeological discoveries, such as a synagogue there dating from the early 6th century of the Common Era. You can see that they have actually a representation of King David here, labeled in Hebrew. And it's clear that Jews lived in Gaza after the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. It tended to drop, the Jewish population dropped after the Crusaders entered in the 12th century, but basically began to grow again in the 14th through the 17th centuries. It was only in the 20th century when the Jewish population there finally disappeared, and that was primarily because of the uprisings in 1929, a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews in the Yishuv movement, that is before Israel became a state, and Jews decided to leave Gaza at that time. So when you get up to 1948, which is of course a crucial period in the history of the region, you have about 20,000 people living in Gaza. The vast majority of them are Muslims. There are only about 720. It was under the British mandate, and they had handed it over to the United Nations for a solution, and they came up with this kind of bizarre plan to divide what would become the state of Israel into 7 pieces. 3 of them would be Arab, 3 of them would be Jewish, and Jerusalem would be a international zone. As is well known, the Arab nations surrounding the future state of Israel refused to accept this UN plan, and they attacked. And this resulted in the very bloody War of Independence. Amazingly, the state of Israel was not only able to maintain itself, to not have all the Jews pushed into the sea, but they actually even consolidated their territory somewhat. Gaza, however, was left under Egyptian control. The Arab population of the Gaza Strip expanded tremendously as tens of thousands of Arabs fled the conflict and made their way into Gaza. So it expanded to about 88,000. And then after the armistice, it actually ballooned to 360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza Strip. It is a phenomenally overpopulated piece of land. There were 8 refugees camps set up in Gaza for these 1948-49 refugees, and they largely remain there to this day. The area is plagued by huge unemployment. Gazans were not allowed to work even in Egypt until 1952, and the unemployment rate was hovering around 50% at that time. Terrorist attacks from Gaza into Israel prompt Israel to briefly conquer the period in November of 1956, and then to retreat in 1957 once diplomatic arrangements were made. Unquestionably, however, the most significant date in the history of Gaza and its relations to the land of Israel is June of 1967. When the remarkable 6-day war occurred. In 1967, Israel was preparing for a massive attack by the Arab armies that surrounded it, particularly from Egypt and from Syria. So they launched a preemptive strike, and largely using superior air power, they were able to expand the borders of the state of Israel dramatically, encompassing the entire Sinai Peninsula, the region that had been controlled by Jordan, called the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to the north. The Gaza Strip, of course, was also now part of the region that the State of Israel was responsible for. However, and this is really crucial, the State of Israel had to determine what it was going to do with these territories. Some territories were annexed, meaning they were made part of Israel permanently. That includes East Jerusalem, for obvious reasons, because that is the historical capital of the Jewish people, and the Golan Heights in the north, which had a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus and it also overlooks the Galilee from the other side. So controlling that was considered very significant. But the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip were not annexed, and they were rather occupied. And there was a lot of mixed thoughts in Israel about what to do about these territories. A large body of public opinion felt that now that Israel had really demonstrated that it was here to stay, then the Arabs would then come to the negotiating table and they would be able to exchange land for peace. Surprisingly, that did not happen until 1978, when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt made a very heroic gesture and essentially traveled to Israel, met with Menachem Begin, the prime minister, and together with the work of President Jimmy Carter, they hammered out the Camp David Accords in 1978. As part of the Camp David Accords, this is very important for our purposes, the entire Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt. So Israel controlled it from 67 until 78 and then gave it back in exchange for a peace with Egypt, which has basically held. There have been some moments of tension, including in our own times, but nevertheless, it's basically a peace that is held. The thing is, Egypt did not want to take the Gaza Strip. By this point, in the late 1970s, Palestinian national sensibilities had grown significantly. They were associated with a lot of terrorist activities around the world, in airports and at the Munich Olympics and so on. And the Egyptians simply didn't want to have anything to deal with it. And so Israel was kind of left holding the bag, forced to maintain this piece of territory with a very hostile population, with very poor employment, and with very poor economic prospects. Things looked a little better for the possibility of a two-state solution with the Oslo Accords in 1994 and 95, when the Palestinian Authority was established, which theoretically gave Palestinians a degree of self-rule within both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. However, that has failed to take sufficient hold for reasons which are beyond the scope of this narrow video. Ultimately, however, by 2005, the Israelis had realized that maintaining the Gaza Strip was militarily simply too costly, and that with the demographic imbalance, because the Gazans have very large families and there's an inverted age pyramid with a very, very young population there, and with continued unemployment, it would simply be untenable. And although there had been some very successful Jewish enterprises and settlements established within Gaza, in a period of tremendous national turmoil, Ariel Sharon ordered a disengagement, or simply a retreat from Gaza, and all of those Israeli settlements were removed. And what that meant was, from 2005, Gaza was technically independent. It was not part of Israel, and they could run their internal affairs however they liked. We will get to the block shortly. But the Gazans turned around, and between September and January, they had their elections, and they pushed out Fatah, which is the somewhat more mainstream Palestinian movement that is associated more now with the West Bank, and elected Hamas, a organization recognized as a terrorist organization by most Western nations, including the United States, and Hamas has been in ever since. So now Israel had a very, very difficult kind of situation. They had literally a terrorist state on their borders, a state that was dedicated to the destruction of Israel's very existence. And Israel had to figure out how they're going to have these very, very hostile neighbors. The blockade was intended that the Gazans, Hamas, could not import weapons. And then later, so they could not import secondary materials that could be made into weapons. That was proved to be not very successful because Hamas has taken much of the foreign aid that is poured into Gaza, humanitarian aid in cases, and diverted it to building more and more rockets. In fact, rockets are the primary way in which Gaza interacted with Israel. That and the use of permits. After 1967, there was actually a period of prosperity for Gaza in an attempt to develop kind of normalcy, some kind of relationship with this. Israel allowed Gazans to work in the country, and they issued thousands upon thousands of work permits. In 1971, of Gazans worked in Israel. The unemployment rate was almost zero. By 1979, the number of Gazans working in Israel had risen to 2.4%. By 1996, it was at 46.1%. It was a steady increase of economic interrelationship between Israel and Gaza. The Gazans were largely working in menial labor and construction and things like that, but nevertheless, there was at least funds flowing into the region. In 1987, however, things exploded with the first Intifada, which was kind of a Palestinian expression of disgust at the lack of progress that they had made towards statehood. And Israel, responding to many of these violent demonstrations, began cutting down on the work permits. By 1993, the percentage of Gazans working in Israel had been reduced to 26.5%, basically half of what it was in 1986. But suicide attacks increased. And in 1994, 1995, horrific bus bombings and things like that, orchestrated from Gaza, meant that the number of Gazans who were allowed to work in Israel reduced to 3.3%. Now, this is the part that I think is especially significant for what we're enduring today. According to what I think is some quite insightful reporting by Reuters, Israel is apparently caught off guard because they were kind of lulled into a sense of security, thinking that, hey, things were getting better. It looked like the Gazans were beginning to realize that, working for a living and building your home is much better than trying to destroy it with barbarism and with war. And in fact, the number of work permits that were given to Gazans was going to be increasing. And so Israel seems to have let its guard down, thinking that maybe we're slowly, like we are with many countries in the region, maybe we're finally getting to a normal kind of relationship, but that in fact was not the case because Hamas was still in control. Hamas, throughout this period, has been launching rockets, particularly at cities in the south like Sderot, and with newer technologies beginning to reach further north like Tel Aviv and even Jerusalem. And although the Israelis countered with the development of a remarkable device, the Iron Dome, which is the equivalent of hitting a moving bullet, that essentially blunted the impact of much of rocket fire, but then under Hamas began to use the strategy of kidnapping. In particular, Gilad Shalit was kidnapped in 2006, was held for 5 years, and because of the Israelis' vaunted opinion that no soldier should ever be left behind, they actually negotiated a controversial deal of releasing 1,027 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom had been jailed for violent terrorist crimes, in order to get back Gilad Shalit. And that's basically where we are today going into this particular conflict. Hamas has clearly learned that the Israelis are sensitive to kidnapping, that Israelis value their population, and they want to get their people back. And all I can see from a historical perspective is that Hamas worships death and wants to increase the suffering of their population. Rather than pursuing the route of working towards prosperity, it seems that all of their energy is going to more and more bombs, more and more violence. I hope you found this video useful.
significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the mythic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his great capital.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
Strengthened his bodyguard.
history. Let me begin this video with a few things. First of all,
The sons of powerful men show their good behavior. This gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Joachim was master of the hunt. Chatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogide, and the youngest, Tolui, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this,
in accordance with YouTube community guidelines, I want to make sure that you understand this is a video of educational content. I'm just trying to discuss a historical phenomenon. It happens that it relates to the present date in many ways, and it has some graphic and disturbing images and discussions. Secondly, I want to give you a spoiler alert. If you look at the title, I am going to say that anti-Zionism is basically a form of anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. If that disturbs you and you prefer not to listen, then just leave a nasty comment and then go watch something else. I would recommend something relaxing like a kitten or puppy video or something like that. What I intend to do in this short video is first of all to discuss what it is we mean by the term Zionism. What exactly is that as a historical phenomenon? I will discuss some of the legitimate objections to Zionism that were especially prominent at the turn of the 20th century. And then I'm going to focus on the illegitimate objections that hide under the term anti-Zionism, but are basically just a veneer for old-time Jew hatred. I have discussed this in other videos and much more detail on the history of anti-Semitism in other videos, and I'll try to remember to put some links in the information box as to where you can find out more of that. The reason I'm returning to this topic now and discussing a little more detail is because, unfortunately, as we had feared, many of the most unpleasant and unfortunately violent aspects of the harmful rhetoric that is surrounding this debate has seeped out into the public space, and now we've got the horrific and sad murders of 2 young people in Washington, D.C. by a person who was reputed to have said afterwards, "Free Palestine," and we've also had a horrific attack on peaceful protesters in Boulder by a person who apparently tried to get a gun. Thank God his questionable immigration status prevented him from getting one, but he used homemade flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails instead and injured 22 people. And since the rhetoric is getting out of hand and is starting to cross over into violence, God willing, that was the end of it, but I think that would be optimistic. It's important for us to understand what exactly are we talking about when we refer to anti-Zionism. So let's begin by saying, what exactly is Zionism? Well, first of all, it's not a secular colonial movement. On the contrary, it is historically the most pro-indigenous movement ever in human history, which is why, ironically, so many First Nations in Canada and the Maori in New Zealand and elsewhere support Zionism. You see that occasionally in these social media spaces. The Zionism refers to the age-old desire for Jews to return to their ancient homeland in the land of Israel. It is, without doubt, the oldest movement of its nature in history. Now, as I will explain in a minute, the term Zionism, the capital Z, was really coined in the context of the 20th century when it required a political overtone, and I'll come back to that. But historically speaking, this is something that goes all the way back to, at the very least, the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Jews were first exiled from the land of Yehuda, the southern part of the central and southern part of what will be today, Israel, to Babylonia under King Nebuchadnezzar. And we see it recorded, for example, in the Bible all over the place, but Psalm 137 is perhaps the most powerful statement of that yearning to return to the land of Israel. Just quoting here in English, by the rivers Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept. When we remember Zion, right? What is Zion? Zion is one of the hills of Jerusalem, and so it's come in the 20th century to represent this general desire to very powerful song. Now, in the 20th century, as I said twice, that's when Jews, particularly in Europe and especially in Eastern Europe, by the nationalist movements that were growing at that time, and many peoples began to seek their, opportunities to express themselves as national unit. There are lots of nationalities that emerged within empires. For example, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, the Russian, all kinds of non-Hungarians or Hungarians, non-Germans, and non-Russians within them. And a lot of those people, the Czechs, the Ukrainians, the Slovaks, the Polacks, wanted to form their own state. And so Zionism presented this movement that took hold of this age of Israel. And by the way, I should point out that the vast majority of Jews were living in diaspora at that time, and had been for the last 15, 18th century, the bulk of the Jewish population outside of Israel. But there was always a small population of this entire period. So one can also make the argument the Jews actually never totally left the land of Israel. They always regarded Jerusalem as their eternal capital and were waiting to actually come back to it. It began to acquire this modern nationalist political tone, particularly under the leadership of Theodor Herzl, shown here, very famous leader of the World Zionist Organization that was established in 1897 and had significant success at motivating Jews around the world to contribute in a financial way to purchasing land in the land of Israel in order to eventually come back there. Herzl's particular strategy involved, negotiating with great powers to try and have some kind of diplomatic, dedication of the land to the Jewish people. This eventually was expressed after Herzl's death in the Balfour Declaration, when the British government said that they believe in the idea of the establishment of the Jewish homeland. We've talked about this in many other videos. Now, while Zionism was arguably the most popular of the various political expressions that were happening at this time, when Jews all over the world began, like many other peoples, to explore their political expression, it was certainly not universally approved by all Jews. There are many, many objections to Zionism, and there are three main groups of Jews who legitimately objected to Zionism at the time. The first were the ultra-Orthodox. This is based on a reading of the Talmud that essentially argues that the Jews, having been exiled from the land of Israel and having lost their sovereignty specifically way back in the ancient period, they were not allowed to go back to the land of Israel and establish a sovereign nation with a flag, with an army, with passports, with currency, all those things, until the arrival of the Messiah. And so there was a good core of ultra-Orthodox Jews in particular who felt that returning to the land of Israel and establishing a state there was inappropriate. Returning to the land of Israel, to live there, to pray there, to study there, very, very beautiful. But to establish a state, these ultra-Orthodox Jews said, no, that has to wait for the Messiah. Ultimately, this group was always a minority of the Jews overall. And again, various election results to indicate how Jews felt about this position, but nevertheless, it was a theologically principled argument. Today, we have a situation where half of the world's Jews have already demonstrated their commitment to Zionism by actually living in the land of Israel, and so only a tiny fringe of that ultra-Orthodox objection still remains. You will see them showing up at pro-Palestinian rallies, and they have been doing it consistently for many, many years, not just since October. They're associated with like Neturei Karta, who are pretty much universally disliked by the rest of world Jewry. And you can see them here. This is in a German protest, and they have a few non-rabbis or non-Jews apparently standing beside them, carrying signs that say, authentic rabbis are opposed to Zionism. Here's a pro tip, by the way. If you believe you are authentic, you are certainly not going to convince anyone by putting it on a sign and saying that you are, in fact, authentic. And it's especially difficult for most Jews to deal with this kind of thing because, as you can see, the other flags that are being represented include, for example, Hezbollah, which is one of the most murderous terrorist organizations that is dedicated to, as you can see on their flag, they've got like a gun on the flag. They want to destroy Israel and the Jews there. I mean, it's just very offensive to most to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough that they're wearing this kind of keffiyeh, talaisim, and things like that. But anyways, that is nevertheless the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in a political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in Yiddish as the Bund. And this was a group that said, no. Zionism is a bad thing because it's going back in time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically kind of a communist government. And so they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist section of the Bund. It survived to a certain degree in America as a Jewish workman's circle and so on, but that was also a principled opposition to Zionism on the basis that it was moving in the opposite direction of what all society should go. This is why, social democrats tend to oppose Zionism, and there were Jewish social democrats who turned in the 20th century as well. Finally, much smaller group, but still less significant in some ways, the so-called diaspora nationalists, who were led by Shimon Dubno and had some success in implementing their notion of the appropriate form of Jewish political expression in the interwar period in the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and also in short-lived Ukraine before it was taken over by the Russians. Dubno's vision of Jewish political expression argued that they should in fact be more invested in their own communities around the world and not seek to go and create a state. In Dubno's vision, he felt that this as a diaspora community actually represents a more advanced form of social organization than statehood, and that the Jews were in a unique place that actually expressed it into the future. So you will see occasionally a kind of a diaspora nationalist objection to Zionism, but it was especially prominent in the 1920s. It faded away in the 1930s under the influence of integral nationalism and fascism and so on. Nevertheless, these are three principal oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still as opposed to an actual expression in a state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically Semitic about it, since I've described to you three reasonable forms of anti, although they're very hard to find people today. So let's understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet. Just like the Jews are very old people, antipathy to the Jews is also a very old phenomenon. But, we see it in much the same ways, and, when it happens, we recognize it. I'm thinking to myself, for example, times have I walked synagogue on a Saturday and some car drives by and someone rolls down the window and yells, some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and they yell, Free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred of Jews, but I hope to demonstrate exactly how that's happening. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and then we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first form of antipathy to Jews is actually the most normal of them, the most kind of like human and understandable, and that's basically xenophobia. This is something we see in the ancient ancient period among Greeks and Romans in particular. You see it in Greek and Roman literature, and it basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work one day a week, they were therefore considered slothful, because that was on the Sabbath. That was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans, and they just didn't understand it, so they assumed that Jews were lazy. Because Judaism requires, if you want to convert to Judaism, it requires a fairly high bar of commitment. For example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were, like self-selected and things like that. And so it basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the basic functions. So here's another one. For example, Jews keep kosher. And so if you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, hey, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and the Jew says, sorry, I can't eat that food. Say, oh, what's wrong with you? How come you won't share with me? So that's just misunderstanding the reasons why they're not eating it as a form of misanthropy, of hatred of other people. So this is something that happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't quite understand each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens, and it happens to all people. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism, and as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, or to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like sort of a granddaughter religion. But the relationship of the mother and the daughter is especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. Who are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, what is the Christian people? What does God think of this relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does he mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in an antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium of the Common Era. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews, which are just, mind-boggling and bizarre, like this crazy idea that Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to, fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when print became popular, and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely, and unfortunately we are still dealing with this form of medieval form, which unfortunately until recently I believed was likely the final form, but that was optimistic, is what we would call today modern anti-Semitism. This is when the actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and, sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of scientific sounding term. And basically the content of modern anti-Semitism represents the departure from the religious moorings of anti-Jewish hatred and placing it all on two basic ideas. One, that the Jews constitute a distinct race, separate from religious confession, for example, national identification, but quasi-permanent with their very beings, their very bodies. Secondly, the idea of conspiracy. But the way this race works is that they land awful dial plan to dominate the world. And that's basically 80s through the entire Nazi period, through the late 20th century up until recently. Finally, we come to this fifth form, anti-Zionism. What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections we talked about earlier, and why is it fundamentally still hatred? Anti-Zionism is simply this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimacy to the modern state of Israel. That, unlike all other world, Israel somehow be allowed to exist that is based on fundamental fatal flawed principles. That means that it is something that must be eradicated completely, something we don't say about Canada or England or any other state. We only say it about Israel. And secondly, anti-Zionism argues that all Jews, not just Israelis, but all Jews around the world are somehow equally culpable for establishing this so-called illegitimate state, that they are so-called complicit in this crime of Israel's existence. And that's really what this anti-Zionism is all about. So what I'd like to do now is to walk you through a few examples of how we see just how inappropriate and illogical and fundamentally hateful this argument is, and how it distinguishes itself from the earlier forms of opposition to Zionism that we can understand based on legitimate grounds, whether or not we agree with them. Let's take, for example, as a litmus test, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It's not, for me, it's not my favorite form of defining anti-Semitism, but it happens to be something that is in the news because a lot of political debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition or not this. But let's just use it as our litmus test. So if you look at where I pointed the arrow here, we should say clearly that criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is an anti-Semite, you would have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic, because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing, the Israeli Knesset and politics there. There's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments. So there's certainly no boundary in this definition that says that criticizing the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is off limits. There are, however, some things which go way beyond it, and that's what we really want to focus on. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. Let's look at some of them in detail and see why anti-Zionism really goes beyond the level of appropriate criticism of the government and gets into anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. First of all, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust, right? We sometimes call this Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why an anti-Semite wants to do that is because part of the reason why the need for a state of Israel is present is because of the genocidal attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of refuge for them. Okay, fine. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge, that it's saying it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Forces because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you'd have to wipe out, you'd have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in the armed forces come from other countries or have various, affinities for other countries. I'm going to set that one aside here. Anti-Zionism means denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of the State of Israel is a racist endeavor. Meaning, all other countries seeking to establish national lands for their indigenous peoples, that is somehow okay. But for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as the national movement of the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN resolution that says American nationalism, Venezuelan nationalism, that we are somehow racist, but Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. It's a fundamentally flawed argument, and as you can see from this map that indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that voted in favor it, probably primarily those who are deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, that you get the sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who, objected to this bill resolution, building on of the Jewish national movement with racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, i.e. Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. It holds Israel to a different standard of what is acceptable. And we see this especially rather brilliant article published yesterday by Zach Goldberg, was he went and looked at some of the major media releases. Is the word genocide used? And then he identified, half a dozen odd recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. I won't go into the details of separations between them. But as you can see, when you connect Israel to genocide, that's a phenomenally popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide and so on. When you say Israel and genocide in one sentence, you get a lot of hits, and so therefore that has suddenly become a tremendously popular thing in much of the media space. And he points out here, I'm going to actually read a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it would constitute a striking historical outlier, perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking of hostages, the first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of its purported victims, and potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted group's combatants have deliberately embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might plausibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victimhood. Specifically, were Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms, Israel's military campaign, having achieved its core objectives, would likely cease. And I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing, and my entire being rebels against it. But the bottom line is, there's so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages, and hardly anyone is saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages. You murdered many of them. You still have 20 of them. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas and saying, force them to release the hostages, and the violence will cease? That's something that still bothers me. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to terrorize Jews or Israelis. Lots of examples of this, very offensive metaphors of Jews or Israelis drinking blood, harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policies to Nazis. That happens everywhere, all the time. You see a swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time. If it wasn't Israel, it was other things, such as the horrific massacres at the Tree of Life synagogue that occurred actually before October 7th. But of course, we see it today in the terrifying murder of two Israeli staff members walking out of a museum in Washington, or the horrible attack on the peaceful protesters in Boulder. Okay, I hope this video sort of explains what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred. But yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the State of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by allying yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, you may be buying into a much larger agenda than you're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video was useful to you, and I hope that we see an end to the violence, a return of the hostages immediately to their families, and the cessation of all of the attacks and suffering in Gaza. Thank you very much.
They sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. The Mongols accepted the offer and destroyed a Genoese.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been conducting research for the upcoming Rome cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind. That
relationship with the Cubans, and Subidei, and their men spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols,
even though it's dealing with their own material, it's a very
at the Battle of Kalkaliva in what is Ukraine on the 31st May 1223. It resulted
close by the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will be going to, God willing, next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Benbassa, a fascinating historian who is also a politician. She is a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonnes. I chased down an article by Anne Zink on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonnes, you can see where it is here. It's sort of like perched on this very western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of that story, and I'll return to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. And let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot specifically. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time that the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from, and France is not unified like it is today. There are different, territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182, and then invited back, and it goes to expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region that's close by here, finally at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows these so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians. They are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of the country, and many of them made their way to more hospitable climes. Amsterdam, for example, we've spoken about that quite a bit, and many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border, and there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto-Jews. They used to be called Marranos, which is in itself a derogatory term meaning swine. So crypto-Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who, they're along the whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed by the population. There are those who deeply, deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety as Christians to the outside, but in their own homes, so marrying other Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. We know that the Jews were useful. Like, look at this chart here. You can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them were impoverished. Almost all of them were, producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live. Banking and small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Saint-Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic. So they're involved in all kinds of things, in wool sales, in chocolate, in tobacco, and you name it, all soap, they're making soap, all kinds of things are going on there, and they're definitely very useful to the economy. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese New Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews, including crypto-Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings, like in Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's the really interesting part. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 206 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this one. And by 1720, the people living there are open by the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or even Jews, reflects a reality that is developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner by Anne Zink, who really went down into the local archives, demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. They employ a Paris priest to serve as a kind of go-between, to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own Heber Kaddish and their rights, and they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you would have in a much more well-developed Kehillah, and let's say Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flouting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne. They can own real estate. They don't have to wear the ruelle, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have, an incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that we can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing things that happens at the end of the 1700s. But they were the descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? If a generation is about 25 years, that's 3 times, that's 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity for 12 generations? And if you want to say that the Jews were coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's a good century of tolerance in Bordeaux and Bayonne. Much greater, I would think, in many ways, the famed convertia that you see in the south in Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, they're still talking about 8 generations. Could you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne Zink really drives home in her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity. Hey, France to be Judenrein, we're going to be completely Catholic. And of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are playing all kinds of different agendas and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you can have real humanity express itself. The non-Jewish population of Bordeaux and Bayonne saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they were linguistically very well adapted, that, looking at Anne Zink's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto-Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and yet find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to visit it. Thank you very much for watching this video.
While different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167, the most commonly accepted date is 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Borjigin clan. There is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, near the sacred mountain of Burgan Khaldun in the Khenti Mountains in northeastern Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yesugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis's life and conquests, written for the Mongol royal family after his death, Yesugai was the grandson of Khabur Khan, the head of the Borjigin clan in the early 12th century. Some historians argued that this could have been later propaganda to enhance Genghis's lineage, and Yesugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research, as I prepare for another Kosher River cruise in
the leader of the Kerak tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia,
France, this time in Bordeaux, in the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating
and in around 1160, Yesugai abducted a
discussion relating to the liturgy. And many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because so many events and experiences of the Jewish people are layered into the fabric of the prayer book And as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the work of Gerard Nahon. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which he's been studying all his life. His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne, and he taught at many universities. And Nahon is especially associated with L'École Pratique des Hautes Études. He was a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Juifs et Judaïsme à Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So here's what it is. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? It's certainly lost in the sands of time because by the time we first get records of Jews, they aren't referring to their settlement. These are referring to Jews that have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rua Judaica, or Rue the Jewish street. And if you get this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille Julien in 1890, who presumed that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see that in fact it does have the name Esther, which is in fact a Roman equivalent of the name Esther. We know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up for Claudia Esther, who was one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Esther is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classically Jewish symbol. The 7-branch menorah in particular really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early and very popular in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Julien argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahon says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belonged to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong his argument is personally, because why wouldn't it say Asterius, although those last 3 letters kind of indicates like a nominative case. It really should be in the ring itself, unless it's a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking about 500s. We know that there were Jews already living there at this time. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the year 333 or 334, and it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim making his way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years. That's where most of his stuff happens. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in the Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks and talks and talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Chizkiyahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely in passing because he was going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggested, maybe this guy's actually a Yid. Maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left this very, very travelogue, and that's how we have it today. And it was a mistake to ascribe it to a Christian. At any rate, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is this Vehu Rachum prayer, which is well known, in particular to men and women who pray in the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tachanun, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayers, the Shemona Esrei or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Beit Din sits, that is, the court of justice sits, so this happens also in heaven, and therefore requires additional prayers, to expiate our sins. So that's basically what this Tachanun prayer is, and there's this longer section on Mondays and Thursdays called Vehu Rachum, which is the first two words, and it means, and he is merciful, meaning God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Otzar Tfilos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, but not too much discussion there, and they composed this prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in the regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahon brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troyes, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Menachem named Yehuda Bar Eliezer Tzvi records the actual story that occurred much earlier. So we're definitely now talking in the realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. So the story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders, and he puts no skipper on them, and he just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy in kosher river cruises, let me tell you. At any rate, according to the legend, which has been recorded from the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Arles, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got to Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine geographically, because really it would have had to go all the way around Spain to enter from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legend anyhow. And the Jews disembarked, established really early settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul. It would have been a Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in this 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux, and originally he treated Jews very well, but then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and he began to persecute them. And so there were 2 brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel adds a degree of verisimilitude to the whole story. But at any rate, the 3 people get together, and they each compose a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies a horrible death. After this, the prayer was considered so successful, and actually it is very beautiful. I will tell you that we tend to rush through it because nobody likes saying Tachanun. It's very sad kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautifully written. So I actually enjoy it with plenty of time to daven. The entire Jewish world, it has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures, and it is included and appreciated to this very day. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting, and I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise to this really unusual part of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
In 1186, Temujin's wife Borte gave birth to a 3rd son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating.
He was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan al-Jut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life
Sort of travel log, taking a pilgrim
suggesting
from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I had come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Burdigalense or Itinerarium Burdigala usque Jerusalem, meaning the Bordeaux itinerary or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages, basically describes, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B, meaning you got to break this into a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights if you're traveling by donkey or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you have like horse rentals and stuff there, places, switching horses and things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over, but 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel and back. Here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and with several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this, like change at Stomatae, leagues 7, change at Senone, leagues 9, city of Astates, leagues 8. Most of it's pretty boring until you get the land of Israel, and then of course there's a lot more detailed information about what to see in connection to the Bible and things like that. So that's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is, and it has lots of fascinating things to associate with. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible? Or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was a time when there was a huge kind of like quote-unquote rediscovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There was a lot more, fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople coming, saying I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle adversus Judaeus tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time, perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites? These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he was one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi and served as a chaplain, but his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Lear. Absolutely fascinating. And he wrote, a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of the land of Israel. Huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take this itinerary at face value. For example, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galilee region? I mean, that was Jesus's main area of activity. Was there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in the Christian scriptures? A pilgrim spends this huge trip making his way in the land of Israel, and then just over all those things, just go to the coast and then spend time in Jerusalem. Important question. Second, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially events that occurred to particular kings, as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars preceding Klein, and he quotes them in his article on this topic, suggest that perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation who was of Jewish ethnicity but was practicing Christianity. And, there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time you get to the 4th century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinatingly, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, but to Jewish legend. Both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in the Jewish community. Is it not possible, asked Professor Klein, that the pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but if they're going to add stuff, they could have added so much more stuff. Why only add a few toss-away references? What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux, and they had made this itinerary, and he pulled material from them into it. Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the 1st century, but we have only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Klein's thesis is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of the itinerary because there's significant Jewish populations in Bordeaux and in Lyon at this time. You know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Menachem Ish Galia, Rabbi Menachem, the man of Galia, that is, of course, Roman France. That's mentioned in the Tosefta on Eruvin. There is a Rabbi Yudan Dimin Galia, Rabbi Yudan from Galia, and he's mentioned the Sikta de Rav Kahana. These are all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there that so much so that they would produce at least these two figures who are cited in very, very ancient texts. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution and thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. And I think that is absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching this short video, and I am so glad there are other people who find this stuff so interesting.
The recent scholarship suggests this ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Borchu and Borokud, were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Jebe and Supede were ranked one step below. The four were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the Duro River Valley with kosher river cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of crypto-Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, God willing, we're going to go to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what place is like and to discover Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that's a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterius, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time you get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have geography of a place called Mont Juic, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place, a Jewish street, and a port is called Port du Jeu, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rashi, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish population living there. Where they came from exactly is not clear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from us afterwards. And this is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from environs at several points in the High Middle Ages. The first of them was in 1102, which did not, because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control. It was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless, impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300-odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So, if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession, 1284, 5, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how can you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsion, but they were really just tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is an illustration of what one of my students called the fee or fee strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish communities could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion, and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous, or the price is too high, and then they could flee. So it seemed that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pasteurs. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096, so this is like a century after the First Crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and the Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because if the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel, well, a lot of locals and populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pasteurs uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated with cash-bearing industries like money lending, like minting, like craft, silver, goldsmith, things like that. And so they were a favorite target by the Pasteurs, and they suffered horribly in that year, 1320. The upper church, and the Pope in particular, defended the Jews like they did with blood libels and things like that, saying this is not right, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, when the Pasteurs had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament meant that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. A lot of sad stories about that, but I don't want to get off track. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time Judenrein, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially crypto-Jews, who had been making their way up to Bordeaux from the 15th century and on. again, you'll recall that in Spain, there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, there were periods of time when this relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians or Christos, sometimes called Muslims, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites. The New World, Brazil in particular, also just across the Pyrenees Mountains, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux, identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately as Jews. That combined sort of Korean spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as, these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they are married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese, even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France. They are openly living as Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and the Canton Venaissin, which are regions that were controlled directly by the popes rather than the French kings. And so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. And over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux, the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Canton Venaissin Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have their own ritual, their Provençal, but you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right, schools. They set up bikur cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick. They set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews from Avignon claimed a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been new Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which is where I'm going to cut off this, because we're going to enter into the modern world and some amazing things that affect Bordeaux Jews at this time, you have 2,131 Jews living in Bordeaux. 1,651 of them were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazic lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all kinds of different strands of thought coming in. I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to join us. Thank you very much for watching this video.
After crossing the Gobi Desert, the other two columns raided the area north of Jin in an attempt to draw the enemy out to battle. When the Jin armies refused to take the bait, Genghis decided to march his forces south. In response, the Jin formed two armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in the year 1755 when a great scholar named Chida met another remarkable scholar from Bordeaux. It's a really fascinating story, and it's got a little bit of humor. Here it is. So first of all, who was the Chida? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai. He was an incredibly important scholar who lived in the years 1724 to 1806. I've actually studied personally many of his books, and one of his books I've actually read multiple times. Great encyclopedic scholar, tremendous special interest in manuscripts, and fascinating. Now, the reason that he's especially useful for us is because in the year 1753, when he was in his 30s, he was asked by the community of Hebron, he lived in Israel, he was asked by the community of Hebron to make a circuit through some of the larger communities, particularly in Europe, to collect money for this struggling community. And so he did this. He went and he became like a meshulach, as it were, a messenger to collect funds for the yeshiva in Hebron in particular. He ended up being especially good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his many travels, he wrote down a travelogue, which is called Magal Tov. This is one of the most remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century, which also produced a whole series of amazing documents. But this book, Magal Tov, is just, first of all, it fits within the long history of Jews going on trips and describing them everywhere from Benjamin of Tudela to, your Aunt Sadie going to Boca and writing about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing faraway places, and the Chida does it phenomenally. He writes with a sense of adventure and with curiosity, and he provides all kinds of fascinating details, many of them really quite scurrilous. It's really surprising. Quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the kind of stresses that they have going on. And it's a remarkably important source for an understanding of the nature of Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a great, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading his standard rabbinic books. But in Magal Tov, this really comes out live. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for this particular research is I'm preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Bordeaux this November. And he has a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he had with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew whose name was Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, also known as Pereira. He was born in 1750, in a rough contemporary of the Chida, and he lived until 1780. His story is, like many Bordelais Jews, he came from Spanish-Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother picked up and fled Portugal, and he ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted Judaism. Jacob at this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptismal name of Francisco, and that's when he became Jacob. He had a brilliant creative mind, in many ways a lot like the Chida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background, he didn't have the advantage of that kind of training. But he invented all kinds of fascinating things. Like, he's considered one of the fathers of modern computing, because in the 1700s he invented an early calculator, a mechanical calculator. He met people from Tahiti who were traveling Bordeaux, you recall, as a port, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Tahiti. He was an engineer. He designed a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed on transatlantic voyages. Really, really fascinating things. He was an educator, and he was also not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community in Bordeaux in particular, we'll talk about that in another video, but he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Bordeaux for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded, well-revered figure. His main claim to fame, however, was that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute how to speak. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques before King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of £800, and was a big hero for inventing this particular method of using finger shapes to represent sounds. He wrote about this in a book in 1778 entitled Observations sur les sourds et muettes, was published by the Académie Royale des Sciences, Observations on Those Who Are Deaf and Mute. absolutely fascinating. Now, in his travels, the Chida went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in the year 5515, which corresponds to July 20th, 1755. And the Chida was just overwhelmed with Rodriguez. You can imagine that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you from this passage of their meeting, because it's really quite fascinating. I should mention that Magal Tov is really quite an amazing book. It has been published many times in Hebrew, in the original. There's a very, very hard to find English translation, which of course we have at Torah University Library. Translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman. He published it in 1997. Now let's Now, an astounding thing of wisdom did Senor Jacob relate to me. With his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf-mute. A person who is both deaf and mute is considered an invalid in all kinds of, not only in terms of obvious disability, but also in terms of legal agency. And the question about their level of intelligence. Pereira really changed that dramatically. Let's go back there. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception, meaning he never was able to speak from birth, and bring him to a state of speaking whereby he could reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him in writing. For yes, yes, and for no, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy Language, teaching Jewish deaf kids to be able to write as well. And with his read in the books of both languages, amazing achievements, he could understand Tanakh and the Bible. And he, Rodriguez, was also competent, and he gave with them signs on his fingers, right? These are the fingers. And each joint he made as a sign for one letter. And when he wanted to speak with them, with great celerity, would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letters of the word desired, and the mute person, after much practice, straightway understood his question and would reply. And now with my own eyes I saw in his house a lad who they said was mute, neither hearing nor speaking, and I saw him talking to me in the Holy Language and in French. Now here's the funny thing. And my eyes watched Senor Jacob, indicating with his fingers to this mute, and immediately would he indeed reply to his question. And as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner, right? But he decided to like, hey, I'll try this out too, and started making gestures with his fingers. For I did not know the signs which Jacob had selected to him, meaning I was just making it up. I didn't know that the system he taught off. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by the sight and was upset that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right, then Professor Rodriguez said to him, oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send the finger. Right? So that is actually what it sounds like. This phrase, send the finger, I looked it up in the Hebrew, the original here is shalach etzba, it's the literal translation. And of course the Chida with his tremendous erudition is quoting a verse from Isaiah 58:9, which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain, the Tzudas David says that this phrase, to send the finger, is like an aggressive gesture, to derech bnei adam hamarivim, like people who are arguing, one will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, a very important Italian commentator, quotes a Latin commentator named Marshall, who refers to it as the digitum medium, which means the middle finger. So essentially what happened was the Chida, in attempting to communicate with this person, or at least jesting, or at least joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the boy some consternation, but Professor was able to assure him that the rabbi didn't mean that actually. You really get a sense of the humor that the Chida records in this Magal talk. It's really worth reading. At any rate, the Siddha is clearly very impressed, and he ends his description of his visit to Professor Ferrer with the phrase, Baruch Honein La'adam Nachat. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge to human beings. Meaning, what an amazing scholar to be able to develop a method of teaching people who are deaf and mute to speak. And that was Jacob Rodriguez Ferrer. Amazing story. Thank you very much for watching.
Like their previous encounter, the battle proved indecisive, but the Mongols managed to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy before withdrawing from the field. By this point, the vanguard of Genghis's main army had appeared in the north and was advancing on Otrar. By October 1219, Genghis's force of 100,000 men, including allied contingents, arrived in Otrar on the Sirdarya River. Genghis attempted to lay a trap by sending a small force up the Sir Darya towards Samarkand, the greatest city of Central Asia.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really interested in looking at the figure of Abraham Furtado, a very important activist who was from Bordeaux and had a lot to do with the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period. And it's actually, it's not a slow process. We talked about it in some videos in the past about, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment, which had essentially a corporate structure, into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. And what exactly that means? That also didn't happen automatically. They had to petition for it. It took a couple of years. The Sephardim first, then the Ashkenazim, all kinds of interesting things like that. But right now, I'd like to just take a few minutes and look at Abraham Furtado and specifically his role in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating moment that illustrates the complexities of French Jewry. Just fascinating. Okay. So first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon, where they were natives, after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake, not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. It was, a fire broke out that destroyed much of the city, and then a tsunami. If you can imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, totally destroying Lisbon. It allowed, however, for a new creative force to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles. This is middle of the 8th century, but also there was a kind of a mood in Lisbon that just get rid of all of this old stuff. And the Marquis de Pombal, in particular, very, very important political figure, who was one of the major reformist activists in the country at that time, got rid of some of the noxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. Anyway, focusing on Furtado, however, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born on the 30th of July of 1756. Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, it's an incredibly tragic moment. His father would have died shortly after conceiving his son. However, Francis Molino, who was definitely the greatest authority on the Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardi Jews of Bordeaux, wrote this great book. She argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the accounts are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, is born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many other Jews of Bordeaux at this time, in the maritime trade, working in insurance for that international commerce that's just burgeoning in the 18th century. Now, let's just recall what's going on with French Jewry at this time. Remember that As of 1306, and then later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And they're distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, the Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region and also in neighboring Bayonne. These are Jews who are technically Christians as well, because the Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time we get to the 18th century, as we've discussed in a few videos now. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the mouth of the Rhone River in regions that were originally under papal control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. You have the important communities of Carpentras, for example. Avignon is an extremely important place, and sometimes these are called the Avignonese population of Jews. And many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also living in Bordeaux. They're not the same as Sephardim. They have their own right, their Provençal right, which has largely been lost, but they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews were. And then, of course, you have on the eastern part of France, neighboring Germany, you have a mass of Ashkenazic Jews. And they are very, very different. Again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity. And certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is very close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctly. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about observance of traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered an undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations, as Jews, are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. They don't really know how to deal with it. A lot was changing in the 18th century, however, and a lot of the change was the result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce, Guillaume Chrétien de Marion de Malesherbes. That's really hard to pronounce. And I know some French, but that's really hard. Malesherbes is how I'll refer to him from now on. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in a 1787 edict giving Protestants civil rights. Because although we're focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they persecuted them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constituted a massive population in France, and they had to somehow come to terms with them. So ultimately, in 1787, with this Edict of Tolerance, they said, okay, fine, you'll have civil rights as Protestants. France will still be technically a Catholic country. This is before the Revolution, but we're going to stop, let's say, for example, not registering your marriages. When you get married, okay, that will be marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic Church, for example. And so this essay and this edict that came out in 1787 caused the Jews to say, hey, what about us? Shouldn't we be emancipated too? So it turned out that the state responded, no, we weren't thinking about Jews, although Malesherbes himself may have actually been thinking of it. But this sparked a whole fresh activity in the last years before the Revolution, trying to figure out what should be the position of the Jews, or more specifically, what should be the position of the various Jewish communities, because they were all so very different. And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man. He's very articulate. He's wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation in Bordeaux. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Dudek went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Malesherbes, and they explained, how they felt that they should have the same kind of rights. Now, let us recall that because they were technically Christian, because they had been converted, even though they were identifying as Jews, they still had the Christian driver's license, as it were, and they could go anywhere they wanted. They could attend universities, things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase in rights if Malazer's project would be advanced. They did not, however, have the imagination to think of all Jews being equal
in terms of how extensive the conquests were.
with all French citizens, or they weren't using French citizens, and they would be subjects, but they didn't quite think that far. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its rights, and they're thinking maybe some advances could happen to the other populations. Now, we can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem, as Molino was prepared to argue, that the Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much higher status, wanted to preserve that distinction, and they didn't want chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction that Malazert was proposing. What they did was they hired a historian named Rabbi, who wrote a 150-page memorandum defending essentially the uniqueness of the party. Let me read one page here from Malino's work, which is interesting, in which Furtado and Lopez Dudek write a little commentary on top of it. It says, a Portuguese Jew is English in England and French in France, but a German Jew is German everywhere because of customs from which he deviates, right? So essentially, when he says a Portuguese Jew, means a Sephardic Jew. Sephardim, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live. They can culturally, mold themselves to the cultures in which they live, but not the Ashkenazi Jews. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different, nay, incompatible. Because the English and the Germans as brothers are very different. They're saying we are not like those people, those Ashkenazis. That's essentially the thing. So we're getting a sense of some of the themes of the internal Jewish community at this of great change. Now, what happening was now to their college and says, yeah, I think it's a good idea to move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that, he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was conversion and assimilation to the larger French body politic. But all of this was rendered moot by the French Revolution that would break out just a few months later. And a much more radical solution would be proposed, and that's something that we talked about in previous lectures and we'll definitely talk about on this cruise in Bordeaux as well. Okay, fascinating stuff. I hope you enjoyed listening to this video, and thank you very much.
Was one of consolidation, as the administration of the vast Mongol Empire was improved and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde or Jochid Khanates in Russia, the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with Bordeaux, and I can't wait to go visit that place with Costa Rica cruises this year, is because Bordeaux is right at the very beating heart of the changes that affected the Jewish community of Europe and brought them into modernity at the turn of the 19th century. I'm speaking specifically about the movement towards emancipation, which occurs primarily in Paris. That's where most of the debates and decisions were held, and the Great Sanhedrin, which I'll talk about in a second, was convened and so on. But, the transition from a modern state, from really a medieval state, to a modern state is so crucial for the development of modern Jewry all around the world. And in many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, we all have to look back to what happened in Paris and in Bordeaux in those few decades that traversed the turn of the 19th century to really understand how did we get to where we are right now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do I mean by this emancipation, this change to modernity? The term emancipation is kind of a weird term that was decided upon, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century by Jewish historians to try to describe the shift from pre-modernity to modernity. It's not precisely the right term. It's a term that was borrowed primarily from the American context with the emancipation of the African slaves in America, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they clearly were of a much lower status. They had all kinds of legal disabilities, residence restrictions, lots of institutions were closed to them, like universities and so on, and really the only way to get ahead was to leave Jewry altogether and to convert to Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, these states did not really have a conception of a secular identity possible for all citizens. Again, that term is also unusual for the term within a given state. And so the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens is really the seam of modernity for Jewry, and it happened on a very sharp date, 1789, with the French Revolution, as we shall discuss. Now, the reason why it's not precisely the same as emancipation is because they weren't enslaved. I mean, within limits, they had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They could not even have as many children as they wanted, the familiars laws and so on. All kinds of special restrictions on them, but nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom. And this is not the case, obviously, with the African American slaves in America, who were enslaved in many ways far worse than they had been in ancient times. It's not even like a comparable type of emancipation, which happens right around the same time, the emancipation of the serfs of the empire. Like the Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated, thank you very much, freedom of movement, things like that, but they were not given any resources to actually take advantage of that. So a lot of the things that were actually their supports in the pre-modern era, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on the land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for their keep, and that meant that if they weren't producing quite enough in their agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to the slowly burgeoning industrialization of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe, and it led to the decrease of the population in the rural centers and movement to urban centers, lots of major changes. These are not the same things that affected Jewry, and especially French Jewry. So let's go very quickly to what happened in the French Revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and Parisian Jewry, and later, Jews all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen that was passed by the National Assembly in August of 1789, immediately after the French Revolution. And this is like a really important document in the history of the world. It basically declares the same kinds of things that you see in the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, things like that, a fundamental commitment to equality of all citizens living within the realm. Now, this was a massive shift from the pre-modern period, because in that time, there was not equality. You had nobility, high ranks, you had the clergy, had their own little box, you had the peasants, you had the burghers living in the cities and in the villages and so on, and there were all kinds of different rights and privileges. And we saw this not only with the Jews as an entire corporation, as an entire class, but even within Jewish communities. We've spoken in the past about the distinctions between the Sephardic communities, who were primarily located in the area of Bordeaux. You can see in this map here towards the southwest, as very distinct from the population of Ashkenazim, who were primarily in the northeast. huge distinctions within the Jewish community, and especially between Jews and non-Jews. And all of that was thrown out the window, theoretically, with the French Revolution. When they promulgated this document, a lot of Jews, and incidentally women, said, hey, that includes us, right? And all of a sudden, the authors of the document said, well, wait a second. We weren't necessarily thinking quite that broadly to include Jews as citizens, women as citizens. Wait a second. So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they had made the decision, okay, the Sephardic Jews of Bordeaux, they're French-speaking, they're fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French norms. We'll give them citizenship. The Ashkenazi Jews, it took another year, but by 1791, they were fully emancipated. Now, with this emancipation, there were lots of tensions, and the tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As these Jews who had been, pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions, suddenly found that they had an open and level playing field in all kinds of areas where they already had natural and cultural strength. Like, for example, a long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, primarily because of the prohibitions on owning land and the discouragements of owning land and various other being barred from trades and things like that. So they had developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to modern and growing economies. And this provoked a lot of backlash from local populations who said, wait a second, the Jews are open. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents who felt that, especially in the Ashkenazic lands, being taken advantage of by Jews, who are now equal citizens, which was something that was deeply resented. They eventually went to Napoleon, and they said, Napoleon, you got to figure this out. Napoleon is characteristically large weight. He said, okay, fine. Have you got a representative body of Jews that we can consult to find out exactly what do they think about this new experiment? And the advisor said, well, there is this thing called the Sanhedrin. It hasn't met since ancient. I said, fine, let's bring out the Sanhedrin. So he assembled the enthusiastic group of Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe to come together in Paris and to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posed it to the Senate saying, okay, you guys speak for the world Jewry. Obviously, themselves had differing opinions as authority of the Sanhedrin. Have a very important at its head, the respected Talmudic scholar Rabbi David Sintheim, who you can see here. He was given this amazing act to serve as the president of the Sanhedrin. I have never seen anyone wearing a hat quite like this. I personally would love it. It would be great if I showed up in short wearing one of these. But at any rate, the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversies behind it, obviously in this short video, I don't want to go into great detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly Notables, which was the predecessor of the Sanhedrin proper, had 12 questions posed to a fine Napoleon. And these are they. First of all, do Jews believe in polygamy? Are Jews allowed to marry more than one? And that was a pretty easy question for the Jews to answer. I think it's more interesting to think about why is Napoleon asking this question in the first place. I think the reason is probably because he wanted to kind of assess, and he wanted the Jews to sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to French realities. Now, in the Jewish tradition, of course, if you have any familiarity with the Bible, as Napoleon would have, you would know that Abraham had 2 wives, that Jacob had 4 wives, and so on. And he was wondering, like, what are Jews going to do today? It's interesting to note the degree of his ignorance of the Jewish community, because since the year 1000, more or less, the Jewish community of Europe, the Ashkenazim in particular, had already banned polygamy, and it disappeared for about 800 years by that point. Polygamy was still practiced in African Jewish communities, and Middle Eastern Jewish communities, but not at all in European Jewish communities. So they could simply say, with confidence, no polygamy. And then he asked the question of divorce. Of course, the Catholic Church did not permit divorce, and something called annulment, which has some common features, but he wanted to know how how close were the Jews to the Soviets? Do Jews permit divorce? He asked about, do Jews intermarry with non-Jews? That was probably one of the questions that the Sanhedrin had the most difficulty answering straight up. And they basically kind of fudged the answer and said, well, wow, look at the time, it's already, and tried to really distract Napoleon's representatives from the answer, which is that basically Judaism forbids intermarriage, but if it happens, the Jews and the Jewish community don't really have a lot of tools to prevent it. And of course, this was important to Napoleon because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this assimilable mass of people living in France who don't necessarily regard themselves as French? So then he goes to the heart of the question, are Frenchmen considered brethren or strangers? The Assembly of Notables knew what kind of answer he wanted. He said, of course we consider Frenchmen our brothers, not strangers. Is there a double standard? And he said, no. Do Jews born in France consider this their country? Will they defend, will they obey its laws? It's important because the Nazi Jews, right up against Germany, where there are a lot more Ashkenazi Jews as well, what would happen if France went to war with Germany, which they did with some regularity? So would French Jews side with France or join with Ashkenazi Jews in Germany? He was very concerned about this. Then he delves into the last 6 questions, which really focus on how do the Jews organize themselves. Like question 7 is, who appoints the rabbis? And do rabbis have police? And 9, are Jews bound to obey the rabbis? Meaning Napoleon wants to know, am I setting myself up to have a state within a state where the Jews have their own legal system and police system and they'll manage themselves? What happens if their laws don't correspond to French laws? What are you going to do about that? So the rabbis, this is really where you see a lot of the break between pre-modernity, where the Jews essentially did have their own legal system. They did have their own enforcement system, which was typically supported by the state. But in France, in a modern citizen-based democracy, you can't have 2 different legal systems, 2 different police systems for different populations. The police is for everybody, the law is for everybody, and so on. So they found answers that satisfied Napoleon. Then he asked some economic questions, but are Jews required to engage in usury, which is, of course, kind of like a negative term for money lending? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What happens if they want to pursue a different occupation, like, I don't know, medicine or accounting or, ping pong, whatever it is? And of course, they gave the answers, yes, Jews are free to pursue all kinds of occupations as long as there are no barriers set up for them and so on. The bottom line of all these questions was, we wanted to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves the burdens of equality, or do you want to try and retain some kind of distinctiveness within our society that would be unacceptable to our way of life? That's essentially the gist of it. The Jews of the Sanhedrin and its predecessor, really the Assembly of Notables, when these first questions were posed, they essentially, yes, we want equality. We will, figure out how to deal with the ways in which Jewish particularism does not fit this universalism. We want in this society as a whole. And those decisions were essentially the ones that affected modern Jewry for the next 250 odd years. Now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what was the thinking of the Jews when they gave these answers. And, did they give the right answers? Did they sacrifice too much? The enthusiasm with Napoleon's war was so significant. They were soon disappointed by some of the decisions he laid out later, which reimposed certain restrictions on them. But if you want to get a sense for the somewhat slavish admiration that many of these Jews had for modernity, again, not shared universally. Many of the Jews in Eastern Europe were quite hesitant to endorse this adventure. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which was coined by the Jewish community to specifically celebrate the achievements of Napoleon's Sanhedrin. On the left, of course, you see the profile of Napoleon himself. It says in French, the emperor and king. And then on the right, you see Napoleon actually delivering the 10 Commandments to an obsequious, genuflecting Jew, which essentially is placing Napoleon in the position of Moses. I mean, what a mind-boggling piece of coinage, right? That's a quick talk on this. There's so much more to say about it, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I really appreciate you watching, and I hope some of you will be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there in Portugal. Thank you very much.
And organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Jochi. The following year,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, in the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore Jewish history in this remarkable region of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the Imperial Decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews with no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791, 2 different populations, largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash in larger society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time, curbing the ridiculous excesses of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. And so we wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, you know, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens or Portuguese subjects. But on the other hand, you also have the mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on had really given them a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, at this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first names, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this, our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try and figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for, the obvious reasons people need names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like, marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. you have to know who exactly this contract is dealing with. And so the idea of having a fixed first name, to be sure, is ancient in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons, specifically contractual agreements. They would always be, let's say Ruvain, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And it would always be the patronymic used in that case, that a woman be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like for example, if you're praying for the mercy, for healing of a person who's sick, then you would use the matronymic. So you would say, may Ruvain, the son of Leah, have a refuah shalem, a complete recovery, that kind of thing. And so, generally speaking, that you use the patronymic for most legal purposes and matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and, fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation would possess, that is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on region, it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed, and that's basically the practice for European Jews up until late 18th and early 19th century. And so what Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Ruvain Paris, because he's the Ruvain who came from Paris. You might also have a surname that's based on, a profession of a father or a grandfather or something else. Ruvain Schuster, Ruvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, would change because there was no real reason to fix them into law until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put an end to that, and he says, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which of course they already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. And this also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to live in the empire, which has a lot of interesting things about what does that mean about immigration rules and how do people just show up, and you see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside because I want to concentrate on the names. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating because Article 3 says names from the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty popular choice from many Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden. The only names permitted are those authorized by the law of 11 Germinal of the year 11. What is this article? What are we talking about here? So it happens that only a few years later, this particular article was abandoned. At least the Old Testament part of it was abandoned because Jews would take names from the Old Testament, especially for their first names. It's unclear exactly why the names of towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the, wanting to make things a little bit more formal. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, well, what is this strange law of 11 Germinal of the year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, there was a huge surge of changing everything. Not only are we changing the government, we're going to change every way we measure things, the metric system. We're going to even change the way we measure time. And so a new calendar, a Republican calendar, which was metric in the sense that it had 10 months and it had 10 days in the week, which wreaked havoc, of course, on any Sabbath observance. And all of the names of the months were changed and things like that. So this law of the 11th of Germinal of year 11 refers to actually in the Gregorian calendar, April 1st, 1803. And in case you're wondering, yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar because it was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11 Germinal outlawed all unusual names, or the law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names to names that were recognized from antiquity, like ancient Roman Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted during the Revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who may later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and Napoleon said, no more using those names. You got to focus only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. And the idea was that by giving people names that people recognized, this would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it left a gap, because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with that? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who was a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was effected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Yidel or Yidel, Julie, Rachel, and Regine, all kinds of them were transformed as a result of this law, and it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating Napoleon's attempts to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century. Jews adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really begin to see the reversal of this trend as Jews begin to wonder, was emancipation really a success overall? I hope you found this as fascinating as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching.
Name is usually translated as universal ruler, though recent scholarship suggests this ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. I'm really excited to see this place. It has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we're doing there is learning about French wine, and specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I am not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as judged from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine in a significant level in Christian Europe, already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades, and the blood libel and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onward, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners. And it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-well. In fact, there's significant evidence that making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand, what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher? For most people have a sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food. Shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it not kosher with Pesach, and water, like, how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual and purpose. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why, Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine would be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now, if we look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, The first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, which you realize, is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm even using that word right, but still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux, and so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching.
Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position,
one of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews in Bordeaux
while
is
the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and cut them to pieces in the open
its
field.
influence on modern Jewish history in particular. And today I'd like to look at something that I didn't understand until I started delving much more deeply into the sources, in particular Gerard Nahon's amazing
To attack smaller towns and
book,
distributed the
Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which was one of the most important and longest lasting, and I believe the first international Jewish organizations defending specifically Jewish rights all around the world. So let's have a look at this story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call it the Alliance, the translation is just like it sounds in French, the Alliance of Israelites that is universal, the Universal Israelite Alliance. And Israelite is like sort of like another term for Jew. In some languages, particularly in the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. We see that, for example, in Russian, the term Jew is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so in Polish or Ukrainian. And so they prefer the term Yavrei, which means like Hebrew. In French, the term Juif is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israeli, meaning member of the House of Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call it the Alliance in English, was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Israel Chaverim. All Israel are colleagues, all Israel are comrades. It also has an allusion to a very famous passage in the Talmud that says, Kol Yisrael Arevim, not Chaverim, but Arevim, which is part of a larger sentence that says, all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which, as I mentioned, is, I believe, the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, things like that, and it had some diplomatic efforts, especially up until the Second World War, when it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And its roots are in Bordeaux. Here is a look at the logo of the Alliance, and you can see it has, the globe that it captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law and the word echad in Hebrew, which means, God is one. Fascinating kinds of things in their initial statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the Alliance, which was born in the mind particularly of one individual, Jules Carvalho, who's shown here. He was born in 1820, died in 1819. He was one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus affair and the Mortara affair. 1840 and 1858, respectively. The Damascus affair was this terrible story where in Damascus, a Capuchin monk and his Muslim servant disappeared in February of 1840. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval myth called the blood libel. This is something that had first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe, this insane notion that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Absolutely, ridiculous libel and lie that has been perpetrated through much of medieval history and has no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to let go of this thing. The Nazis made a big deal of it and so on. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture, and the remainder issued a false confession, much like under the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mother to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Monk Thomas and his servant Amar. And no information was ever found. An absolutely horrific and awful medieval revival in the 19th century. This is the era already of the telegraph and things like that. And the Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 1840s. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen, and so this helped a lot of the European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, what are you doing there? Moses Montefiore, a very important and wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Crémieux, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to a much more advanced Alexandria, where the case could be tried properly, and of course they would end up being released. In fact, what happened when Moses Montefiore pressed on this, Damascus ultimately had to admit that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to shamble out of prison after this horrific event. And the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it was a tremendous example of horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international efforts, particularly from wealthier, more nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France and England, was a resolution that we saw. And so this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish a kind of organization that could themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major event, absolutely horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the alliance. Specifically, I'm referring to the terrible story of the kidnapping of Edgar Moritata. Basically, what happened was in Bologna, Italy, which was part of the Papal States at this time, there was a young child named Edgardo Moritata, a Jewish child. The Moritata family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Morisi, and when child Edgardo was 2 years old, he was very, very ill, actually some kind of scarlet fever. And Morisi worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now officially part of the church, albeit unwittingly. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Morisi happened to mention that she had had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they actually came and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858. This is really quite late, and the church is going and following a medieval doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian, even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on. The church insisted on taking him within their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Moritz Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must have experienced at that point. The Pope Pius IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and he took young Edgardo from Bologna to Rome. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including in New York at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pope Pius IX refused to release the child back to his family. An incomprehensible tragedy. The young Edgardo ended up growing up and becoming a priest. He specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see him here on the right, with his mother and his brother. You can imagine what kind of a family reunion that would have been. Mostardo lived the rest of his life as a priest and ultimately died in Belgium just shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis would have certainly considered him a Jew, regardless of his baptism and his Christian heritage. Nevertheless, this example of the incredible power wielded by the church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation of the Alliance. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860, Paris, of course, being the capital of France, was the logical place for the Alliance to be founded, and it was its principal center of activity. Of the 6 founding members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux. Most prominently, Jules Carvalho, who is shown here. He was the elder statesman. He was the first one to begin to really stress the idea that this should be created. And also Elie Aristide Astruc, who was a rabbinic figure. He studied in the rabbinical seminary in Metz, very, very prominent, in particular in drafting a lot of the key statements of the Alliance at this early period. The 6 charter members, including Carvalho and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the Alliance, goals that basically they have stood for the duration of their existence right up into the 20th century. First, to work everywhere for the emancipation and moral progress of the Jews, and that phrase you hear a little bit of Eurocentrism of it. 2, to offer effective assistance to Jews suffering from anti-Semitism. And 3, to encourage all publications calculated to promote the same. There's some publication-oriented activity that we'll see also in the formation of a central library and things like this. The Alliance was especially active for the next century and a half in the Middle East, in North Africa, areas where France was much more involved in general. They set up schools, a major network of schools throughout the North African coast and into the Middle East, into Persia as well, and they were especially known for promoting the education of women. They were also quite active in helping migrant Jews flee from persecution in the Russian Empire and so on, and their heyday was really the last half of the 19th century, moving into the early 20th century. The Holocaust, of course, would deal a horrific blow that would be very difficult to come back from, but the Alliance nevertheless continues to be active. If you have a look at their website, you'll see, although it does offer an English option, it doesn't seem like there's very much translated into English on the website, but they have a relatively active YouTube channel, specifically interviewing people who visit the library and things like that. They remain in this unusual space where they are promoting an understanding of Judaism that is faithful to tradition, but is tolerant and open to the modern world, and they continue to do a lot of really tremendous things all around the world. And at its core are 2 Jews from Bordeaux, Carvalho in particular, the elder statesman who came up with the idea of the Alliance. I think it's so fascinating. I hope you'll be able to join us on this trip to Bordeaux, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you some of the research that I conduct as I prepare, and hopefully some videos from this amazing part of the world and the Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
In 1218, Jebe eventually caught up with Chukluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east. While Jebe was pursuing Chukluk, Genghis sent
This morning,
north
We're docked in Libourne in the region of Bordeaux. Beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux, which we left last night. And we're going to be visiting a vineyard in this region of Saint-Emilion. This is the beautiful river as it empties into the Gironde estuary. And you can see the city or it's really a town of Libourne. It's rush hour now, morning rush hour, so you can see quite a few trucks and cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the city, since they tend to be the oldest residents. I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study very much, because we tend to focus our energies on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating, and you tend to have like great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements. And it's fascinating that they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Libourne, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. Here we are, coming up to the synagogue of Libourne, a really great example. Okay, so you have this hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got a sukkah here in the courtyard. It's so nice. A beautiful sukkah here in the courtyard. And then check this out. This is great. It says, "Let us go to the house of God with feeling." 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the inner courtyard, like protecting it from the street. There's just a fairly, quiet gate up front. Then we come into the synagogue itself. Walking in for the first time. This is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent example of a tiny little provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got the women's section up there. Wow, just fascinating. Look at this. What an amazing thing. Excusez, Miguel, est-ce que je peux ouvrir le Aron Kodesh? Okay, très bien. And now we're going to look inside and see the Aron Kodesh. Ah, beautiful. Both Sephardic and Ashkenazic style synagogue. I really enjoyed seeing that beautiful little synagogue in Libourne. It's just such a great illustration of what it must have been like to live in a small community like that in the 18th century. It's important to note that the synagogue actually existed much earlier to that, but in a private home, and finally they were able to build that modest little structure that lasted for centuries now. What a wonderful, wonderful little visit. We're now headed south. It's the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, a classical concert that was just amazing at a local chateau. And now we are headed to Bordeaux, where we're going to see a synagogue that contrasts tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French steeple. Now we're going to see the grand synagogue, a phenomenal expression of the cultural might and power of the Jews of Bordeaux. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
To hold out against the Mongols. Once Genghis realized that the Shah would not take the bait, he ordered his sons to besiege Otrar with full force. With several years of experience besieging Chinese cities now.
Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice of the Bordeaux Synagogue. A really interesting looking sort of menorah right in the middle there. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the think it was 1812, and then it was burned in a fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II, it was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to the death camps. And then after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. And with the great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa, it was repopulated as well. I'm so grateful to be here with Kosher River Cruises and Rabbi Moshe Tayeb from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so he's going to share a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is he would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I'm very pleased to receive all the group and the people in the synagogue today in Bordeaux. And in a few minutes, when the group will come, I will try to explain the history and the particularity of the Jewish community of Bordeaux.
All right. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching these videos, what would you say to them?
I say then that we are very pleased to receive all people of Jewish people or not Jewish people to see our synagogue and to come in Bordeaux to see and to learn about the history of the community and the history of the Judaism and the Jewish people in the city in Bordeaux.
Thank you very much. Okay, très bien. So this is the entrance here, and your beautiful mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance, it's just gorgeous. Wow. And look, there's that motif of that gorgeous menorah again. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the bima in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old wood polished for decades and decades, coming from the pews here, the seats. You can see there's a massive menorah right in the center. It's evoking the menorah that's on the exterior wall. And here is the Ner Tamid. This is a really interesting Aron Kodesh. Got these huge theatrolite curtains that go up. It looks like about 4 stories worth. And there's a skylight bringing natural light in over the Aron. And you can see that the Aron itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones on the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol. And then they have a full statement of not the abbreviated text, of the 10 Commandments. They're all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large women's section on the top, and it looks like they have, it goes all the way around the back as well. Beautiful acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this, there is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. That was a huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. Do you use the organ, not use the organ? Because it is possible to play an organ without electricity using hydraulics, for example, and compressed air. But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? It was a hallmark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy was really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that is used for circumcisions. The Sandek, the godfather, as it were, who holds the baby on his lap, would sit there, and there's a spot here for his feet. It's like the Bordeaux synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living, first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time you get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, they'd come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of Jews, not only in France, but also of all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were to exist in modern society were finally expressed in a contemporary society where people's membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux with Kosher River Cruises and actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out. Very Koran kind of approach to the top. And it looks like you can enter into the center section or to the left section. Let's go to the center section and see if it's open. Yes. Here we go. Okay, you've got these banked seats, kind of like, like a bleacher style. Not terribly big, but this is 19th century. People, as you can see, it's actually used. People need a sitter here. And actually, it looks like this sitter is with the photograph from Bordeaux itself. The sign here says, "Please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf." And this synagogue is active. They have a minyan. We just saw them coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't pray in this large room here. They probably use a smaller room somewhere else during the week. But on Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a crowd here. That's beautiful. Here's the law that Moses gave to the children of Israel. Yeah. Most of the original Sefer Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis, but several were saved by the community and hidden away, and later returned. And there are also, of course, new ones that have been added since then. So immediately behind me, you see there is a plaque that memorializes the 1,600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So that's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later deported to Drancy and then from there to Auschwitz to meet their deaths. And someone pointed out that it is a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in this synagogue during World War II. And on the front doors here, we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. Hello, fellow students of history. I'm very happy to have something special to offer you today. I'm working with Touro University Berlin and some of their esteemed faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular, and this happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both the historical devolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having these discussions with the faculty of Touro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Touro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstadt, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Leinstadt.
Welcome. Hello.
Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this chapter?
So this book is basically a manual how to prevent or how to deal with tyranny. And the first chapter here is called Anticipatory Obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators and don't have them become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level it means you should pay pay attention to the things that are happening around you. But on the other hand, he comes up with some historical examples from the history, especially of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, but also with on a smaller scale, also with examples of the Soviet Union. But his historical analogies are sometimes a little bit, well, they are often not convincing, I have to say, or at least this very first chapter.
Well, let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning, he gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Kristallnacht.
Like Lenin rising to power in 1917.
Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, and then you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like, for example, in the city of Lviv, the attacks on Jews, before the Nazis even impose these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if people try to figure out what the new boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
I think it's worth talking about all of those examples. I think Snyder's first idea or first point is the Soviets coming to power in 1917, and he kind of also compares, well, he's not comparing it, but he also mentions Nazis coming to power in 1933. And I think, how those two came to power is completely different. I mean, in Russia, there was a real revolution. There was not a really democratic government before the revolution. There was some sort of semi-democratic authoritarian regime. And the thing is, why would that be anticipatory obedience? I mean, who actually obeyed? There was a civil war, right? I mean, like, whether they were fighting for a just cause, but especially the White Russians that were fighting for Tsarism, and which were often extreme anti-Semites. This is a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to Lenin's wishes. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, I mean, Hitler came to power by a democratic election, and you might not like his program. For sure, it's for good reason not to like his program. But it's kind of being from hindsight. I would say that as a democratic election, you can be against it. You're not required to like the result, and many politicians and many Germans actually didn't like it, and they tried to disobey. But in a way, it's a democratic government. So what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or how might that actually work? And you should not forget that very soon there was an immense pressure on the streets. Like, there were all sorts of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out and just beating up everyone who was the real or supposed opponent, and they're beating up Jews and so on. And people tried actually to go to court, to go to police, and the police said, well, listen, we can't help you, we don't help you. And if they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, was it anticipatory? I don't know. Yeah, you would be well advised not to elect Hitler, for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Professor Snyder has to offer here. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads down and stay out of trouble and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who will engage in anticipatory innovation, meaning they will say, oh, so we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, in Vichy France, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, you see that with things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you women asked for. So that, I think, is a real human phenomenon and quite frightening in my mind.
Yeah, I totally agree to this, and I think this is a good argument. And actually, we have extensive research on this when it comes to National Socialism. And Ian Kershaw, one of the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany, he coined the term "working towards the Führer." And this is basically it. This is, and his example is basically civil servants, which are, well, trying to guess what might be expected of them and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those results. And it's not always actually is that because they're actually pushing for a career like opportunism, but it's just because they suppose, well, that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state, and hey, we have a new government, so we'll try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. It was the same personnel, and they just continued their job, and they became loyal servants to a democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but by understanding. And they actually, this is how Western Germany in the end became a successful and a stable democracy. It's with all the old personnel, despite them not being like persecuted for their crimes and so on, but these people actually continuing their loyal service to the state, even if it's regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial and totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I agree. Let me switch a little bit to the contemporary period. One of the things I like about this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And, I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just got the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today?
I think, what is very obvious is that you should always reflect what you actually requested, or maybe not even requested, but what you're going to do. So think about whether it's really like that. What you're doing is actually, let's to say, good for the people is maybe a bit pathetic, but it's not. It doesn't do any harm. And this is something what really needs critical thinking. And I think this is something what our students really are interested. Many of our graduates, they then move on to work at memorials, and they become educators, but not teachers, but educators, like for grown-ups. And they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we get people to critically reflect what they are actually doing and thinking and how they are behaving?
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that, because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the amazing work that you do at Tura University Berlin. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
Yeah, I mean, what we actually do with our students then often do is that they actually curate exhibitions. So it's not just about theoretically reflecting also things we're just discussing here, but also trying to get an actual outreach, like the practical relevance of history, and see that the lessons that history teaches us, and history can teach us a lot of lessons. The question is whether these lessons are actually learned, so that you can transfer them in a way that it's understandable, and it's not a book, an academic writing or so, but well, an exhibition can also be an online exhibition, but that is accessible, it's understandable, it reaches the audience, and we do the other with Berlin Memorials. Actually, this means that the exhibitions, they are not just on campus, but they are really out there. They actually, I mean, some of them are traveling. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by the United Nations in New York. So a huge success.
That's fascinating. I hope that we'll have an opportunity over the course of these 20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. And of course, I'm looking forward to speaking to some of the other faculty at Tzur University Berlin. But with that, I just want to give a quick thanks to Dr. Lehnstab for participating in this conversation. And I hope all of you will join us for the next few discussions that we have on Timothy Steiner's remarkable book on tyranny. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for having me.
The others being the Karaite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naiman. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I find most fantastic about our shared interest is the fact that Jewish history is so awesomely long. It's so much so that even in the ancient period, Jewish history was considered ancient back then. The great Jewish historian Josephus, for example, who left us with a remarkable account of the First Roman-Jewish War, he actually titled a multi-volume work, Jewish Antiquities, because that was a selling point, that people in the ancient world knew that Judaism was so old as a culture and as a civilization. And so in this short video, I'd like to just give you a sense of how awesomely long Jewish history is. Now, this is part of a new series I'm starting. I've called it Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. Now, let me just step back for a second and tell you why I've created this new series. My wife and I recently moved to a new community where we are like on the older end of the spectrum. It's a very young community, lots and lots of parents with young children. And I want to speak to the community that I'm living in, so that's why I'm sort of structuring this. I'm thinking about it, you know, kind of like, in one sense, I feel like I'm older enough that I'm like the old guy sitting around the campfire explaining the stories of the elders to the younger people, but also because it's just so for the survival of Jewish people to understand how long and how important and how varied and how complicated this story really is. It is the story that we share every Passover, as the late, great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs has shared so many times. It is that story which has really kept the Jewish people alive, understanding the arc of this brilliant narrative and where contemporary Jews and their children find themselves in. And I think it's important to speak to parents and other teachers of children because, you know, it's a little bit like when you take a flight and they explain to you, you know, before takeoff that in the event of a sudden depressurization of the cabin, oxygen mask will drop down. If you were traveling with small children, your natural instinct would be, well, let me put this on the kid first. But in reality, you're supposed to put it on yourself first, because only if you're getting oxygen are you going to be able to take care of your child's well. This is also echoed, by the way, in the thought of Maimonides, who, if you have a look at this citation here from his remarkable Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Torah study, Hilchos Talmud Torah, he says, if a parent and a child need to learn, and there's only enough money for one of them, you might say, well, okay, send the kid to learn. Because you really want to do everything for your kid. But in reality, the halakha, the law is, you're supposed to teach yourself. You're supposed to go out and learn yourself. And only when you have some learning, then able to share with your children. That's the idea of this series. There are, by the way, exceptions to this rule. Read the text and see for yourself. But that's basically the idea of what we're trying to achieve. I want to speak to a generation of parents, teachers, in the hopes that you will receive information you need to be able to do your jobs well. Now, stepping back even a little further, realizing just another way of packaging Jewish history. I mean, I like teaching Jewish history. I'm so happy that many of you enjoy listening to me talk about Jewish history. So, okay, let's talk about it in this way. It's the same material. You don't have to be a parent or a teacher of young children to participate, but you'll find it useful. Okay. Let's go to our question. How awesomely long is Jewish history anyway? So, okay, we have to start from the beginning and figure out when does Jewish history really begin. So, the earliest date of Jewish history, and there is a certain amount of variation here because the Bible rarely gives us clear dates. There is a tradition that was codified around the first century by Rabbi and Kalaf on how to count the years. But basically, around the year 1750, before the Common Era, you have the important trip of Abraham the patriarch with his wife Sarah from their home in Ur, which is within the Sumerian Empire. Yeah, look at this map. You can see that basically in sort of southern Iraq, and he makes this kind of roundabout route to get to the land of Israel. And then he goes into Egypt for a while, and he's back in the land of Israel. That's considered the origins of the Jewish people. Now, it's shrouded in mystery, large as the only source now for events, and for the first 500 years of Jewish history, really, is the Bible itself. And from a point of view, although the Bible is phenomenal historical data, it's problematic in the sense that historians like to find stuff from outside the data they're looking at. But that's not surprising. Almost every old civilization has its origins beyond the point where they start to actually record the data. The Bible, however you want to look at it, was not given to the Jewish people until hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis. So those first 400 years are largely kind of like in that hazy realm of what do we know about it from outside sources. The first time we have a reference to the Jewish people in any form is the Merneptah stele, as shown here, which dates from about the year 1209. There's a debate of 1209, maybe a little bit later, but not too much, because we know exactly when the Pharaoh Merneptah lived, and this is an account of his many conquests. And there is one little nasty comment about Israel in this stele, and so that's the first evidence we have that begins to corroborate the narrative that's in the Tanakh. Obviously, a lot more to say about how to understand the Bible as a historical source, and hopefully we'll speak about it more in future classes. But looking at it the way the Jewish people understand their history, they would date their origins back to about the year 1750 BCE, give or take a century or so. Let me also mention one small point. Those of you who are watching who are more familiar with the years BC and AD, it is not a scholarly convention today to use those terms because they are distinctly religious, specifically Christian. The word BC obviously stands for before Christ. And although that may be the actual year we're working with, it has an internal inaccuracy built in because there's some debate actual year of his birth. And secondly, the term AD is offensive to non-Christians because it stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so therefore, a non-Christian who does not consider the founder of Christianity to be his or her Lord would prefer not to use that term AD. So the scholarly convention, which is secular in nature, is to use the letters BCE, meaning before the Common Era, for dates before the year 1. I like to joke about the year 0, but there was no year 0. And the term CE, Common Era, is used the years after that time. Okay, so sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry, you can leave a nasty comment in the comment box. And most people do. So go ahead. At any rate, so here we have this early start, about the year 1750 BCE, which means that Jewish culture is roughly 3,750 years old. If you want to start from the earliest extra-biblical evidence, the Meneptah Stele, that's still 3,250 years long, which is a really long time. And I have to say, as a historian, it's really good for me because we get paid by the year, right? So Jewish history is like full of opportunity. I want to leave that as a small public service announcement for those of you who are considering Jewish history as a career. Great. Very few other histories have this long period of duration. How does that compare to other ancient civilizations? Well, we should note that if we're talking about continuous civilizations, meaning civilizations that survived antiquity and the medieval period and the modern period to come to our own period, Judaism is not the oldest civilization, but it's pretty close. Have a look at this chart here, which basically measures how long these various civilizations lasted. Now, this is basically a back of the envelope calculation. Again, work self-reported number, like we talked about with civilization, but also with Chinese civilization, which has the same kind of conundrum. It appears that the Jewish civilization is pretty much the second oldest continuous civilization in existence. The Chinese is older. A lot of people make jokes about how this meant that the Jews would have something to eat when they began civilizing, right? Because Jews love Chinese food. There is, of course, very old civilizations like the Mesopotamian civilizations of Assyria and Babylonian and so on. The Egyptian civilizations like super old. The Harappan, Peruvian, Mesoamerican, all these are very old civilizations, but only the Chinese one is currently extant. So the Jews and the Chinese have a lot in common. They have been sort of neighbors in time for over 3,000 years. But the Chinese have, I have to say, a huge advantage here. I mean, look at this chart here, which compares the number of Chinese people alive today to the number of Jewish people alive today. It's pretty easy to say, oh yeah, we've got a continuous civilization that stretches back almost 1,000 years, when, yeah, you got like billions of people to count for it. The Jews are we're talking about somewhere around 15 or 16 million people here, a tiny fraction of the Chinese. If you look at this chart, you see that, you know, Chinese people are actually just about 20% of the world's population, 1/5 of the world's population. Jews don't even make a single percent, 0.5%. So that, you know, it is a remarkable thing that the Jewish civilization lasted so long with such a tiny population. And that number, by the way, never exceeds 2% of the known population of the world. Jewish people seem to hang on through all kinds of very, very difficult circumstances and to perpetuate their culture generation after generation. It is really, I think, mind-boggling. Another factor besides the sheer number of people is the fact that unlike the Jewish people who were exiled several times in antiquity, and especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70 by the Romans, Jews were exiled around the world, living in even smaller concentrations. Whereas if you look at this comparison map, you can see that the size of the historical land of Israel is just so tiny within the geographic scope of the country of contemporary China. And as this map indicates, Israel is 437 times smaller than China. So again, it boggles the mind that Jews are still here. that they have survived so much with a tiny little territory from which they have been separated for the last 2,000 years until 1948, when it was reconstituted as a modern state, and they're still perpetuating the same civilization. It really is. I mean, how can I say it? I don't know how to understand it myself, even though I spend so much of my own time studying this situation. Okay, so that describes the ancient civilizations that were around when the Jewish people emerged onto the historical scene. If we were to look at empires that fell since then, we would see that there are so many of them. I mean, the Jewish people have witnessed the rise and fall of so many empires, including the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, although Zoroastrianism, the faith of Asia is still around. Greeks, still around, but they're very different from the ancient Greeks of the period of the Herculean age with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. The language is modified significantly, and of course they're largely Christian now. They're not pagans of that era. And the Roman Empire, of course, is very significant in terms of Jewish history as well. And this is the same thing that's true of empires outside of the land of Israel as well, like the Harappan civilization in northwest India, or the Peruvian civilizations, the Nazca peoples, the Mesoamerican peoples like the Aztecs and so on. They're all gone. All these empires rose and fell. Rome itself, which destroyed the temple and much of Jewish sovereignty in the first century, it falls just a few hundred years later, and then the Jews see the rise and fall of three Muslim empires: the Safavid, the Umayyad, and the Ottoman. I should also add, by the way, the Mughal Empire, also Muslim, and a whole slew of European kingdoms fall during the modern period, including France and England and Germany. Russia even falls twice, not counting the Mongols. I mean, the Jews have gone through all of this. It really is something astounding. And if I were to deliver a single message about Jewish history to my children and my students, I would really emphasize how Judaism has proved its ability to last through such vagaries of the human condition, historical circumstances, different cultures and different languages, and Jews are still here celebrating pretty much the same kinds of things that they've been doing for centuries, engaging in conversation with rabbis who left their thoughts 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. This is all still part of the contemporary conversation. I can't emphasize much how phenomenal that is and how unusual that is. So if we look at it sort of in a timeline to just get a sense of a graphic view of this, the green bar here represents Jewish history. This is a very schematic thing. Basically, I took an Excel spreadsheet and I used each box to represent 500 years more or less. So this is the extent of Jewish history. If we overlap that with Roman history, you can see that it's a big chunk of Jewish history, but Jewish history predated it and certainly postdated it. You compare to other major faiths, the daughter religions of Judaism, Christianity occupies roughly half of Jewish history, but there's another half of Jewish history that extends way back before Christianity started. Islam even more so. And just to give it a contemporary feel, the United States has been around for over 200 years, but if you place that against the breadth of Jewish history, it's almost like a hiccup on the grand scope of the history of this very unusual people. Okay, so that's just a very quick look and answer the question, just how awesomely long is Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed this short video, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Most of his allies submitted to Temujin.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. One of the things that I find most incredibly valuable about Jewish history is not only that it gives me personally a sense of my place in space, like in my community with my family and so on, but also my place in time. With just a minimum of historical awareness, I have a sense of where my family comes from, going back a ridiculously long time. We've already spoken in the previous lecture about how awesomely old Jewish history is. And so precocious children may ask the question, how did we end up here? And that's my goal in this short video, to give you a very quick look at the overarching patterns of Jewish migration throughout the centuries and help you answer that question when your child or your student asks you, how did Jews end up there, or how did I end up here? So let's start with the ancient period, and we're going to go blindingly fast through all this, but I hope in subsequent lectures to spend a lot more time in many of these periods. The very beginnings, as we discussed last week, begin in what will be southern Iraq, as is described in the book of Genesis, when Abraham takes his family and makes this roundabout journey up the Euphrates River, and then makes a sharp left down to the land of Israel with a very short stay in Egypt. That stay in Egypt, of course, will be extended under later generations, and that's the whole Passover story. That's not for our topics today. But the end result is that the Jews settle the land of Israel. Here's a map that shows you how the Bible describes the distribution of land according to the tribes, and ultimately they come together as a monarchy. And this exists under the kings Saul and David, and then later Solomon, where it's expanded considerably. Unfortunately, this doesn't last. After Solomon, there is a split between the northern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Israel, and the southern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Judah. And ultimately, that northern kingdom is going to be taken away by the Assyrian Empire. You can see in this map here how there are several population transfers from the Syria and Turkey, and then to the east you see them in eastern Iraq and western Iran. That's where these 10 tribes would have ended up. They ended up, however, later combining with another exile, this time under the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, who destroys the temple in Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. This beautiful image by Rembrandt, who himself was not Jewish, but lived in a very Jewish neighborhood in Amsterdam and had many Jewish subjects for his art. Here is Jeremiah lamenting the destruction of Jerusalem, very evocative painting. And another evocative painting while we're at it, this is from Edouard Benjamin, one of my favorites, showing the Jewish family on the banks of the Euphrates River, retracing that route that Abraham took. And in the distance, you can see the Babylonian ziggurats, and they're about to cross over, very depressed as having lost their homeland. But nevertheless, even in Babylonia, which again would be today's southern Iraq, the Jewish community flourishes. They eventually, hundreds of years later, create this massive document, the Talmud, which is an incredibly important multi-generational document involving thousands of voices, absolutely fascinating, but beyond our topic here. And also some really cool things like these Aramaic curse bowls. Again, this is just a little teaser for what we'll talk about in later lectures. By the time you get to the beginning of the Common Era, the land of Israel is now controlled by the Romans, and in the context of a disastrous revolt that begins in the year 66, the Romans ultimately come into Jerusalem and destroy the temple, as is shown here in this very evocative painting by Roberts. And there is another major exile of Jews throughout the ancient world. Here's a map that shows you basically where Jews lived after that major Roman exile of the end of the first century, which was not total. There are always going to be Jews living in the land of Israel, but the major migrations really begin after that destruction of the temple. So you see here we've got where this dot is still a population living in the land of Israel. Even more would be exiled after the next Roman Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132. And there's a really large population over in Mesopotamia. That's that Babylonian population that goes all the way back to the first exile and replenished with a second exile, and now is really a much more hospitable place for Jews than the Roman Empire at the time. But there are also Jews who have made their way all over the region. There are Jews living in the Italian peninsula. Josephus, the great historian we talked about in the last lecture, references 97,000 Jews taken off into slavery to Italy. Not an impossible number given the overarching numbers involved in the war. But besides that forced migration to Italy, we've got Jews who actually settle all throughout the Mediterranean basin. You have Jews as far away as Spain in the first century. You have Jews in Asia Minor, in particular, a very large, well-established community by the second century. You have Jews in Egypt, again, an ancient community of Jews there. And then there are smaller settlements across the coast of North Africa, in Greece, in Tunisia, in Morocco. It's fascinating. And in the northern part of the Mediterranean, you have a very important group of Jews living in Provence, that would be the south of France. In the Crimea region, there are settlers there. We have some fascinating archaeological finds from the region of contemporary Austria and Hungary, and even in the Rhineland in Germany. There are Jews who are all over the place, some of them because of these forced migrations, some of them because of their economic choices, looking for new opportunities and so on. Jewish geography really began to develop around this time, and you can see that they're giving names to places like, for example, the Rhineland region is known as Ashkenaz. France, of course, is Tzarfat. That's the modern term for France in Hebrew as well. The southern part, Provincia, that we spoke about earlier, that's Provence. Sepharad, a very important region, that's Spain. And these are regions which are referred to by Jews when they want to talk about these new settlements, even when they borrow biblical terms like Canaan or Ashkenaz or Sepharad to describe these modern settlements. However, the region is subject to a variety of expulsions of Jews, beginning really in the 12th century and increasing over subsequent years. Now, the reasons for the expulsions are beyond our scope right now. They're primarily economic. A certain amount of anti-Semitism as well is very significant, but it basically begins to drive Jews eastward. We'll pick that up in 1 second. But the most important of these expulsions is the massive expulsion from Spain and Portugal, which sends Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, backwards really along the trajectory that they had first traveled to these regions in the West, but also taking them out to the New World, taking them to South America, taking them to North America, and in fact the foundations of the United States Jewish community is related to the Portuguese expulsions in particular. And that's basically how Jews are spread out through the region. A combination of migration by choice for economic reasons and unfortunately expulsion for often anti-Semitic reasons. Taking it up to the modern world then. So basically the big chunk of European Jews throughout the 16th and 17th century in particular begins to move towards the east. And these are Ashkenazi Jews, meaning they come from the Rhineland in northern Germany, and they move into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, countries that would today be called Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. And that becomes a much larger group of Jews who are called Ashkenazi. They eventually, when you get to the 19th century, they would begin to make their way westward because they were taken over by Russia that had a lot of really discriminatory policies in place. So this map here shows you the movement of Jews between 1882 and 1917. Those dates are significant, but we're not going to talk about them here. And you can see that from that red section there, 250,000 moved to Western Europe, 1.750 million moved to the United States, 70,000 to Canada, smaller numbers to the land of Israel, 45,000, and the same number to South Africa, and tiny numbers to places like Australia. By the way, I haven't talked very much about movements within the Middle Eastern world or North Africa, the so-called Mizrahi Jews, sometimes they're referred to. Sometimes they're called Sephardic, which is true especially for those Jews who were exiled from Spain, but later are identified with Jews such as Syrian Jews, for example, who were never in Spain, but nevertheless these communities began to merge. The population movements there were similar in type and in nature, but were much smaller in scale than, for example, the huge population shifts in Europe. With the major exception of after World War II, there is this huge exodus of Jews from Arab countries, sometimes a forced expulsion, even in the 20th century, to the land of Israel, sometimes a voluntary migration to the land of Israel, which of course is now established as a state in 1948. So you have a massive concentration of Jews in the land of Israel from these North African and Middle Eastern territories. This is something that really is it's huge scope, and it altered the trajectory of Jewish communities that had been living, let's say, in Iran and Iraq for 2,500 years. Suddenly, those populations were reduced to a fraction of their original size, as most of the Jews made their way to the land of Israel. And even today, in this very short video, I've given you a very quick overview, but it's impossible to categorize all of the migrations of Jews to all the places in the world, and it's still happening to this very day. In fact, it's accelerating. And it's very exciting to see a lot of communities that have developed quite differently from the bulk of the Jewish population, such as the Jews of Ethiopia, making their way to the land of Israel. It's a very exciting time to be Jewish. I hope you found this video useful, and I hope you have success teaching your children and your students about Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
For an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were four.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers and Children. I'd like to speak today about the question of anti-Semitism, or why do some people hate Jews? Where does that all come from? Let me state from the outset that this entire video is intended for educational purposes only. I will be discussing a very distressing topic of hatred, and I'll be showing you some potentially very offensive images, but our purpose here is just to try to understand where this hatred comes from, and perhaps to get some sense of how are we supposed to cope with it. A larger question is, how are you supposed to communicate this to your children or for your students? It's a very difficult question to answer. A lot of it has to do with how old your child is, the kind of experiences they may anticipate or may already have had, and I'll leave it to you to titrate this information down to a level where so the goal of this brief video is just to give a little personal introduction about how I come to this topic, and then I'd like to walk you through what scholars see as the four main stages of anti-Semitic thought, that is, what do anti-Semites think when they think negatively about Jews? I'll show you how that changed over time. And then, unfortunately, I'd like to speak a little bit about the other ominous implications of the present moment that actually are driving me to give this talk before I really intended to. Now, since this series is really directed at parents and teachers of children, I was thinking of talking about a lot more positive aspects of Judaism, uplifting aspects of the Jewish experience and history before we got to this particular topic. But events have overtaken us, and it seems that we really have to deal with it now. Let us just remember, however, that this is not the central way in which Jews mediate their experience of the world. It is an important element of the Jewish experience. It is kind of like an abiding background noise, an ambient noise that sometimes influences the decisions that Jews make and the choices that are forced upon them, but nevertheless, it is a secondary, if nagging aspect of Judaism. Judaism and Jewish civilization is very life-affirming. Just to give you one example, when we toast, we don't say, to your health or to your wealth. Those are nice things, but we say l'chaim, to life. Life itself is something very precious, and hatred is the antithesis of that impetus, and that's why it's very unfortunate to have to talk about it. The way in which you present this to your children or to your students is very complex. You have to think a lot about how old they are, how well they can absorb this information without being damaged by it, and I leave it up to you to titrate this information down to a level which is acceptable for the specifics of your children or your students. But I guess this is what the African American community refers to as the talk, when we have to explain the realities of the world to them. And I hope this short video will be helpful. So, let me start with my own personal experience of this. I grew up in a very rural northern community in Canada. We were the only Jewish family, and I lived there really quite happily, playing with my Anglophone and Francophone friends until I was 10 years old, at which point my parents decided I needed to move to a larger community so I could get something of a Jewish education, which they did. My mother went down and lived with me in Toronto for 4 years so I could get a little bit of a Jewish education, could have my bar mitzvah, and then I went back up with my mother to live full time with my father. During this time, my father commuted every 2 weeks to be part of the time with us and part of the time managing his business in Northern Canada. So what happened to me when I came back was really amazing, because when I left when I was 10 years old, I had lots of friends and, played hockey and, skied and all kinds of things like that, like normal 10-year-old kid from Northern Ontario. But when I came back, I was really amazed that a significant number of those kids that I played with had suddenly become anti-Semites in my absence. It was like, wow. They called me awful names because I was Jewish. They would call me Dirty Jew or Motzi Juif. And I had lots of fights in school. And, I just couldn't understand it. Where did this all come from? I didn't do anything different. I was gone for a few years and then I came back. But these were kids I played with in the street. And it really bothered me. This experience was deeply troubling and, contributed to the difficulties of being an adolescent in the first place. But it sparked in me a really deep-seated wonder at the nature of the human condition, the nature of hatred that has not departed from my academic agenda ever since. And I had good fortune to study the history of anti-Semitism formally at the University of Toronto with Alan Davies, who's a great scholar of it, and wrote a couple books and things like that. Let me just share with you the two basic rules that the wealth of my experience can be boiled down to. First of all, anti-Semitism does not have to make sense to work for those who believe in it. Right? The hatred, as it were, will find the rationale for itself. Jews are accused of being communists at the same time they're accused of being capitalists. It doesn't matter that those two are on opposite sides of the political spectrum. They're accused of being rootless cosmopolitans, being, very urbanized and not having any specific connection to the land. And they're also accused today of being settler colonialism. Which is it? The bottom line is, it's not about the Jews. It's about those who hate the Jews. Jean-Paul Sartre, very important scholar who did a quite insightful small book on this right after World War II, wrote, Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. Which means, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning, the anti-Semite needs to find a way to channel that, deep-seated hatred. Anti-Semitism has to be a very well-plowed furrow that he can slide right into, and it explains his entire world and explains all of the horrible feelings of inadequacy that he has and so on. It allows him someone to blame. Now, there's a lot more psychological things we can talk about this, but we're going to stay historical today. But that's the first big rule. Anti-Semitism does not have to make sense for it to work for those who believe in it. And here's the second rule, which in some ways is a corollary of the first rule. Anti-Semitism adapts. Anti-Semitism finds its way to adapt to widely divergent circumstances. Historical circumstances, to be sure, but also the religious atmosphere, the political atmosphere, the social atmosphere, the economic atmosphere. Anti-Semitism finds a way, like a virus, to kind of trim here and expand there until it becomes relevant to the anti-Semite, no matter where he or she may live, in place or in time. It's one of the most frightening aspects of this hatred, in that it finds a way to express itself in so many different climates. So with that said, I'm going to go over the 4 basic periods of anti-Jewish hatred very briefly. I have a lot of videos on my channel that goes into greater detail on each of these periods. But right now, let's just skim over them because I want to focus on the most recent period, which may be, in fact, a new period. So, the earliest traces of anti-Semitism that we have in the historical record are primarily from the Greco-Roman world. We have, of course, biblical accounts of Egyptian servitude and things like that, but let us focus ourselves primarily on those sources that come from without. We don't have, until the Hellenistic period, for example, Egyptian sources on how they feel about the Jews, a couple of minor exceptions, but we have a lot of writings from the Greek and the Roman authors. And when they say negative things about the Jews, which is, perhaps pervasive would be too strong a word, but there are definitely some very negative things said about Jews in the ancient world. It's primarily because Romans and Greeks are trying to come to terms with a society that is very unlike their own. It's really a kind of xenophobia, meaning a fear of strangers. For example, Jews are accused of clannish behavior because in order to become a Jew, you had to be circumcised if you were male, and that they would only eat kosher food, so that precluded their participation in other rites. They were accused of being atheistic, ironically, because they refused to participate in basic acts of civil religion at the time, bowing down to idols, offering sacrifices to statues, things like that, which were anathema to the Jewish faith. They were accused of being lazy because they took off one day a week to rest, right? The Sabbath. So these are, kind of distortions of the ways in which Romans and Greeks understood the Jews, but they were actually observations of actual Jewish behavior. So it was more of a normal hatred, kind of like two cultures bumping up against each other, not necessarily getting along, and expressing it in writing, where you might see it, for example, in a graphic format. Here you see a picture of the great Arch of Titus, which was a commemorative arch constructed in Rome after the defeat of Judea in the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, when ultimately the Romans were able to reassert their authority over the rebellious Judean provinces. And in this commemorative arch, which is really like a war monument, they have this one little section, which you can sort of see if you look towards the bottom right of the arch going through. Here's a larger image of it. It shows Jewish captives carrying away spoils from the temple. The menorah, most famously, the trumpets, the ritual table, and things like that. Now, although some have interpreted this as anti-Jewish animus from the Romans and some kind of anti-Semitism, it's definitely not, a complimentary portrayal of Jews, but it is something that we can understand as kind of like a war monument, that when one country beats another one, they will put up various, public edifices that proclaim their victory, and that's, we don't like it maybe, but it's basically normal. It's not a pathological kind of hatred. So that's basically the character of the anti-Jewish hatred or antipathy that you see primarily in the ancient world. It's kind of cultures bumping up against each other, not necessarily liking each other, sometimes fighting each other, but not the kind of cruel sadism that we will see to the same degree in the modern era. When we move to late antiquity through, let's say, the high Middle Ages, ending around the year 1300, let's say, we really see a very different characteristic of anti-Jewish antipathy that is specifically related to the birth of Christianity. Unlike the regular Romans and Greeks, who were pagans and who were of a different ethnos, they were different people than the Jews, Christians had a funny relations vis-a-vis Jews. First of all, the earliest Christians were themselves all Jews, But then Christianity grew much larger, adopted many non-Jewish peoples within its orbit, while still retaining the consciousness of Christianity as a daughter religion to Judaism. There's a lot more to say about how that played out theologically, but basically for a good 1,000 years, and one might say much longer than that as well, Christianity strove to articulate a position that preserved that connection on the one hand. I mean, after all, if you pick up a Christian Bible, the first massive chunk of it, about 5/6 of it, is the same as the Jewish Bible, and the section at the end called the New Testament is the Christian Bible. So they want to preserve that connection, but at the same time, they also want to distinguish themselves from it. They also want to say that we are something new, something improved, something better. God's chosenness has now devolved on the Christian people rather than on the Jewish people, things like that. It's a kind of a mother-daughter conflict. And we see it primarily in the writings of the church fathers and the decrees of popes over the centuries. Where you can see that graphically, I'm going to show you some images which are a little bit later in the period, but project this attitude backwards. You see, for example, at the Cathedral at Notre Dame, one of the most common depictions of this in Christian art is the dual forms of ecclesia and synagogue, which means church and synagogue. And they're contrasted very often in manuscripts, but even more importantly on monumental architecture, outside cathedrals, things like that, which is especially useful when you want to explain complex theological ideas to an illiterate audience. And you'll have, typically on the left, you'll have a representation of the church. You can see here the churches, standing upright with a crown, indicating royalty, and holding a staff, indicating power. Whereas synagogue on the right, which is the less favored religion, God has abandoned synagogue for ecclesia. She's got no crown. Her staff is broken. She's holding on to the 10 Commandments, but inappropriately, like they're falling from her hands. Her very posture is bowed in decline, and she's wearing a blindfold. She's blind to the truth of Christianity. That's the kind of opposition of Christianity and Judaism that's set up by these. You see it over and over again in manuscripts. This particular one, 13th century, is especially interesting because the synagogue you will see on the right there is shown with a kind of blindfold, but it is a transparent blindfold, meaning they claim to be blind, but they actually can see, which makes the whole situation even worse. We've spent a lot more time talking about these. There are hundreds and hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue, artistically very different, but mainly containing these essential things. So, as you see, this is quite different from the Roman and Greek pagan antipathy to Jews, which was more like cultures bumping up against each other. This is a special relationship of two cultures that were intimate and then split, and that involves a very different kind of dynamic to the relationship. However, it's still basically an argument between a priest and a rabbi. It's still theological. It's mainly in the realm of ideas and is rarely expressed in actual popular violence. That happens much more as you begin to move into the later Middle Ages. And we see it especially with this extremely noxious charge that is first born in the 12th century, the idea of blood libel. The idea that Jews, because they hate Christianity, which is part of that separation that we saw earlier, Judaism is turning away from Christianity. Because the argument goes they hate Christianity, they must want to reenact the passion of Jesus, the crucifixion of Jesus, which is also another element of this story, the charge of deicide. Jews are accused of killing Jesus, killing God. So the argument of blood libel says, well, they must want to reenact this. How do they reenact it? Typically around the holiday of Easter, which falls right around Passover time. And so beginning in the 12th century, you begin to see charges that Jews kidnapped a Christian child, tortured and mutilated him, and then ultimately crucified him in a kind of mock crucifixion of Jesus. This idea, which is just shows up in the 12th century, just spreads like wildfire throughout Europe. It has like a unique hold on the mind of the medieval Christian, and it actually has reverberations right up until the 21st century. This is a horrific depiction, for example, of the martyrdom of Simon of Trent, which is a late 15th century example of it. You can see the Jews here are all so labeled by the artist with the ruel, the round badge that they were forced to wear from the 13th century onward. And of course, young Simon is in the center of this, and he's being bled to death and circumcised and so on. I'm sorry I even have to say this, but there was no truth to any of this. There were some of the occasions where, in fact, there was no missing child reported. There was no body found, and yet there was a whole blood libel incident that blew up out of it, for example, in Blois in the 12th century. So this is when anti-Semitism really goes off the rails. It has some religious elements to it, like we saw in the earlier period, but it is deeply, deeply pathological. It's almost pornographic in its intent and its expression. It has a slightly different version of that of host desecration. The charge of host desecration is about 100 years younger than the charge of blood libel, in which if Jews want to torture Jesus, if that's the whole reason behind this, then certainly they would want to torture the wafers which are used in the Catholic communion ritual. And so there are all these charges that Jews go into churches, steal the communion wafer, they bring it back home, they torture it like in this medieval image, and it miraculously bleeds. And then, of course, it results in an uprising, and sometimes a pogrom, and Jews are hung or burned alive and things like that. These are the kinds of anti-Semitic things which are characteristic of much of the later Middle Ages and actually quite frightening. The last element, which begins to bleed into the modern period, is specifically associated with the Black Death. This is a horrific plague that swept across Europe in the late 1340s, and Jews were accused of somehow creating this plague, specifically by being in league with lepers, and together by taking their organs and limbs and poisoning the aquifers of Europe, they spread this horrific disease. That's the charge that was very popular in the 14th century. Here you can see a 16th century English rendition of it. At this time, there were no Jews allowed in England at all, but didn't stop the artist. You can see a Jew with kind of like sort of quasi-oriental outfit, and he is putting a pouch with the skin of lepers in it into a well, and then at the same time a demon sort of spins out of it and urinates back into the water, poisoning it. And in case you don't get the overall image, there is a victim of a blood libel on a cross in the background. All of these events, unlike the prior two periods, frequently resulted in popular violence, like the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg, shown here in connection with the Black Death. So by the time we get to the Middle Ages, anti-Semitism has really rooted itself in the popular mind, and unfortunately has expression in violence. And when we get to modernity, here you see a really dramatic break with prior traditions. Notice that the pagan tradition of xenophobia was not religious at all, not in a monotheistic sense. Then you get some kind of religious ideology coming out of the attempt of Christianity to distinguish itself from its mother religion, and then certain elements of that religious tradition are passed into the medieval period. But by the time you get to the modern period, and you have a general decline in religiosity throughout Europe as a whole, then anti-Semites sort of abandon the whole religious argument and really focus on two basic ideas, which are essentially secular. The first is this notion that Jews are a race, that all Jews are bound together by some kind of racial characteristics. Later that will become more of like a genetic characteristic. And what is it that they do together as a race? They are engaged in a conspiracy to dominate the world. The classic text that explicates this is a document known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's a turn of the 20th century forgery composed by a Russian monk named Sergei Milos, in which he claims to have discovered the minutes of the World Jewish Government, who are doing all kinds of things like building these secret subway tunnels that connect to various capitals of the world and are engaged in a plan to dominate Christendom. Here's a 1930 cover of an edition of the Protocols the Elders Designed, published in Mexico, and the text reads, "The Invisible World Government, the Jewish Program to Subjugate the World." And you can see certain racial characteristics in the stereotypic iconography of the Jew, with a large nose and the fleshy lips, and he's overweight. He's got like this capitalist sort of look with the watch fob and so on, and he's got these claw-like hands squeezing the world of his blood as he gleefully smiles at his Jew. That's really characteristic of the turn of the 19th century and onward. This, by the way, is when the term anti-Semitism is invented. An anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr realized that he needed a more polite alternative to the much more vulgar term Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which means basically Jew hate. And so he said, "Oh, no, I don't Jews. I am an anti-Semite." And by Semite, he meant those who participate in Semitism, which was a made-up idea. Semitism is this idea of a world Jewish conspiracy. Never mind, I know that Arabs are also Semites, but Wilhelm Marr was not at all thinking of that. But that's where we get the term anti-Semitism. It was invented by an anti-Semite to try and cast a positive light on his hatred. It has later been transvalued, and now it becomes a negative term again, and people speak about it with the appropriate degree of approval. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitism. You can see how the two rules that I've given you hopefully are useful. The first is, doesn't have to make sense. You can poke holes in all of these theories fairly easily. And secondly, that it clearly adapts to different times. Now let's go to our present moment and why I feel especially constrained to talk about anti-Semitism now, so early in this series. The reason is because I think we may be on the cusp of a new devolution of anti-Semitism. I really thought about it a lot when I had the unfortunate experience just a couple days ago of watching security camera footage of a stranger walking up to one of my students in the street, hurling nasty anti-Semitic invective at her, and then punching her in the face and walking out. And it was just such a horrific, bizarre, unprovoked attack on a person who looked Jewish, I guess. She was just walking down the street in daytime. But it made me think that, we may be at the beginning of a new period. And what I think is happening now is we may be entering into a form of postmodern anti-Semitism. This is a new period where anti-Semitism appears to be adapting to the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era. And let me explain that in a little more detail. So first of all, what is postmodernism? This is a body of ideas that has an unusually caustic impact on critical thinking today. It basically argues that, there's no way to actually figure out what is capital T true. Logic, argumentation, reason, none of those things are free from the coloration of individual bias that is kind of baked into our consciousness. That's why people talk about, well, that's your truth, and this is his truth, and that's her truth, as if there are different kinds of truths. You could spend more time talking about what postmodernism is, but it is clear that this idea has really made a huge impact on academia, particularly in the humanities, and it has an especially nasty impact on young students, on Generation Z. How that adapts to Middle Eastern conflicts that we are seeing today is perhaps the most horrific expression of postmodernism, as it has provided a host environment for anti-Semitism. The accusation that is at the basis of this is something I mentioned earlier, that Jews are somehow settler colonialists. What exactly does that mean? So it's such a silly idea. It doesn't really deserve debunking, but I guess we have to do it anyways. The conflict right now is over the territory of the land of Israel. Jews are, without a doubt, the descendants of people who lived on that piece of land as far back by non-Jewish sources as the 13th century before the Common Era, and by Jewish sources like the Bible way back into the Bronze Age. If anyone has a pedigree of being the original inhabitants, refugees from those well-documented exiles under the Babylonians and under the Romans, it is the Jews. It's hard to imagine anyone being called a secular colonialist in the sense of being like some kind of foreign import to the land if you're talking about the Jews. Let me just step back for 1 second and remind you that our goal in this video is really to track the nature of anti-Jewish hatred. I am not, by focusing on this topic, meaning to say that the Palestinian people do not have legitimate claims to make about their residency in this region and about the way in which they have been treated over the last 150 years. They can point definitely, without question, to many injustices over the last century and a half, and this complex series of problems, which has found expression in many wars and also in many peace negotiations, is not something that can be easily solved with a monolithic, absolutist kind of approach. In fact, I would be extremely wary of anyone who proposes to solve the great problem with a simple general measure, and especially if it involves violence. I think those are the kind of people we need to listen to less and focus more on the actual history and the facts and come to terms with our common humanity as we try to work towards peace. Let's get back to our main topic now. One of the reasons why I think that this postmodern approach to anti-Semitism appears to be gaining ground is because there's a certain amount of research that indicates it's so. There is research to support the idea that postmodernism is really gaining ground among Gen Zers, the youngest adult population of Americans, and is having an impact on anti-Semitism, has been shown in a number of articles. For example, this article by Brad Palumbo that appeared in a very recent issue of Newsweek that's based on this very detailed poll taken by the Harvard Harris Group. This is a chart that shows how Americans react to the question, is Hamas a terrorist group? And as you can see, all Americans overwhelmingly say yes, Hamas is a terrorist group. That's especially so for older Americans, 65 and older, but it begins to drop significantly. And by the time you get to Gen Z, Americans who are 18 to 24 years of age, only about 64% will say that Hamas is a terrorist group. And in fact, if you go even further and you ask them, do you support Israel over Hamas? Once again, you see that over 65 years of age, Americans are 95% likely to say yes. And that number is pretty steady, but by the time you get to the youngest Americans, only 52%, half, are willing to support Israel over Hamas. I know that doesn't make sense because we just said that Hamas is a terrorist organization for 64% of them. That means that 12% of them are willing to support Hamas over Israel, even though Hamas is a terrorist group. Another question. But still, you see that the clarity is clearly lacking among the generation of Americans who are currently in college. This is a frightening. The war is horrific for anyone who experiences it. And one cannot but have sympathy for children wrapped up in this, whether they are Israeli children or Palestinian children. It's absolutely horrific. Can we find a litmus test that separates legitimate political disagreement with a military decision by either the Palestinians or by the Israelis from anti-Semitism? So I'm going to offer two basic tests. First of all, how do you feel about attacks on civilians? Right? Disputes over territory, that's an extremely old thing. And it's either worked out by, negotiations or by protests or, in fact, by war. But it is not worked out by the intentional targeted murder of civilians. That is called terrorism. You don't solve a political debate. You don't solve a territorial dispute by kidnapping someone's baby. That is not okay. It's certainly beyond the pale to mutilate corpses. And when I see videos of Gen Zers talking about the legitimate aggressive resistance of Hamas, I mean, that's just an Orwellian twist to the English language that is so deeply offensive. That's not called aggressive resistance. That is called sadism. That's called terrorism. Don't be confused by the false equivalency of saying, well, the Israelis are bombing Gaza and children are sadly killed. If a child is kidnapped and someone puts up a poster to raise awareness that this child has been kidnapped, and you feel it is a legitimate political act to tear that down, I think you have to wonder about where is this coming from. That's a litmus test. Secondly, attacks on Jews. If your political leanings suggest to you that it is okay to attack Jews who are not specifically connected to the military efforts in Israel, that is absolutely anti-Semitism. My student walking down the street, she should be punched in the face because of something happening on the other side of the world. A mob in Dagestan that recently stormed the airport looking for Jews who were on a flight from Tel Aviv. The incredible offensive anti-Semitism that we're seeing in the universities right now, there's no justification. That's straight up anti-Semitism. That is straight up hatred, and it is not a legitimate expression of one's political feelings over the dispute in Gaza today. By way of conclusion, I've stepped uncomfortably close to political commentary, which is something that I try to avoid because I'm a historian. I prefer to look backwards rather than look in front of me what's going on today. I do want to say, however, that I do not have the temerity to suggest that I know how to solve the current crisis. The horrible fate of the hostages being held by Hamas, the suffering of their families, or the suffering of the people of Gaza as they're struggling to come out from underneath the grip of Hamas. But thinking about the global implications and reverberations of this conflict in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, I cannot help but see that we may be on the cusp of a horrible new period in the history of this dark country. Let me just finally say that, the Talmud says that blessing requires a vessel. If you want to receive blessing, you have to have something to hold it. And there is no vessel that is more properly suited to receive blessing than that of Shalom. If you don't have peace, it's very hard to receive any blessing. Let us hope that the region is soon blanketed with peace, so that it may prosper and all peoples may live together in harmony. Thank you very much.
Often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yasukai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoilun.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I had a totally different set of lectures planned for this particular series, but since October 7th, so many things have changed, and so much of the world's attention has been on the violence occurring in Gaza today that I really feel like I have to focus on these particular historical topics to provide, hopefully, some light for intelligent people of goodwill to discuss the historical facts and hopefully come to some sort of peaceful conclusion to these horrible events. To that end, I'd like to begin with a discussion of the Jews of Palestine before the Muslim invasion of 638. And I want to mention here that I know that that word Palestine in this context will trigger a lot of people, and I'm doing it on purpose because the period of history that I'd like to study today is actually the period of time when the region was in fact called Palestine. And let me explain what that means. But before I do so, let's just go back for a second to a very important book written by Rothschild, who was a scholar at Columbia, and he wrote this book, The 100 Years War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance, 1917-2017. Now, I disagree very much with Dr. Khalidi's conclusions and his analysis in many places, but this is one of the most sober accounts of the Palestinian view of this history, and it's very much worth reading if people want to get a full understanding of how to approach the difficulties. And I want to focus in on something that he says right here in the title, A History of Settler Colonialism, where in reality, when you look at the history of the foundation of modern Israel, it's actually the most successful anti-settler colonial movement in human history. We're speaking about a movement that brings back people to their ancestral homeland 2,000 years after largely being driven out of it. I mean, it's an amazing thing to really think about. So what I'd like to do today is to look specifically at the period before Islam comes to the region in the 7th century. Now, Dr. Khalidi begins his book, which is very well written and fascinating, with a citation of a correspondence that one of his ancestors had with Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, modern political Zionism. The ancestor is Yusuf al-Din Pasha al-Khalidi, and he's a very important individual, very distinguished, very much involved in Palestinian politics of the era, which of course was part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. And he wrote this remarkable letter to Tzadok Khan, who was the chief rabbi of France, and this was in 1899. Rabbi Khan later showed it to Theodor Herzl, who forwarded a response. And here's the key phrase for our purposes. He writes, the idea of Zionism, right? This is al-Khalidi writing. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country, right? This is the money statement here. Mon Dieu, historiquement, c'est bien votre pays. So that's an amazing statement. And he goes on to say, and what a wonderful sight it would be if the Jews are able to reconstitute themselves as a nation, independent, respected, and happy, able to render impoverished humanity its services in the region as in the past. Now, Mr. al-Khalidi was not going to defend Zionism. In fact, the point of the letter is primarily to protest against the large-scale immigration of Jews to the region. But nevertheless, he offers a very salient historical point. For his part, Herzl writes back also a very polite reply. I wish politicians, it's hard to imagine politicians in the region of the Middle East would communicate with each other with such deference, but he writes back to him, he addresses him as Excellency, and he writes, you see another difficulty, Excellency, regarding the existence of the non-Jewish population in Palestine. But who would think to remove them, right? This is Herzl, the Zionist writing. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. Do you think that an Arab who owns land or a house in Palestine with a value of 3,000 or 4,000 francs will be very angry to see the price of this land increased in short time and to see it increased 5 or 10 times in value perhaps in a few months? That will certainly happen with the arrival of the Jews. Now, what I think is especially fascinating about this little exchange is that they're speaking beyond each other. Al-Khalidi's objections are not financial in nature. It's not about material gain. And Theodor Herzl thinks that material improvement, prosperity, will solve all the problems. And in my humble opinion, I think, for the next 10 decades, this would be one of the major problems that Israelis and Zionists would have with Palestinians, is that they're not speaking directly to each other's concerns. But nevertheless, this is the exchange that I want to share, and in particular, the recognition of al-Khalidi that, in fact, this is traditional Jewish land. So where does the term Palestine come from after all? Let's just do some very quick history. Obviously, the land of Israel was the national homeland of the Jews as described in the Bible. There are biblical references, of course, that go way back to like the 18th century before the Common Era, the Bronze Age, but extra biblical references date from the 13th century, the Meneptah, Staley, and others that speak about some entity called Israel living in the region. The presence of the Jews in this region is very, very well documented for the next millennium. By the time you get to the first century of the Common Era, that's when, of course, you have these major Roman-Jewish wars. The first one, which lasts from about 66 to about the year 74, results in the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem and much of the dispersal of many of the Jews, the rebels at this point, to Italy as slaves and elsewhere throughout the region. However, contrary to popular misconceptions, this was not the complete exile of all the Jews in the land, not at all. There definitely was a diaspora that pre-existed this destruction in the year 70, but there were lots of Jews who were simply displaced within the land of Israel. And I'm going to speak about that. In the next 60 years, Jews rebelled two more times. First in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, and then much more significantly in the year 132 under a leader named Bar Kokhba, who actually had, over about 3 years, significant success. They even minted coins like this, which portrayed the temple on the left, a little star at the top representing Bar Kokhba, and text on the right that talks about freedom for Jerusalem and so on. But that rebellion was crushed mercilessly by Emperor Hadrian, who really had to put a tremendous amount of effort, bring in soldiers from far away as England to put down the Jewish rebellion. And at that point, Hadrian had had enough. And he is the one who renamed the region, Judea, which was a province of Rome at the time. He renamed it a version of Palestine. This is a map that shows what the Roman Empire looked like in roughly the year 210. And you can see that the region of what would be today the state of Israel is called Syria Palestina. It was part of the Syria province as a whole. It was not a distinct and separate unit. And he divided up Palestina itself into three pieces. Prima, which is like the central area, which would be essentially Judea, a little bit of Samaria. And then to the south, Palestina Tertia, the third Palestine, which is basically the Negev. And to the north, Palestina Secunda, which is where most of the Jews were actually living at this time. Lots of Jews in the lower Galilee region. Now, why did he choose the term Palestine? Well, this term had been used about 500 years earlier by the great Greek historian Herodotus, who refers to the Phoenicians who lived on the coastline. The region where the Phoenicians lived was called Palestine. Now, where did Herodotus get that name? Most likely he got it from the Akkadian name that was used to describe the Philistines. The Philistines, and this term is entered into the English language as well, they occupied what was called a pentapolis, 5 specific cities listed here. Ironically, Gaza was one of them. Also, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. Those are the 5 cities which were especially associated with the Philistine. And you can see from this map that they controlled area around it. And they frequently had wars with the ancient Israelites. David, in particular, fought with them. David also sought refuge with them for a while. It's a fascinating story. So it's quite likely that Hadrian's thinking was, let us wipe out the memory of Judea in this area, and let's rename it after the Philistines. Let's call it Palestina, borrowing from the Greek. And that's how we get that name. So this region, part of the larger Syrian province of Syria, was called Palestine from about the year 136 till about the year 638. It was not an independent country. It always had a capital elsewhere, but the region was known officially in the Roman law books as Palestina. So that's where the term comes from. And I want to remind you that there are still Jews living in this region. They're living primarily to the north, in the lower Galilee region. There they have successfully transplanted the core of what would be their future religious leadership in particular, with the body known as the Sanhedrin, which was their great court of 71 judges. They had a leader called the Nasi, or the Patriarch. One of the most famous of them is Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who lived at the turn of the 3rd century. And these rabbis, centered in the city of Tiberias, which was founded in the year 19, were especially concerned with trying to figure out how they can cement the future of the Jewish people after having gone through these 3 disastrous revolts, the loss of statehood, and so on. They came up with several really crucial elements. One of them is the document known as the Mishnah, which is essentially a large corpus of Jewish law, stated in a very unusual way that sort of invites debate, and then following that up with a document called the Talmud. There are actually 2 Talmuds. They are both commentaries on the Mishnah. The earlier one was written in the land of Israel in the 4th century, and it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. That's a bit of a misnomer. It's also known, ironically, as the Palestinian Talmud, but it is really written primarily in Tiberias and also a little bit on the coast. Jerusalem was actually off limits to Jews for quite a bit of the early period after the Emperor Hadrian. So really that's what's going on for the next few centuries. The Patriarch is very busy. He has a lot of rabbis surrounding him. They're trying to figure out how can we make Judaism survive this post-temple, post-disastrous revolt age, and ultimately they succeeded. Jews did survive, albeit increasingly in the diaspora. Here's a look at the Jewish diaspora around this time. Boundaries of the Roman Empire are shown with that kind of purplish line, and you can see that the concentration of Jews is still quite significant in the land of Israel, but you've got lots of Jews along the coast of North Africa, in what would be Egypt, Libya, also in Morocco, in Algeria, and you have Jews beginning to make way into the Iberian Peninsula, certainly the Italian Peninsula, which is a major center, the Balkans, the Greek Peloponnesus, and of course Asia Minor, which was a major concentration of Jews. Moving to the east, you have the fantastically large and important communities in Mesopotamia, which would later write the Babylonian Talmud. But nevertheless, Jerusalem remains the sort of spiritual center of the Jews in this far-flung diaspora existence. These kind of stars, by the way, I'm not sure I would have designed the map exactly like this, but they represent major Christian communities, and I think the starburst is kind of like alluding to the evangelizing effect. But at any rate, you get a sense of where Jews are living during this period of time. Things changed dramatically in the early 4th century as the Roman Empire becomes Christian. That changes things dramatically for Jews all over the Roman Empire, and particularly in the Byzantine Empire. And we'll speak about that perhaps in another lecture. Another thing that tells us about the nature of Jewish civilization in Israel before the Muslim invasion is that they're building synagogues. We have some fantastic examples of synagogues from late antiquity. One of the things that's for sure true about these synagogues is, like today, they have plaques. If you've ever been in a synagogue today, you'll know that plaques are a big phenomenon. You always have to thank the donors. This is one of the oldest of the plaques that has survived, the so-called Theodotus inscription, which is actually from Jerusalem. You've got these amazing, decorated floors like this mosaic at Hamat Tiberia. Tiberia is Tiberias, right? It's by the hot springs just outside that town. They have these gorgeous, mosaics, descriptions of the idealized temple. And this was built, about 300 years after the destruction of the temple. So they're still looking back to the golden age of that temple. They frequently have a lot of zodiacs. Like here, for example, is the Hamat Tiberia zodiac, and another one at the Beit Alpha. And one of my favorites here is this remarkable depiction in a Beit Alpha synagogue of the binding of Isaac. You can see that there's Sarah there on the left, and there's the ram, and there's Abraham with a knife, and Isaac, who's portrayed here as a little boy. And their names are represented in Hebrew letters. I mean, it's kind of a primitive looking piece of art, but it's quite fascinating. The Jewish civilization is still thriving, albeit in a far reduced state by the time you get to the 7th century with the spread of Islam. Islam spreads dramatically from the Arabian Peninsula through the entire Eastern Mediterranean, coming to Jerusalem in the year 638, and then spreading across North Africa into the Iberian Peninsula, way out to the east as well, as far as Pakistan. And that really begins a totally new chapter in the history of the Jews in the land of Israel. But the point that I really want to make is that Jews are always living in the land of Israel in a small number as a minority, but continuously since their biblical placement in the land. I want to add one last appendix here. I learn a lot from a lot of the comments I receive on my YouTube videos, and I really appreciate those of you who say nice things, and I'm especially grateful for those of you who offer useful correctives. I'm not so enthusiastic about the people who say nasty things about me or my religion or my people and so on, but it's worth it for the positive comments. And one of the things that I've noticed in some of the comments is that people want to go back to the genetic history of the people in the land of Israel. Like, who exactly is entitled to live there on a genetic basis? So the short answer to this is it's really the wrong question, because nowhere else in the world do we determine citizenship on the basis of a DNA test. But since you're asking, we can't point to the fact that, amazingly, after 2,000 years, even the Jews of Europe are connected back to the land of Israel. Analysis of the DNA of Ashkenazim from Eastern Europe, where a good portion of the early 20th century Zionists came from, clearly indicates that they have a strong component of Middle Eastern DNA, clearly heavily intermixed with Italian DNA in particular. You can make a lot of jokes about their choice in cuisine at this point, but nevertheless, they are genetically linked to the people who originally lived in the land of Israel. And that's only talking about the Zionists who came from Europe, which are actually a minority of the Jews who live in the land of Israel today. Besides the 20% of Israelis who are of Arab background, either Muslims or Christians, there are more than half of the Israelis in the land today come from Arab countries. They come from the North African and Middle Eastern countries, many of whom were the descendants of those who were expelled after Israel was established in 1948. So the whole question of who has the right to live there genetically, it's the wrong question, but if you like, we have the right answer. Okay, I hope this helped clarify some basic historical details about the presence of Jews in the land of Israel, which was called Palestine, between the Bar Kokhba revolt and the Muslim invasion. Thank you very much for watching.
At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be speaking with you again, this time about a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I am delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach there. Last year, if you recall, if you visited my site before, I gave a big survey overview of the entirety of Ashkenazic history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. For this year, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise from very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine. And then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century when they make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great Salo Whitmire Baron and the great Kenneth Stowe, who wrote a book called Alienated Minority, from which I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about 1%. If you look a couple of hundred years later, just before the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%. So we're always talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. But for our purposes, today we're going to look specifically at the very beginning to try to understand what is Ashkenaz? Where is Ashkenaz? What is it all about? So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Shuvot of the Gaonim, this is a collection of responsa written by the great Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of that era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rav Hai Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim, these leaders of the yeshivas, this one in particular is Pumbedita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase in one of his teshuvot, his responses, that reads, "From all the lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia, there's Kush, and Ashkenaz." Let's define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3, it's verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you care to look it up yourself, it'll be verse 9. The verses are sometimes numbered differently. There's a passage there which refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that that tiny country in the Middle East does make it possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir or Shenir. So what does that term Shenir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Hu Sheleg. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenazim, Ashkenaz. And in fact, in German, the word Schnee, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shenir, is in fact the word for snow. He also mentions Uvoshon Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanites, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, the Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow Sni. So in other words, Rashi is specifically locating Ashkenaz in a region which seems to be German-speaking. Okay, that is much more helpful and gives you a sense of where Ashkenaz really lies. Now, the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the geography specifically, the term Ashkenaz really goes all the way back to the earliest parts of the Bible. You see, for example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, who then has 3 sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other 2 are Rifas and Togarma. But Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as a descendant of Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the way these medieval Jewish thinkers applied this place name to Ashkenaz is they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz. They have to live somewhere, and so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to the Ashkenazim. That's how we get this name Ashkenaz. So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual named Ashkenaz. We assume he has further descendants. They have to live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? So one more hint also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah. There's a discussion in verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So we don't know exactly where Mini is, but Ararat, of course, is the famous mountain upon which Noah's ark landed. And that's usually identified as being somewhere in Asia Minor or contemporary Turkey. So that would mean that Ashkenaz, if it's somehow located near Ararat because of its proximity in that particular verse, it would be located somewhere as shown in this particular map here. Now, many other biblical scholars have opined different places in the Caucasus region, further north, and so on, but we really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz actually exists. However, what we can say is what Jews later defined as the land of Ashkenaz, not necessarily connecting it to those specific people. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the central German region of the Rhineland in particular. This is the region where we will see, beginning really in the 9th century, although there's some much earlier evidence of Jews living in that region, we're going to see the rise of a unique Jewish civilization that would derive very heavily from Italian origins and before that from Middle Eastern origins. And then they would grow to a significant size of some 500,000. Then later in the 14th century, the population would largely move to the east as a result of both pressures driving them out of Germany and France as well. So a number of expulsions, rising anti-Semitism associated with the blood libel, post-desecration, and then riots after the Black Death of 1347-49. And they will essentially move to the east where there is a vacuum, an economic vacuum drawing them in, because their skills with finance and commerce in particular are very much valued by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find significant homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the modern period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, of course, in the late 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe and to the Americas. That is really what Ashkenaz is. Ashkenaz refers to a people, it's a sub-ethnic group of Jews, and they end up in the Middle Ages ultimately becoming the dominant population of Jews worldwide, but it would be a mistake to think of Ashkenaz as a specific place or locale. Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an imagined country to which millions of Jews have belonged over the centuries, and it's going to be my privilege over the course of several videos and then to a live audience in Budapest later this year, God willing, to discuss the birth of this unique and fascinating community and to tell their story. Thank you very much for watching.
Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, Jochi led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Oirat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit.
Let us continue our discussion with a quick look at the population status of Jews in the Mediterranean basin before the birth of Ashkenaz. So have a look at this map here. This is basically what the basin looked like at the fall of the Roman Empire at the end of the 5th century, right? You've got all kinds of little sort of countrylets filling up most of Western Europe. You have the Byzantine Empire in green, which is largely the Greek speaking eastern half of the Roman Empire, and this is before the Muslims will come on the scene in the 7th century. Ashkenaz is located here in the north, in the Rhineland. That's the heartland. Of course, we will have a lot of Ashkenaz in larger France, and we're going to speak about them in the next couple of lectures, but the heartland is really the Rhine River Valley, in particular places like Köln, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, places like that. Now, there were Jews in this region in the ancient period. Amazing, for example, there were apparently Jews from the region of Iturea, which is the northern part of Israel, reaching into Lebanon and Syria in today's map. The Iturean soldiers were sent with Roman legions out to this part of the world, and 3 distinct gravestones have been found that seem to have belonged to people who belonged to this unit and therefore were most likely Jews. I've had a longer discussion of these amazing tombstones in another video, but we have a sense of very, very tiny populations in the northern part of Germany, a little bit larger population perhaps in the south in Provence that we'll get to soon, but there's no way to tell if there was any sense of continuity between these tiny isolated populations, which may not have constituted communities. They were probably attached to Roman settlements, and we simply don't know if there's continuity between the Jews living in the region in the 1st, 2nd, 4th centuries up until we get to the rise of Ashkenaz, really in the 8th century. So, and it's really important to note that Ashkenaz was like Yehudatsville, to use the Shalom Aleichem term, was so far away from everything. The great centers of Jewish population were primarily way off in the east, in what would be Persia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, places like Baghdad, the great yeshivas of Sura and Popedita. That's really where most of this is happening. There's also a small Jewish population in the land of Israel, and of course there are a lot of Jews in the Greek-speaking part of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. And there are Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula since the 2nd century before the Common Era. So that's really where we've got lots of larger sections of Jews living. And then we have this trickle of Jewish migration that goes across the coast of North Africa, setting up in many places, of course, in Egypt, but also in Libya, in what would be today Tunisia, and then all the way up into Spain. We don't know a lot about the sizes of these populations because the Jews left very, very few records of their presence there in the ancient world, particularly in Spain. If we were to judge, however, from church records, Jews were like everywhere. And we'll talk about that in another lecture. But basically, this is where we have a scattering of Jews throughout the European basin. One really important place, however, deserves more of our attention, and that is the region of Provence. You can see that Provence is located here at the south of France. It's where the Rhone River meets the Mediterranean, and it's right at the border in the 5th century of the Visigothic kingdom and the Burgundian kingdom. Now, this is extremely important because the Visigoths, I have another whole lecture dedicated to them, and we will have to return to them on a number of occasions. But these are basically a population of Romans who were originally Arian Christians, that's A-R-I-A-N, and they eventually converted to Catholicism in the late 6th century. And with that conversion came a ridiculous number of anti-Semitic decrees. For about 120 odd years, the Jews in the Visigothic kingdom were incredibly persecuted, were chased from town to town, suffered all kinds of forced conversions, which was going on with tremendous frequency in the region, and there's quite a good likelihood that many of them, although we don't have any of the Jewish records themselves, but it's quite a good likelihood that many of them made their way over the Pyrenees and into Burgundy, into the Frankish region, and into Ashkenaz as well. We know in particular of one fascinating legend that is actually repeated in several sources, so it certainly may have some basis to it, that a Jewish king rose in the city of Narbonne, largely because of his instrumental role in holding back the Muslims later on in this time period. There are many scholars who feel that the entire episode is legendary, but nevertheless, even if it's a legend, we do get some sense of the complexity of the situation, particularly when the Muslims will become involved and there will be a conflict between Christians and Muslims. So anyways, this is where Jews live, basically, by the time we get to the birth of Ashkenaz, and that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? Thank you very much for watching.
He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city. Despite their battlefield
At this point, we
successes
should
in
really answer the
1211,
question,
once
where
the
did
Mongols
these
returned home
Ashkenazi
from
Jews
winter with
actually
their
come from?
plunder,
So first of all, we have a literary tradition that basically dates from the 12th century, so several centuries after these communities were founded, that the earliest Ashkenazi Jewish communities were made up essentially of Jews from northern Italy. The Rokeach, which was a very important rabbi who lived in the 12th century, we'll return to him and his work when we talk about the Hasidic Ashkenaz. He describes his family history, which appears to be supported by other sources, as having originated with the Colonimus family leaving northern Italy and coming to the region of Ashkenaz. There are all kinds of additional legends about an invitation from King Charlemagne and so on. Those may perhaps be discounted, but we'll return to a discussion of the founding of those communities in a later video. But what's especially fascinating now is how modern genetic studies have contributed to our understanding of this literary account in a manner which means that it seems like it's really quite credible that that's exactly how it happened. I'm going to look at two studies with you very quickly. This article describes a rather disturbing discovery that was made during the construction of this shopping center in Norwich, England. While working on the foundations, they came across this medieval well, and piled into the well were human corpses. They were exhumed and studied. Why were so many people thrown down in the well at the same time? Clearly was not a normal burial. There's some evidence that some of them may have been killed before being thrown into the well. Scholars suspected that these may be the victims of a riot associated with a crusade in the 12th century. In fact, that turned out to be the case, because with modern genetic analysis, these bones were shown to actually belong to Ashkenazi Jews. And in fact, with this DNA evidence, they were able to even reconstruct what some of these people must have looked like, including the children who were thrown in the well as well. Some of the DNA also pointed to their hair and eye color. Some of them had red hair, blue eyes, for example, but they were all very closely related to contemporary modern-day Ashkenazi Jews. So this means that, at least in England, in the 12th century, we have some dated remains that clearly indicate the presence of Ashkenazi Jews. But it doesn't tell us too much yet about the actual origins of those Jews. That was left for a much more complex study related to a cemetery in Erfurt, Germany. Now, unlike the remains that were discovered in Norwich, where people didn't know how they got there, who they were, and things like that, a much better sense of what happened in this city in Erfurt, Germany. Here is a photograph of an excavation of a site that was discovered in Erfurt, Germany. It was correctly identified as a Jewish cemetery, and several scholars led by S. Waldman from very prestigious institutions approached some rabbinic authorities for permission to study these remains, because normally in Jewish thought and Jewish practice, it's forbidden to disturb the remains of the dead. They have to be reinterred as soon as possible and so on. But they were able to get permission, for example, to look at the teeth, which were already detached from the body, which did not have the same status in Jewish law. And they studied the bones of the people buried in this particular 14th century German establishment, and they were able to determine some amazing things with contemporary technology. This is, by the way, an article that appeared in 2022, so it's really quite recent. And what they were able to identify is that these Jews in Erfurt were the product of a genetic bottleneck, which is something that corresponds quite closely to the literary accounts that we have of the founding of the Ashkenazi community. This is basically how it works. I'm going to give you a layman's interpretation, because that's really all I understand and reading myself. So if we look at this particular graph, and you see that on the left you have time moving from the past up to the present, and then at the bottom you have Jews in ancient Israel, right before the first Roman Jewish War of the first century and so on. And then at the top you have modern Ashkenazi Jews in the 21st century. So how do we get from there to here? Looking at the ancient period, you have all kinds of Jews who are marrying with non-Jews or people who are not ethnically Jewish, some of whom may have converted. We certainly have conversion stories. For example, the story of Ruth marrying Boaz. We have more recent events such as the conversion of the Idumean peoples. In the last lecture, we talked about the Itureans from the north and so on. These are people who entered the population of the Jews through various means, conversion or otherwise. Then you have a big disruptive event after the first Roman Jewish War and then the second Roman Jewish War in the year 135, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, where Jews are shipped off to the Italian peninsula in particular, many of them as slaves, and so you have the founding of a significant population of Jews in the Italian peninsula. There you have the same phenomenon of Jews marrying with non-Jews. Through the rabbinic conversion process, much more likely at this point, but also you can imagine all kinds of relationships. And so they're mixing with first South Italians, where there was a very large Jewish population, and later North Italians. Then when you get to the 9th century, you have that story that we began our brief lecture with, where the Rokeach describes a small group of Jews led by the Kalanimus family making their way up to the Rhineland. And largely with that small group of Jews emerging originally from the land of Israel, moving through the Italian peninsula, and then right up into Ashkenaz, that's where you have the foundations of the community. The Erfurt remains were discovered, were dated to about the year 1350. And one of the most fascinating things about this is that the Erfurt remains do not support the so-called Khazarian thesis. This is a rather bizarre thesis that suggests that the majority of Ashkenazi Jews are descended from a huge mass conversion that is said to have taken place in the 8th century in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea. It's a whole fascinating discussion of what exactly is the nature of this conversion, if it happened at all. But what we can say is that these Khazarian Jews, if they existed, are not related to the Ashkenazi Jews found in Erfurt, who are incidentally very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. So if you look at it on a map, it looks something like this. This is also, by the way, a genetic map that shows the migration patterns of Jews. It looks a lot like what we saw in the previous video. So here you have basically the Jews looking at number 1, where they're of Middle Eastern origin. They're taken to Rome, and then they make their way up to number 2, which is migration to Europe, particularly to Ashkenaz. There are also admixtures with 4 and 5. Those are Jews who make their way across the coast of North Africa, and then from Spain, from the Visigothic era into Western Europe. So there are traces of these Sephardic DNA as well. And then later, as we shall see, in the 14th century and beyond, you have a large movement of these Ashkenazi Jews to Eastern Europe, Poland, Lithuania, and so on. What about the DNA? The status of the DNA in the Erfurt remains shows that they have Middle Eastern DNA of about 15 to 45%, and about 45 to 70% of their DNA is actually Italian. That is both the South and the North, suggesting that the reason for the physical appearance of Ashkenazi Jews being somewhat distinct from North African or other Sephardic Mizrahi Jews is likely because of the admixture of those Italian Jews. So that's basically the story of how the Jews got to Ashkenaz, where they came from. We're going to continue with some more discussions of their status legally, their economy, and so on. Thank you very much for watching.
The first move, heading west from Karakitai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219. after crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his 3 younger sons and Sube'etei,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our discussion of the Jews of Ashkenaz by looking at something called Jewry law. Now, what exactly is Jewry law? This is a term that I believe was coined by Guido Kish. We'll look at him in a few short lectures now to distinguish it from Jewish law. Jewish law is a term that's used to refer to, the great mass of Jewish thought around jurisprudence, like, what's recorded in the Bible, and the Mishnah, and the Talmud, and the Shulchan Aruch, and the codes, Maimonides, and so on. That's Jewish law, and typically Jewish students spend a lot of time studying Jewish law. Jewry law, on the other hand, is the study of laws which regulate Jewish behavior, so to speak, from the outside. This is an entire body of law that has, some ancient sort of antecedents, like in the Theodosian codes, things like that. But it really begins to develop in Germany, in Ashkenaz, during the period that we're discussing. So we're going to spend the next few lectures looking at Jewry law and trying to understand exactly how this works. Let us take a little bit of time to break ourselves out of our 21st century mindset, which is especially prevalent for those of us who live in democratic societies, which are, generally speaking, what we call a Rechtsstaat, or a society which is governed by law. We have this sort of mindset, which I grew up with, and I'm sure many of you grew up with, that the law is kind of like this body of thought that's written down, and it applies to everybody. And the idea is, if you live in a particular place, there are laws that you and everyone else must obey. This is enshrined in this statement, which actually has a Jewish root. The phrase, the law of the land is the law. In Aramaic, Dina D'Nafus Dina, which occurs in the Talmud in trying to figure out exactly how Jews are supposed to behave in Persian culture, and the argument made by the Rabbi Shmuel is the law of the land is the law. Jews have to conform to the dictates of the local society. We also have this phrase, no one is above the law, right? Which means to say, and again, it's a very modern democratic kind of thing to say, that when the law is written, whatever exactly it means, however it gets written, it applies to everybody equally. Now, all of this is not at all true for most of the medieval period. How so? Medieval law is based not so much on territory as it is on person. That is, the law applies equally depending on your status as a human being. Where do you live in the ecosystem of human society? Are you a nobleman? Are you a slave? Are you a churchman? Are you a Jew? All kinds of different things will have implications for which set of laws apply to you. And we have several overlapping sets of laws that are called to bear. For example, there's still the vestigial Roman law, even though the Roman Empire has been destroyed in the West, right? The Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire falls in the 5th century. The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium continues on, but Ashkenaz is part of the leftover territory of Gaul, which is under Rome. So there's still some sort of vestigial people to whom Roman law applies that would, we think, apply to Jews, because from the 3rd century on, Jews are Roman citizens. On the other hand, you have classical feudal law, in which there are all kinds of bizarre things like trial by ordeal, trial by combat, like the way you figure out who is right is, who can survive horrible fantastic. For example, two claimants are arguing over something, and they say, well, we believe A is probably correct. B, if you want to prove your innocence, you must reach into this boiling pot of oil and take out this ring. If in fact you are innocent, then you will be protected by the gods, or by God later as Christianity begins to permeate the region, and that will protect you and prove your innocence. Or two of you, we don't know who is right, fight it out, and God will protect the one who wins. That will prove ex post facto who is exactly the right. So these are kind of weird systems of laws that have a lot to do with personal status, and whether or not you're in a conflict with someone who belongs to a different set of laws, that can make a difference for how a trial is conducted. To make it a little simpler, don't think of laws as rights. Everyone has, like in the American sense, a Bill of Rights, and the law protects those rights. No, law is all about privilege in the medieval world. Law has to do with what privileges apply to you specifically based on your religion, your gender, your age, your status as a free person or as a slave, your class, or your peasant, or so on. All of these things are all meshing together, and now we have to ask the basic question, which we'll run through the next few lectures: where do the Jews fit in? What exactly are the Jews in this complex system? So we're going to look at that in just a second. Thank you very much for watching.
In Central Asia, around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into India.
One of the most important things to understand about medieval society, as we attempt to understand the role of the Jews in Ashkenaz, is the notion that medieval society was corporate in nature. Another word we could use to describe this is feudal in nature. And it describes people not as individuals reporting to a general authority. The king doesn't reach down and get involved with every individual citizen, just like in modern society. The president can say, "Hey, what's Abramson's social security number?" He can tap it into the computer himself, and he'll see my dental records. Right? Like that's kind of how we deal with these things in a modern society, where there's no space between the president of the society and the individual citizen, theoretically. But in medieval society, it was not like this. People were organized in groups, sort of like castes, sort of like classes, but not exactly. And they had mutual relationships with each other, mutual responsibilities and privileges vis-a-vis each other. So let's look at a very rough, sort of primitive schematic map of how feudalism works. So to begin with, you'll see that you have, at the top of the society, you have the king. And then below that king, you have a series of nobles, dukes and counts, and who knows what else. And then at the very bottom of the society, you have the peasants, or the serfs. Note, by the way, that I made all these boxes the same size, but it would be more accurate to portray them as a really flat triangle, which had a massive amount of peasants at the bottom and then a much smaller class of nobles. And the idea of feudalism, at least the way in which the king and the nobles sold it, is that the way the society evolved was because the peasants, they wanted to farm, they wanted to live their lives and do their things the way they normally do. But they're constantly being attacked by these nomadic, horse-mounted Mongols and things like that. So they needed someone to protect them. So therefore, the nobles selflessly said, "Hey, don't worry, we will be full-time protectors. We will go into harm's way to protect you." And then eventually they got a leader out of that. That's how they got a king. And the idea was the king and the nobles had the duty of protecting the peasants. That was essentially their job. That was a dangerous job, so therefore they got a lot of extra money. They got, gifts from the peasants, tithes, and so on. It tends to be a theological term, but taxes is another way of looking at it. And that's basically how this system works. The protection, so to speak, flowed from the top down low, and the money flowed from the bottom on up. As we shall see when we talk about the Crusades, what happens when the society becomes a little too top heavy and there's too many people demanding, taxes when there aren't enough taxes to go around. Well, we'll get to that when we talk about the Crusades. But that's basically the idea of how feudalism looks from a secular perspective. It is mirrored somewhat in the organization of the church, which has, at this point, we're talking about the Catholic Church, of course, this is well before the Reformation. You have the the Pope, who is at the head in a kind of king-like fashion. He has a whole series of clergy, archbishops and cardinals and lower clergy, all the way down to individual Christians. And the Pope and the clergy act in a way in which they provide, acts of salvation, confession, and communion, and all kinds of things like that. And in return, Christians provide tithes. Christians provide tax money, sometimes in the form of labor, but it's the same kind of feudal structure. If you're paying attention, you may wonder, well, wait a second, who is actually in charge of the whole thing? This is a really important question for the medieval period, and the kings and the popes argued about it. This is especially the case when it came to the Jews, because where do the Jews fit in any of this? The Jews are certainly not kings or popes, although there was one family that actually produced one of the anti-popes, but not only after baptism, of course. And then the Jews are not nobles or Christian clergy, and the Jews are also highly urbanized and very much involved in commerce. We're going to kind of talk about the economy later. They're not peasants, and they're not regular Christians, so where exactly do the Jews fit in this strange system? That's part of what we're going to have to discover in the next couple of lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
Genghis personally led a new campaign accompanied by Ogedei, Tolui, and Sube'etei. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226,
as far as we can tell, if we discount the kind of legendary information, the vast majority of Jews who made their way up to Ashkenaz in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries were basically migrants, lots of them coming from northern Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity. The Jews had a unique set of skills, although they were still quite involved in agriculture, and we'll speak about their agricultural efforts in another class. They're very skilled in trade because they are literate, they are numerate, they have lots of contacts with Jewish communities all over the known world. So a lot of reasons why they have a lot to do with being sort of the yeast of trade. They can start trade going, they have lots of far-flung collections and so on, and with their literacy and the numeracy, and also an interesting kind of loophole in Christian doctrine, which we'll also explore later, they're able to engage in finance and to extend credit. So there's lots of reasons why Jews would be wanted in a particular territory. But bearing in mind our overall discussion right now, which is Jewry law, and the idea of law as privilege rather than a right, what exactly do you do with the Jews? Where do they fit in that feudal structure that we discussed in the last video? So the answer is that Jews were basically given sets of privileges which varied from place to place. These were often called charters. So let's have a look at one of those charters, for example, that of Rudiger of Speyer, which is dated 1084. Now, this is probably, post-dating from the Jews' actual presence there. And there are some interesting questions about, was Rudiger actually issuing these privileges for the very first time, or was he stating a reality and hoping to attract more Jewish settlement? It's hard to say. Maybe we'll get into it in greater detail later. But for now, the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Rudiger, who is a bishop, but he is acting here in his feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer, he writes, "When I wanted to make the village of Speyer into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of our place 1,000-fold if I were to bring in Jews." Right? Wow. Sounds so nice. Flattered. Nice. And then the charter goes through a whole series of things that Rudiger will do for the Jews if only they move in there. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, and this was kind of like designed to firm up the relationship and intentionally backdated. But let's read what it says. First of all, Rudiger says the Jews have the right to have a separate walled neighborhood. He explicitly refers to the right of the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those gated communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect the inhabitants. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River. And he specifically says the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that, you might be thinking in a 21st century manner, like, well, what are you talking about? You can move into a town and then you can open up a business. No, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody can become a shoemaker. You have to, spend time. First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice, and you have to fulfill a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights. Or I shouldn't say the word right. They have to have legal privileges, right? They have to be granted this privilege to do so. Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery. Very important, right? Jews need to have several institutions within a reasonable amount of space, and cemetery is one of them. They will not be charged a head tax on guests. Meaning, if a Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Speyer, they won't be held up at the gate saying, hey, you're not one of our Jews, you're not allowed in here, or you must pay a heavy tax, and so on. Lots of places, many centuries into the future actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their places, or will set like really artificial limits, like Venice had really artificial limits on how long a Jew could remain on the island, and so on. Rudiger says that the Archisynagogus, which is a term meaning the leader of the synagogue, has the same authority among Jews as the mayor of Speyer has among Christians. It's very interesting. Essentially, he's saying you guys can run your own affairs with your own leader. And he specifically stipulates that the Archisynagogus can actually judge cases, again, according to Talmudic law, because they're judging within themselves. So we'll speak a little later about what happens when you have a Jew and a Christian in a legal suit. What happens then? Where do you go for, redress? He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later when we look at how the church viewed the Jews. And also, Rudiger says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell the non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice, that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. If you read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel, it says specifically in the Bible that for Jews no longer eat that sciatic nerve, or that particular, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Gid hanasheh is what it is in Hebrew. So removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient, and has become widespread Ashkenazic practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because it's too hard to remove that nerve to make the rest of the meat kosher. So he says, no problem, we will buy that meat from you. He outlines some responsibilities of the Jews. They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money coined in Speyer currency to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular. And they are in charge of guarding their own walls, so the burden of protecting them does not fall on the city as a whole. But when you look at the entirety of this charter, it's actually pretty attractive, and you can see why Jews would say, hey, there's actually a place for us here. We have a nice carved out niche for our privileges. We can live and work here in security. And in fact, this is, during the period of the golden age of Ashkenaz, certainly before the Crusades, at which point things begin to go downhill. But for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and thank you very much for watching. One of the most important people who did research on Jewry law, in fact, I believe he coined the term Jewry law, is the great historian Guido Kish. fascinating individual who was born in Prague, and he taught at the University of Halle until the Nazis forced him out in 1933. He taught for a little while at the Jewish Theological Seminary in Breslau, but eventually he left Europe for the United States of America in 1935, and that's, of course, how he survived the war. He did tremendous studies of Jewry law in Germany, and we're going to look in particular at something called the Sachsenspiegel, which is basically a 12th century sort of codification of customary law in Germany, which was his life's work for about 20 years. He ended up, when he came here, he published in 1949 a remarkable book, The Jews in Medieval Germany. This is it. It's a brick of a book. It's really quite dense and absolutely fascinating. But I want to point out to you one fascinating thing that I just came across. On page 66, he buries this. And it helps me, think about the heroism of previous generations of historians. We really got to just look at this for a second. So what exactly did Kish do? The thing about medieval law is that, you didn't have like a single code that was like repeated over and over and over again, and people said, well, here's our central code. You did have some of this in the Roman period. We have the Theodosian Codex and things like that. But what you do have is a very important collection called this Sachsenspiegel, of which there are other versions of it. And it was written in the 12th century, in which this writer basically tried to collect what he knew about the customary law of the 12th century in certain parts of what would be today Germany. It's actually quite fascinating. There's a lot of stuff about Jews, and I hope to spend a little more time talking about it shortly. But as this Sachsenspiegel spread, many municipalities said, hey, we really like this. Let's incorporate it. Oh, let's change this a little bit. Let's change that a little bit. But we'll basically keep it. And so it sort of reverberated throughout the regions. Perhaps the most famous iteration of it is something known as the Magdeburg Recht, the law of Magdeburg, which was a particular city that established a version of the laws that were codified in Sachsenspiegel. Now, and this had lots of implications for Jews, as we shall see in a while. So what Guido Kish did in the 1910s and 1920s is he went all over Germany and went into local archives, local town halls, said, show me your oldest records. And he painstakingly went through all of these old court cases, thousands upon thousands of them, and noted how they were related to the Sachsenspiegel, to be able to write up a massive compendium of how law spread throughout Germany. Huge amount of effort. Then, of course, in the 1930s, when the Nazis came to power, they confiscated all of his papers. He just mentions this, by the way, in passing on page 66 of his book. By the way, I worked on this for 20 years, and then the Nazis just took it all away. After the war, he writes, because this book was published in 1949, he tried to get back some of his documents, but it was all gone. He did know, however, that the Nazis did publish 2 volumes based entirely on his research without any attribution to him, because, of course, he was a Jew. So what goes around comes around, however. The entire institute that had stolen all his materials was heavily damaged in the last months of the war, and everything was lost, the entire institute, all of their papers and things like that. But what's kind of fascinating is that, Kish was primarily working as a German legal historian, but he's also a Jew and also interested in Jewish history. So as he's going through his material, he would make separate set of notes specifically about how do these various legal decisions reflect upon Jewry law. And he ended up collecting a tremendous amount of material, which he didn't turn over for publication because, he was working, this was his side gig, so to speak. But he was able to save those side notes and then come up with this massive book, The Jews in Medieval Germany, a study of their legal and social status, which has proved to be an incredible resource for students of medieval law and the Jews. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching.
through its golden age centuries earlier, between the 8th and 10th
Let's
centuries.
resume our discussion of the legal status of the Jews by looking at a different charter, this one composed about 100 years later, 1190, by the Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important figure. And what this particular charter is especially good at, much larger than the one we looked at from 1084, is that it specifically points to a new status that Jews would be developing over the centuries while they're living in Ashkenaz, that of servi camerai, sometimes called servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And what this refers to, we'll get into a lot more when we talk about the economics, is that the Jews became, in terms of the system of privileges and legal status, they became sort of like the possessions of the king. And this was exceptionally useful to the king for economic purposes. Again, we'll get into that in a separate lecture, but somewhat irritating to the church. So let's have a look at this particular charter and what it refers to and what the implications are. First of all, there's a really interesting preamble in which Henry IV says that he was approached by certain Jews led by Judah ben Kalonymus. This is the famous Kalonymus family, who we see at the very beginnings of Ashkenazic civilization, and later they assume, important leadership positions in Ashkenaz. They come to the emperor at Speyer, and they ask for his protection. Right? We talked about feudalism and the idea that the higher classes, nobility, and especially the king, protect the lower classes, and the Jews, not serving in an extensive serf-like capacity, and therefore producing tithes of their produce or taxes from their produce, and not serving like knights and physically defending the territory. Like, what exactly do they have to return to the king? Well, it turns out they actually have a lot. We'll get to that when we get to the economics. So at any rate, the king graciously says, yes, I will provide this protection. And once again, this may be sort of like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in the relationship between the Ashkenazi Jews and the state. Or it's not impossible, but it could even be a de novo. I think that's unlikely. Most of these things you see, elements of it earlier. At any rate, what does the charter actually say? So first of all, Emperor Henry IV says, no one, neither small nor great, neither free man nor serf, will presume to attack or assail the Jews, right? They live under his protection. You mess with the Jews, you're going to mess with the king. And so noblemen and local peasants, if they want to get, mixed up with the Jews in a way that's detrimental, the emperor will protect their status. The charter goes on to say that no one will be allowed to seize Jewish property illegally, including their land. This, by the way, speaks to the widespread misapprehension that Jews were not allowed to own land in the medieval period. And in fact, while there are some places where this was the case, the vast majority of Jewish history, Jews were allowed to own real estate. It just turns out that it may not have been a very wise investment in the Middle Ages, particularly because there's a lot of expulsions. We're going to see that the Jews were expelled from France 3 times in 1 century. I mean, that's ridiculous. And so, it's hard to run with holding on to your house, right? So, therefore, real estate turned out to be not necessarily the best investment for Jews. At any rate, the charter goes on to say that no one can seize their property, neither, chattel nor real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible would call a kofar payment. That is a double payment. So if a man were to steal $100 worth of Jewish property, he would have to pay the Jew back $200 after being caught. And secondly, he would have to pay £1 in gold to the treasury. So in other words, it was definitely in the interest of the state to enforce this, because then the king would get that £1 of gold for every theft from the Jew. The charter goes on to say the Jews have the right of free trade. They were not to be charged any tolls. So in other words, if Jews are traveling from region to region, which is something which is really important for the growth of trade. They used their easy pass to get through all of the turnstiles, and they never had to pay any tolls. The local authorities would never be allowed to billet soldiers or other people in Jewish homes. This was, interestingly enough, one of the reasons that the American Revolution happened, because local New Englanders were very upset that the British were constantly billeting, meaning like housing their soldiers in private homes. Now, there's a really interesting section here about what happens if a Jew is caught with stolen goods. So this can happen in one of two ways, I think. First of all, it's possible that the Jew is involved in illicit activity, as the colloquial term would be offense, right? Where someone steals goods. Let's say John steals the household pots from Peter, and then John sells them to a Jew, and the Jew puts them in his store to sell to, let's say, Leon. But before Leon comes to buy them, Peter comes and says, hey, these are my pots. They were stolen from my home. Right? So that's definitely not a good thing. You would think that the Jew should exercise some due diligence to make sure that the pots are not in fact stolen. But maybe we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more of the economics of it. At any rate, if he bought it in good faith, meaning John said, these are in fact my pots, I did not steal them from anyone, and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pots. But here the Jew, I should give the Jew a name, right? Let's call him Abraham. Abraham paid for those pots. So what happened? It's interesting to note that this phenomenon must have been significantly common, that it merited being included in the charter. So under these circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew, who bought these goods in good faith, has the right to be paid for the value that he expended for them. And furthermore, the Jew would be able to take a regular oath to say that, yes, I paid for them based on good faith that John had said they were not stolen. So it's interesting that the Jew's oath is accepted here. There's a lot more discussion later about specific oaths that were required of Jews to take because they were not trusted. But this particular charter of 1190 seems to give the Jews quite a bit of credit. The charter goes on to a different direction to say there will be no forced baptisms of children. And again, like the last case, the idea that this would be sufficiently common that it would be raised as a concern by Colonimus and others before the emperor is suggestive of the kind of challenges that Jews had. And we'll talk about that a little more when we discuss the church. But what if it happens? So what if a child is taken from the Jews, kidnapped, and then baptized? So as we shall see, the church regarded those baptized children as in fact Christians. The church, especially the upper levels, like the Pope, Gregory the Great, and others, specifically said it's not permitted for Christians to forcibly baptize anyone. But if it happens, they're kind of stuck. They are, in fact, Christians. So what the charter specifically says is it reiterates the papal discussion, the ban on forced baptisms. But it says that if it happens, then the person who performed the forced baptism has to pay £12 to the treasury. There's no word on the status of this baptized child, which presumes that the state did not want to take a stand in this particular issue, and perhaps would just hope that the problem would go away. What happens if a Jew came forward and went for willing baptism, which was, of course, a phenomenon in the medieval ages, as it is today? So basically, there was a 3-day quarantine where the new Christian would be required to be separated from everyone in order to make sure that he really was doing it of his own free will. It's a fascinating kind of discussion here because, well, hopefully we'll get into it later. There's also a fascinating discussion with regards to the baptism of slaves belonging to Jews, which is going to be incredibly important to Agobard, the bishop in Lyon. We'll talk about that next lecture. but Jews are not allowed to buy any slaves who are currently Christian. If they buy slaves, don't forget there are lots of pagans around at this point. They're captured primarily from the east and sold in the slave market in Prague, and slaves are a major part of the workforce, and Jews employed them just like anyone else employed slaves. So they would be originally pagans. If they were to convert to Christianity, then there's a whole discussion we'll get to shortly. The charter says that the slaves would remain in the employ of the Jewish owner, and the person who converted them to Christianity would be forced to pay a fine to the treasury. Fascinating. Okay, we're going to continue by looking a little bit closer at this in the next video. What did the church have to say about the Jews? Thank you very much for watching.
By the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jeshne sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up.
When we discuss the legal status of the Jews, note that until now we have largely confined our discussion to how the state treated the Jews, specifically the king. We talked about the charters and the law code called the Sachsenspiegel and what that had to say about the evolution of the status of the Jews within Ashkenazic medieval society. Note, however, that there's a parallel structure that will achieve tremendous heights at the end of the 11th and especially in the 13th century, which is the church. Right? The church was kind of like a parallel structure that in many ways was competing with the state for authority. How did the church regard the Jews? So we will come back to some of the theological discussions a little bit later when we look more at antiquities to the Jews. But I think it's very important to note that while there certainly was a significant amount of anti-Judaic slang coming from the medieval church, as one of my teachers once pointed out, the reality is that the church also preserved the Jews for about 1,500 years in Europe. How so? Specifically because early on, one of the church fathers, St. Augustine, developed this idea which became known as the doctrine of witness. This is a fascinating doctrine which basically states that the Jews must be preserved in society until the second coming of the founder of Christianity in order to testify or witness that he is in fact the Messiah. If all the Jews are wiped out, God forbid, or even all expelled, then there's not going to be anyone around who will be able to say, you were right all along. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jews possessed the ancestral tradition, then the only way that new tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, you were right, let's move on to this new faith. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not nearly as strong in Islam. Islam developed a couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard Jews who are kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their spiritual parents. And so there's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of Catholic relationships with Jews and with the state of Israel to the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically, the doctrine of witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. If you have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century, a Jew driving by in a Bentley or something, he says, wait a second, how come I live in a mud hut and this guy drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of, repressed so that their success in the material realm is not expressed to the outside world. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinctive humiliating badge, restrictions on their movement, their settlement, their economic activity, and so on, much of which is really antithetical to what the king and the state is trying to do, which is to expand Jewish privileges because they bring in a lot of money. The economics are going to be discussed very soon. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity, and we see it, repeated several times throughout medieval legislation, some in church canon law. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regards to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from, conducting meals together and to drink wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty similar kind of legislation that emerges from the Talmud. For example, the ban on drinking wine touched by non-Jews, a discussion about that. So the idea was to try to keep them separate in order that both Jews and Christians could maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian belief and would erode it in a very significant way. So we see a lot of these kinds of, it's also fascinating, by the way, to note that they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend Jewish religious ceremonies in synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in St. John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe in particular, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and the 13th century as the church grows stronger. One of the things in the early period that is especially important, as we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership and specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who was based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a demeaned state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, should own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he really objected to is the idea that Jews who should be in a lowly state should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do. Not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery arrangement. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might own, which threatened the social order. We see that Emperor Henry IV's charter specifically forbade this because slaves could say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized, Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. I mean, this is a great way out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social order the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews making lots of money, and losing their slaves at a moment's notice could make a huge difference. And we should also note that Agobard's offer was not quite as generous as it sounds because the currency had been devalued in his lifetime, and he was offering to pay the old value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. So at any rate, Agobard wrote a lot of things. His disciples wrote even more things, which tended to be increasingly anti-Semitic, and slavery was one of the main issues that they treated. But it's also important to note that there's another phenomenon going on that is especially expressed in the strange story of a church deacon named Bojo. I'd like to talk about him a little bit because it's just so fascinating. His story is he was born in 814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then he showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. very scholarly, groomed for high office, and then something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a pilgrimage to Rome. He was given that particular privilege, but on his way he changed his journey. He went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife, the whole thing. It's absolutely fantastic. And now this was like a shanda, to use the English term. This was like a scandal. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of Spain, where Jews had a lot more freedom at this time, he engaged in debate with a Jew who had converted to Christianity. And a lot of that correspondence has in fact been preserved. So the whole discussion of his conversion is absolutely fascinating. And it points to kind of an insecurity on the part of the church that what would happen if, Jews were, like, what would happen if Judaism expands to a great degree and Christians are attracted by it. This is especially true because at this time the church was especially interested in discovering the Hebraica Veritas. They had been working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. It's called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, we began to say, can we really rely on this Latin translation? Wouldn't it be nice to know what the actual Hebrew original said? And of course, if you want to know the Hebrew original, you've got to go to the Jewish experts. And all this contact of churchmen and scholarly Jews posed a risk to Christian faith. This is likely what happened with Bodo, who, by the way, took the name Eliezer afterwards. So, at any rate, he engages in this, extensive debate with this individual named Alvaro, who was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, and this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of impact on the society as a whole. So much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular, and we're going to have to see how this relationship will unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much for watching.
Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out
Hello,
those
fellow
duties.
students of Jewish
With
history.
regard to
So one of the
taxation,
most important aspects of the development of early Ashkenaz is the remarkable attention that was devoted by these migrants through northern Germany to the construction of the social order of the Kehillah. The word Kehillah comes from the Hebrew root kahal, which means to gather together, to congregate. But it was a term that was used, synonymous with the term kahal, to refer to the social structure of the Jewish community in Ashkenaz and then beyond. And since they were basically like pioneers in this region to the far north of anywhere where Jews ever settled before, they basically had to make these things up as they went along. Certainly they relied on earlier precedents that were set, for example, in the diaspora in Babylonia and elsewhere, but they didn't have, these large, moderating, centralized institutions like the yeshivas in Sura and Kompadita that characterized the development of the Babylonian community. So they basically had to figure out, well, how are we going to organize ourselves? And this structure of the Kehillah was something that really got them through the next 1,000 years of diaspora in a very profound way and continue to affect the way that Jews organize themselves in the modern period. But before we approach the medieval understanding and the function of the Kehillah, we have to realize where we stand today in the 21st century. We now are 250 years out from the French Revolution, which marked a dramatic change in the structure of the Jewish community and the relationship of individual Jews, not only to their communal organization, but to the society beyond it. Let's just have a quick moment to look at France and understand what that change was, so we can go back and try to understand what the Ashkenazic Kehillah really was like. So in 1789, one of the major changes of the French Revolution was, a way of looking at the Jews who lived in France as actual French citizens, rather than sort of like temporary residents, people who were passing through for hundreds of years, living in exile from Israel, how were they to be dealt with in this modern nation state? So it didn't happen right away. The revolution occurred in 1789, but the founding principles of that revolution basically argued for the equality of all citizens of France, at least all men, at least all white men. But that begged the question, were we going to consider French women as citizens? They said initially no. Were we to consider French Jews as citizens? And that took a little bit more debate, but basically in 1790, the French extended full emancipation to the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne, the Sephardic Jews who were living closer to the Spanish border. And that's largely because they were far more adapted to French culture. They were much more likely to be French-speaking, to live in less tightly concentrated units, to have a broader demographic profile, especially an economic profile, and so on. But the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine on the eastern border with Germany, they were a much harder case because they spoke Yiddish, they tended to dress very differently, they were Ashkenazic, and so on. But after a year, in 1791, they were also admitted. This resulted in a certain level of outcry from the non-Jewish populations of that region, because all of the anti-Semitic regulations, which had restrained Jewish economic activity in particular, were lifted, and suddenly there was a rush of Jews into all parts of the economy that many other non-Jews felt threatened by. And so they appealed to Napoleon. Napoleon, in his characteristic way, said, well, why don't we ask the Jews themselves what their intentions are here? What's the major deliberative body of the Jews? There must be some kind of like Pope, or must be some sort of Vatican for the Jews. And his advisor said, well, there isn't, at least not in the last 1800 years since the Sanhedrin met. The Sanhedrin, of course, is the great court of the Jews that was destroyed with the Roman Jewish wars. Napoleon, in his characteristic way, said, that doesn't matter anything to me. I'm Napoleon. Let us resurrect the Sanhedrin, and we'll have a representative body of the Jews of Europe, and they'll tell us, how they really feel about citizenship. Are they going to be loyal to the state or not? This is a whole story we've spoken about in other videos, so I won't go back to it now. But it was an amazing situation. Of course, the Sanhedrin, first called the Assembly of Jewish Notables, they knew exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear, and they gave him the answers to 12 questions that he posed. And he said, okay, after hearing these answers, I'm going to validate the situation of the Jews as citizens in France. More to say about the story, but if you have a look at this image, you get a sense of how Napoleon must have viewed it. Here he is, in typically humble fashion, holding on to these tablets that say La Loi on them, and he's lifting up the fallen maiden who represents Judaism. There is a positively biblical kind of background. It looks like somehow a temple, and in the distance, the Judean desert and the menorah and things like that. The caption reads that Napoleon the Great rehabilitates the Jewish religion on the 30th of May, 1806. The Jews, for their part, although there were certain pockets of resistance who felt like this was very, very dangerous, and it would in fact be quite dangerous to the structure of the Kehillah, they basically welcomed this affirmation of emancipation, and they printed things like this remarkable medallion that celebrates Napoleon's gift of emancipation to the Jews. On the left, you see Napoleon's profile, and on the right, you see Napoleon, once again, not someone to fall for false humility. He's portrayed as God himself, presenting the two tablets of the law to a genuflecting Moses. Just incredible. At any rate, that's a major change. And what that means for the Kehillah is that ever since that moment, when Napoleon affirmed the decision of emancipation, basically Jews in modern states, it took about 100 years for the rest of Europe to come around, but Jews in modern states are equal citizens with everybody else, which means that the government deals with Jews as individuals, not as communities. It's not like the medieval period where the king didn't deal with people as individuals. He dealt with corporations. He dealt with the peasants as a whole, the nobility as a whole, the church as a whole. And it's a big change because now Jews have only a voluntary relationship to their communal affiliation. If they choose, they may simply abandon the community and assimilate, or simply choose not to affiliate without assimilating into the general body politic. Everything now becomes quite voluntary, as opposed to the medieval or pre-modern period, where the Kehillah had actual coercive power, where it was an arm of the state, where the king had vested in the Kehillah, in the Jewish community, some authority to force Jews to actually behave according to his dictates. So that's kind of like the dark side of the Kehillah. On the one hand, it's quite coercive, and Jews were forced to essentially behave according to its dictates. This was a very salutary element of the Kehillah because it meant that it was very hard to assimilate. The only way to assimilate to the general population was to switch religions, to actually become a Christian. That's actually a very high bar, and so very few Jews were simply willing to leap over it. Only with modernity do we have large-scale assimilation, because it's possible to simply not affiliate with the community and float into a secular identity without necessarily converting. The Kehillah also had tremendous powers of taxation, and they could use the funds that they generated from the Kehillah to provide for a very extensive self-government, a social safety network that was really unparalleled in the ancient world. It was not strong on the participation of women, as we shall see, but there were ample roles for women to exercise power, particularly at the grassroots level, and especially in kind of disruptive activities, as we shall see. Let's look at how this structure works. So first of all, the Kehillah usually coalesced around a group of leaders called the Tuvei Ha'ir, literally translated as the good people of the city. This number was typically 7. It was invariably only men, and typically wealthy men, who formed this cadre. They were put there by a quasi-democratic election, where all Jewish males, sometimes property holders, but not exclusively, would vote for the Tuvei Ha'ir. Being a member of the Tuvei Ha'ir was, on the one hand, a great honor and something that was to be pursued, but at the same time it carried tremendous responsibilities, not only in terms of actually administering the Kehillah, but also in terms of expected financial contributions. It's a lot like the structure of modern synagogues today. They follow very similar patterns. If you're elected to the board of directors, that is a position of great honor, and you should be proud of yourself. But at the same time, there are expectations that you will support the synagogue with your wealth, not only with your energy. The Tuvei Ha'ir would appoint a parnas, who is literally the president. The word parnas means a provider, and that might be the one who was perhaps the wealthiest among them, but he had the executive powers, and I can say he because these were all men. They would also hire a rabbi, and the rabbi would be in charge of a beit din, or a court. Now, this is one of the interesting factors of the Kehillah that is replicated again in synagogue formalities. The rabbi is, on the one hand, an employee of the Tuvei Ha'ir, and he can be dismissed. But on the other hand, he represents rabbinic authority that undergirds all of this system. And so sometimes the Tuvei Ha'ir and the rabbi are locked in a kind of a dynamic where the rabbi will exercise a check on the Tuvei Ha'ir, and the Tuvei Ha'ir, because they write his checks, they will exercise a sort of balancing against the rabbi as well. The rabbi tends to be the most charismatic and populist individual in Jewish leadership, but he is nevertheless dependent upon the Tuvei Ha'ir for his financial well-being, and so the two groups tend to have a kind of a dynamic relationship between the two of them, which is not always cordial, but nevertheless stable. So under these groups, you have the parnas and the rabbi both control gabayim. This term gabbai, that's a singular, is used in modern synagogues today, and it's sort of like what's sometimes translated as a beadle. which sounds a funny word. Basically, a synagogue functionary who chooses who is given what synagogue honors in the daily services and things like that. In modern parlance, the gabbai seems to be a fairly low-level person, but in the Kehillah, gabbai literally means a collector or an enforcer. And both the Tuvayir through the Parnas and the rabbi through the Beit Din could enforce their regulation. For example, a person, disagreed with his tax assessment. Too bad. The gabbai would come and they would collect it. If a person insisted on refusing to appear before the Beit Din, so the gabbai would come out there and they would arrest him, and they could actually impose corporal punishment upon him for repeatedly refusing to appear before the Beit Din. So they actually had real muscle. And this muscle was backed up by the king, because the king wanted the Jewish community to function effectively and to be able to hand over reliably the tax revenues that they generated by the various economic activities that the king had authorized, as we discussed in previous classes. So they had real power. It was a coercive organization in many ways. But here's the upside. The Parnas would set up a whole network of chevrot. A chevra basically means an association, a group of friends. The word chaver means friend or colleague or comrade in Hebrew. And the chevrot were essentially, social service agencies that could serve a wide variety of purposes for the Kehillah. This is the amazing thing, that the Jews essentially set up their own localized municipal social service networks that represented a huge level of self-help that allowed the Jews, especially the poorer Jews, to rely on their community for support through difficult times. A few examples of the chevrot. Every community would have a chevra kadisha, literally the holy society. This was the most important of the chevras, and essentially this dealt with Jewish burial, the preparation of the dead for burial, the wrapping in shrouds and so on. This particular chevra was considered the most elevated of all of them, and belonging to the chevra kadisha was the greatest honor. It also represented a very difficult task of working with corpses to prepare them for burial, but it was considered something that was reserved to people of high dignity and authority, and it was considered very important. Below that, you would have, for example, a chevra shas, which would be a committee dedicated to education, or the chevra bikur cholim that would deal with health and visiting the sick and so on. The Chevra Tomchei Shabbos, which would be a food bank. Sometimes these names would change from community to community, but all of them exist in well-organized Orthodox communities, to be sure, even to this day. The committee for Ozer Dalim, poor relief, for Haknasas Kala, the preparation of weddings for poor brides, Linat Tzedek for people who are traveling through hospitality, Chevra Tehillim for purely religious purposes like reading psalms and so on. And all of these chevras, of course, it would vary from community to community, the density of the chevras. Unlike the higher levels of peer leadership, these tend to be dominated by women. Women tend to perform a high degree of the voluntaristic tasks associated with the supporting the community, and they would receive funds from the taxation that was executed by the Tuvayir in order to make sure that their functions continue to progress. And with this remarkable social safety net, the Kehillah was able to survive. Now, it is important to note that there were a few options for appeal to the coercive nature of the Beit Din and the Tuvayir that include, for example, sanctioned disruption of prayers, which was kind of built in and was something that could be used by women as well. That, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuvayir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption, but nevertheless, nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their costs were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. A lot more to say about what that actually meant and how it fell apart in other countries like in Germany and in Russia, but even in today's American society, the Kahila has a huge influence on admittedly voluntaristic organizations like in the modern synagogue. Okay, we'll have a lot more to say about the Jewish community, but for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Thank you very much for watching.
To pursue the remnants of the Merkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kinchaks, a Turkic people who occupied a large expanse of the Eurasian steppe from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Merkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the incursion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet.
Let us continue our discussion of the early Ashkenazi community by looking a little more closely at family life and at women's experience in particular. So one of the most fascinating sources we have for the demographics of family life in early Ashkenaz are the Crusade martyrologies that date from the very late 11th century and the early 12th century. The Crusades, which we'll hopefully discuss a little bit later, extremely important events in the development of early Ashkenaz. There were a series of very horrific massacres in the Rhineland, which were memorialized by Jewish writers in a series of chronicles, which list in great detail the horrific nature of the violence and their tributes to the victims. Really. That's why they're martyrology. Incidentally, we also have Christian accounts of these crusades that corroborate a lot of the horrific details of these massacres. But if we look at these martyrologies, specifically for the family data, the vital statistics of the families that are represented there, we get a lot more interesting information about how the Jews organize themselves as families. Again, it's kind of a weird data set because it's looking at lists of victims, of families, and obviously this is not the purpose for which it was recorded, but nevertheless we can glean some data from it. And I'm borrowing from the great work of Henry Stowe here, who wrote about this in his monograph, Alienated Minorities. So if we look at mines, for example, the chronologies list 168 different groups of people. 122 of them are broken down into families, and 46 are solitaries, meaning individuals who were killed by the Crusaders who were probably students or orphans not connected to other family members. So, and we have very similar data from Worms and Köln that seem to be following the same sort of pattern. We don't have any kind of data like this for contemporary Christian families, which makes it difficult to compare Jews to Christians, of course, but nevertheless we can see some internal comparisons. So what do we see from those? First of all, the marriage rate is close to 100%. Very high stress placed on marriage, that, this is something that is an ideal for people who come of age. Surprisingly, however, the average family size is somewhat small. One would think, perhaps, based on looking at contemporary modern Orthodox families, I don't mean modern Orthodox, but modern Orthodox families, which tend to be fairly large, these families in early Ashkenaz have on average only 2 children, and only 15% of those families live in multi-generational households. Now again, remember the data set is looking at people who are victims of Crusader violence. Maybe there was some special reason why certain groups were able to avoid that violence and are not listed in the martyrologies. But if we assume that it had nothing to do with the size of the family or the generational quality of family, this seems to be a reasonable assumption about the nature of all Jewish families, not just those who were killed by the Crusaders. It might have a lot to do with urbanization and with the economics of family size in urban environments. Whenever Jews become urbanized, like all people, when they become urbanized, they tend to have smaller numbers of children, as opposed to rural economies, which are based on having more hands out in the field and having larger families is much more of an economic benefit. And it also probably relates to the use of birth control, which is discussed among the scholars at that time, specifically something called the Rothschild, which Tosfos we'll discuss that. We'll talk about the Tosfos in a later class. So the fascinating kind of insights, I think that the family size was actually surprisingly small, average of 2 children, and that these households were not multi-generational. If you look a little bit at the lives of women in the medieval period, there's so much to say here, but I'm going to try and compress it into a very short space of time. There's one really important thing that really comes from the nature of how Judaism traditionally regards the activity of women. And this requires kind of a chart to explain it. I think an easy way to understand how men and women experience Judaism from a very different perspective, a gendered perspective, a sex perspective, the easiest way to look at it is to consider how the commandments are considered from the perspective of men versus women. And they are viewed differently. Basically, we can divide all of the commandments in the Torah and the rabbinic tradition, of which there are 613 according to the Jewish account. We can divide them into positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Example, a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread. Right? So it's positive and negative defined by time. Now, not defined by time would be like honor father and mother. That is positive. It has no time limits. There are perhaps some other limits, use of parents, things like that, not for our discussion today. But the commandment to honor your father and mother is always relevant, regardless of time. And similarly, do not murder. Once again, self-defense, war, things like that. But there might be exceptions. But do not murder is not defined by time. There's never a time when murder is accepted. Again, I'm discussing in broad strokes just to give you one test. How does this relate to women? Key distinction for women is that women are exempt from one category of commandments in traditional Judaism, those which are positive and defined by time, which means that a whole host of activities, such as, for example, going to synagogue to pray with a minyan, is something which is positive and defined by time, because it's the morning prayer, the afternoon prayer, the evening prayer. Women are exempt. Women still have the obligation to pray, but they don't have to be locked into a communal time structure. This obviously has huge advantages for putting women in charge of domestic tasks, such as child rearing, which do not admit to schedule, as someone who is a parent of multiple children. There is definitely no time commitment that is exclusive for child rearing. And so this would really emphasize the distinction between being active in the public sphere and being active in the private sphere. The private sphere tends to be women's domain. Now, there are some exceptions, such as, for example, lighting candles on Friday night. That is positive. You will light the candles. It is defined by time on Friday night. And it is nevertheless associated with women, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover and things like that. But in general, that is the overwhelming distinction for women and men when it comes to the commandments. And it led to a very different kind of experience of Judaism for women overall. I don't want to go deeper into this, but we should understand this in order to understand the distinction between men and women in the private and public sphere. Economically, however, it's important to point out that since men were involved, Ashkenazi men were overwhelmingly involved in commerce, women were also overwhelmingly involved in economic activities like commerce, specifically when it dealt not so much with international travel, which would be more of public domain, but in terms of private shopkeeping, being a money lender, for example. There are many examples of very successful active money lenders because of the distinction between public and private being something that was open to them in Sugar. Well, so much more to say, but let's stop here and we're going to pick up with the marriage bans in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
By 1223, the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Central Asia, a region approximating to modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, parts of northern Pakistan.
Let us continue our discussion of the early Ashkenazic family and women by looking at the activity of Rabbeinu Gershom Meor Hagola, our Rabbi Gershom, the light of the exile, who had some very important things to say about marriage that affected the next 1,000 years of Ashkenazic activity. So, Jewish women were, of course, married somewhat younger than they are today. It was not at all uncommon to have child betrothals, even in the single digits, although actual marriage tended to be limited to the ages of 12 and up. I know that's shocking by modern standards, but by medieval standards, not at all. There will be a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on observing the so-called laws of family purity, which involve the visitation of a ritual bath once a month in order to maintain regular family relations. And then marriage, as we saw in the demographic results from the martyrology of the Crusades, was considered a highly cherished state of being and was pursued by the vast majority of Ashkenazim. Now, we see just some examples of this, by the way. Some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt Hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. Hard to imagine a single person would own this. It looks like maybe it was used for like communal marriages and shared, I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped in the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, I think it even puts to shame modern jewelry by some of these designs. But who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating. At any rate, what did Rabbeinu Gershom have to contribute to this discussion? So he came originally from Metz. Later he established an important yeshiva in Mainz, and his influence on early Ashkenaz was huge. He educated a whole generation of teachers, and that generation taught another great student, Rashi himself, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, who famously gave Rabbeinu Gershom the term Meor Hagola. As in this quote, Rabbeinu Gershom made the memory of the righteous be and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. This is about referring to Rabbeinu Gershom and his huge influence on Ashkenazi culture. He made lots of halakhic decisions, but there are even more decisions that are recorded in his name because later authorities will sometimes tack on his authority to decisions he may never have actually been involved with because he had such a phenomenal reputation. He had a sad personal life in many ways. His son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later possibly killed in the context of the 1012 persecutions. We know that he himself was married twice, and his ketubah for his second wife was actually extant. Now, the most important thing that Rabbeinu Gershom contributed was he issued one of the many takanot. We discussed this very briefly a few weeks ago. Takanot literally means enactments